Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody today? Good morning, Judy. I got a hair in my mouth. Ugh. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are on part 11 of the Betty Broderick trial. And I think her name is Charlene Igo. She's a police officer that was on patrol the day that I wanted to say Dan Broderick was shot. So she's on the stand right now. Let's see what Judy has for us this morning. Bradley Wright and Betty Broderick dated for years before Broderick was sent to prison. Following the dissolution of Betty's marriage to Dan, the couple traveled together or stayed at Betty's home. The pair even reached some element of a domestic routine, and Betty often left him to-do lists on the refrigerator with various tasks to complete. You know, I think some men are cool with that and others aren't. Isn't that like alpha male and beta male? Like beta male will do what the wife says, and then alpha male's like, no, I'm in charge. That's the difference, right? Between a beta male and an alpha male. I don't know. So, hey lurkers, hey replay crew, I'm so glad you're here. Okay, are you guys ready to hear my latest hate comments? These are from the Phil Spector trial, but they're 1 day ago. No, one's 46 minutes ago, and one is 1 day ago. But they're both from the Spector trial. Somebody named D's Nuts. I wanted to watch this, but the audio is so bad, it's unbearable. And I replied, I'm working on the sound quality, but I don't understand why you felt the need to tell me that. Just move on, Karen. And the other one, this is 46 minutes ago. The interruptions for dumb comments really tops off the deplorable sound quality. Unwatchable. And I replied, then don't watch it. Why do people need to do that? Why? Just then don't watch it. Do you think that's going to change how I do anything? No, it's not. You think insulting me is the way to go? This is not an airport. You do not have to announce your departure. Just go. Do I look saddened, upset? Am I going to decide to, declare I'm going to make the channel better? No. This is my channel. I'm going to do it the way I want. Shut the F up. Hey, Carla. No, of course not. You just wasting your typing energy. Get the heck out of here. I know, Nancy. I love you too. Now, if you wanted to offer some assistance, you really need some help with your sound quality, I can help with that, but no. And you know what? Anybody can go to the Court TV website, just like I do, and watch it. You don't have to watch it on my channel. Their quality is not much better than mine, though. I'm telling you, their website sucks. That's why I'm having a problem. Okay, so Charlene Igo was a patrol officer the night that Dan and Linda were shot.
Directing your attention to late October of 1989, shortly before Dan and Linda were killed, the week before they were killed. Did you have a telephone conversation with Elisabeth Broderick where she was talking about them going to...
I had more than one conversation with her that week on the telephone. Betty mentioned the Notre Dame football weekend with USC.
And what did she say about that?
That she had been, that Linda and Dan went back there with the children, that friends and families that were Betty's friends and families were there, family members were there, and that Linda was basically living her life, that she's the one who should have been there, and that was her tradition, that those were things that were rightfully hers.
Did she mention anything at all about the fact that Dan and Linda had gone to that Notre Dame game before in years past?
I don't specifically recall it in that conversation.
How would you describe how she was talking about this? Was she angry?
She wasn't angry exactly, but envious, covetous. That's how she was describing it.
Have you described it as jealous before? Is that what you mean by covetous?
Yes.
And then the Friday before Dan and Linda were killed, did you also have a conversation with Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Where was that conversation?
It was in our...
That's right. We were past, we finished with Igo. This is the wife of the neighbor that testified earlier. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot her name. This must be Gail Forbes. Sorry, guys. She's the wife of the neighbor that testified before Kim testified.
In our backyard by our driveway.
So that was a person-to-person, not a telephone conversation?
Yes, that's right.
And was she complaining about anything in particular at that time?
She was upset and angry. She had just come from her accountant, Betty told me, and the accountant had indicated to her that when all of her real estate transactions were complete, when all of her income tax and penalties were paid, and when she'd made whatever adjustments in her income were going to be necessary, she'd have about $60,000 or $80,000 left to live on for the rest of her life.
Now this was something that she was telling you. You don't have any independent knowledge of whether or not that was true.
No, I don't.
And you described her as being angry, correct?
Upset, angry, distraught.
Can you describe the extent? I mean, did you feel the necessity to do something at the time?
I had two children visiting me that were not my own children, and I know that Betty's language had deteriorated in front of those children would be inappropriate, and I didn't investigate the conversation very much. I just let the conversation hang there in the air. I was probably sympathetic, but I didn't continue to extract information from her.
I have no further questions.
You indicated that you met Elisabeth Broderick in 1973.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the time that you knew Elisabeth Broderick, overall, you can answer that.
After my second son James was born in 1976, Betty and I became much closer friends. Her child Brett was born in February, mine was in January.
Was she the godparent of one of your children?
Yes, she is. She's the godmother of my child, Bonnie.
And how old is Bonnie?
Bonnie's now 10.
So Bonnie was born in 1981.
That's correct.
And you indicated you had some conversations with Elisabeth Broderick where she talked about a number of things about Dan and Linda.
Objection, Your Honor, that's not from the state's evidence.
Just rephrase it, Mr. Earl. Okay. When Elisabeth Broderick called you in November 1986, was that a collect call?
I don't remember it as being collect.
Okay, you don't remember an operator coming on and saying this is a collect call, do you?
I don't, but I may not have answered the phone either.
Okay. And you related a conversation that you had with Elisabeth Broderick that she had over the phone with you that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that she had just received in the mail that day a letter that said that not only was she not getting any support, but she owed Dan Broderick?
Objection, Your Honor, since that's not evidence.
Sustained. Did she talk to you about receiving a letter that day saying she wasn't going to get any support? And Dan Broderick said that she, in fact, owed him $1,300.
No, she didn't mention that in the telephone conversation.
So that was not something that she said the world should know that Dan Broderick was not only not supporting her, but not even giving her any money, well, taking money from her?
I didn't understand your question.
She didn't say that that's something she wanted the world to know, that Dan Broderick was not only not supporting her, but taking money from her?
She did not say that to me on the phone.
The conversation took place about the sharpshooting.
Actually, Betty has mentioned it to me more than once. I think the first time, gymnasium in the basement of which there is a rifle range in college.
When was that? Do you remember approximately?
1970, in the 70s,
So sometimes in the
late
70s.
70s.
So the first time she mentioned to you was in the late 70s that she enjoyed that. You indicated some problem with Mrs. Broderick's language. That was a problem that started fairly recently, in 1986 or so, 87?
It started after the separation, or so after their separation.
And did you remember a incident sometime where Elisabeth Broderick went to jail out of court for some period of time and you noticed a change in her language? That there was a difference in Elisabeth Broderick after going to court one time and getting put in jail.
I remember being aware after one of her, of being in jail, of thinking that there were serious changes in Betty.
And the words that she used, for instance, the word cunt, that was a word that you had to tell her what that word was and what it meant.
That's right.
Okay. And do you remember when that came up? Was that before or after the separation where that came up?
It was after the separation.
Yeah, that's okay.
It was in the winter time. I would guess it was the winter of 85 and 86. could have been the winter of 84, 84, 85, or 85, 86. But I remember we were in our house that we currently occupy.
And during the period of time when she was living down the street from you, would your children...
Beyond the scope, she hasn't talked about her concerns about her children visiting Elisabeth Broderick.
It's the same. Wait, or you can go ahead. I have no further questions. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Witness now out of order.
Your Honor, if we could approach that, we've got witnesses.
We just want one question.
Well, we can talk inside what those questions are. It's just one or two questions.
Yeah, just call her back then.
All right.
I don't mind if there's just a couple of...
Did she send her kids down there?
Oh, is that all you wanted to ask?
That's all I was going to get into, yes.
Well, when he says get into it, I don't know if we're getting into something for an hour or...
Well, let's see. Do you want to call Taker's your witness out of order right now?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Would your children visit Elisabeth Broderick's home?
Frequently.
Okay, and would that be by themselves as well as with you and...
Yes, up to a certain point of time.
And when was that point in time?
In May of 1988, I'd say that I started to have second thoughts about Betty's integrity, her balance, and by January of '89, I'd say I was restricting my children from access to Betty's house.
Okay. And
Cross is out.
You were concerned about your children being around Elisabeth Broderick because of the things she was doing and the things that she was saying.
Not completely. Part of it was her house had a trampoline set up and it wasn't. And it's an incredible, attractive nuisance. And I was worried about the safety of my children. And her pool was not fenced. And I didn't think that Betty was as watchful as she used to be about children.
Were you also concerned about the language that she used in front of the children?
I'm concerned about language in front of young children, yes.
Had you talked to her about not using that kind of language in front of your children or her children?
No, I didn't. I restricted the access that my children had when Betty and I were talking.
I have nothing further this time, Your Honor.
What the state gives.
Subject to recall.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Forbes.
Thank you.
About to give and the matter that before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. So would you please have us in the witness stand?
Morning, how are you? Good. How are you, sir? Good. Make yourself as comfortable as you can. There you go.
And sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
First name is Orlando, Orlando. Last name is Padilla, P as in Paul, Adilla.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Padilla.
Good morning.
How is it that you make your living?
I do security work.
And were you working in that capacity back in April of 1989?
Yes, I was.
In early April of 89, were you contacted by Daniel Broderick to provide security at his upcoming wedding because of fears he had about threats made by his ex-wife?
Your Honor, objection, leading.
Sustained.
In early of April of 1989, did you have a conversation with Daniel Broderick?
Yes, I did.
And what was the conversation?
Your Honor, objection. Relevant cause for hearsay.
Can we have a sidebar, Your Honor?
Foundational, go ahead, you can answer that.
I was referred to him by a client of his, and he asked me to come to his house to have a discussion in regards to providing protective services for him at his wedding.
Why was it that Mr. Broderick wanted to engage you in your services for his wedding?
Your Honor, objection.
Overruled, you can answer that. Did he say why?
Yes, he did.
Go ahead.
He stated that his former wife had to shoot him in front of all their guests.
Did he indicate whether or not he believed that threat was genuine?
Your Honor, objection. This is hearsay.
It's called speculation. Sustained.
Did Mr. Broderick state that he was actually worried about the safety of himself, his guests, and his new wife?
Your Honor, objection. Maybe the bench, they know that hearsay and leading questions, giving information, so I got to object.
Sustained. Just ask if he stated why he was hiring him.
Did Mr. Broderick state why he was hiring you?
Yes, he did.
What did he state?
He stated that he was hiring myself and my partner to protect him on his wedding day because of threats to his life and the life of his fiancée on the day of their marriage.
And what did you work out with Mr. Broderick for that wedding day?
I arranged for myself and a partner. Myself, I stayed at his residence the entire wedding day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My partner stayed at Mrs. residence in La Jolla and followed her everywhere she went that day.
Mr. Broderick showed you a restraining order.
Yes, he did. He armed us both with copies of the restraining order.
Did he tell you anything else about other concerns he had based on prior activities of the defendant?
Yes, he took...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
I haven't heard that.
Well, it's sustained on relevancy grounds. Other activities are not relevant to this incident. Go ahead.
Did Mr. Broderick tell you other reasons why he was especially concerned about his safety and his guest's safety and Linda Broderick's safety on his wedding day?
Yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
He took me out to the front of his residence and showed me where Mrs. Broderick had driven into the front door of his house and stated to me that she had threatened him over the phone several times. He stated to me that she had purchased a weapon and that she was known to have been practicing firing the weapon on a range in San Diego. He said that she was a very good shot and...
Your Honor, I just have an objection.
Sustained.
May we be heard, Your Honor, at sidebar?
I'll sustain your objection.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Sir?
Did Mr. Broderick tell you that he had been purposely spreading rumors about Elisabeth Broderick for a period of time?
Beyond the scope and irrelevant.
Overruled. You can ask on that.
Did he tell you that he had been purposely spreading rumors about Elisabeth Broderick for 5 years to destroy her reputation?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that at some
Same
time...
objection, Your Honor. This is
When he went into conversation, I'm trying to find out what the conversation is about.
Ask him.
Okay. Did he say anything about having Elisabeth Broderick very early?
objection, Your Honor. He can ask the question what else was said. He doesn't have to assume facts not in evidence.
On the cross, we're allowed to ask.
That's not
leading
correct, Your
questions.
Honor.
You're allowed to ask leading questions, Mr. Early, but they have to be based on facts and evidence. Go ahead. You can lead.
Yes, Your Honor, and I have information as to what I'm asking.
Go ahead.
Were you aware that Mr. Broderick tell you that very early on, he was telling people that
Assumes facts, not evidence, object, Your
I
Honor.
haven't heard.
We have a sidebar so we can know what this stuff is.
Let me hear the question. I can probably sort it out. Go ahead.
did Mr. Broderick tell you that very, very early on, the proceedings, she would come in?
Objection, there is no evidence as to that.
Sustained, assumes facts, not evidence.
Did, all the knowledge you got was from Mr. Broderick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You did not attend all of the closed hearings, did you, in the courthouse?
No, I did not.
So you had no way of
Objection, he knows what this witness knows, what this witness is not knows. Assuming facts, not evidence.
Overruled this point.
to the courthouse to try to find out whether you could get any information from them.
Nancy, she can appeal, which I think that's kind of a mandatory thing, that they all get a chance to appeal. And so if she appeals, if there's any, there has to be an issue, like something was done wrong, like the judge made an error in one of his rulings. She can also say ineffective assistance of counsel, but there has to be a specific thing that she's claiming the lawyers did incorrectly. So she can appeal, and then if the appeal goes through and she's allowed, then they give her another trial. That's why I can't remember if I said it during the stream yesterday or during the verdict last night. It seems like overkill, and a lot of people don't understand, well, why do they get life for one charge and then they get, so many years after that and so many years after that, and then they make them consecutive instead of concurrent? How many life sentences can you give a person, right? Because they only have one life. Well, so she got life on the murder one charge, and then I don't know, because Court TV cut it off. I don't know if she was sentenced for the rest of the offenses yesterday or not. But let's say she appeals and they overturn the murder one charge. Well, you can't just say, oh, well, she got life, so why are we going to charge her for all these other things? Well, maybe they overturn the murder one, and then she gets another trial, and she's found not guilty on murder one. All those other guilties still stand, and she still has to serve that time for the other ones. So that's why they do it that way, because they don't just get off scot-free for everything. If just one of the guilty verdicts get overturned, she still has to serve all the time for the other ones. And that was something I didn't understand for a really long time. I was like, what does it matter now? And I think when I realized that was during the Brooks trial, because he had so many, because of the parade, he killed so many people in the parade, and yet they were still charging him with his other crimes that he'd done before the parade, after he already had those life sentences. And I was like, I don't understand. Why are they still charging him with the other crimes that he did before? And that's when it was explained to me. Well, if he appeals the decision on the parade and that gets overturned, and everybody was like, it won't get overturned. But if it were to get overturned, then he's got these other crimes, so he'll still be in prison. And I was like, oh, it was like light bulb. It was like, oh, I get it now. That makes so much sense. Because I was like, why do they keep, how do you serve 3 life sentences or 4? You don't, because you only have 1 life. Okay, so she wasn't sentenced yesterday. Did they give a date? Because I had my pen all ready to write the date down, and then Court TV cut the feed, and I was like, what is happening? Why did they do that? But I guess, was it Law and Crime that kept going? I totally missed it. And I was tired of sitting here and my feet were swollen because I'd sat up so late and I just wanted to go to bed. It didn't even dawn on me to try to look at Law and Crime to find out if they were still streaming it. What kind of got me was that they were doing it today, because usually in Florida they set a date for sentencing and that's like a month or two out. Because if you remember with Ashley Benefield's trial, they just took her into custody because she cried, her mom cried. I think her mom like shouted. They were upset because she was remanded to custody until the sentencing hearing, which they didn't expect her to be remanded. Case management hearing. Why a case? Well, he went to Tallahassee yesterday, but he was at, John is like one of his producers for his show, and he's a lawyer. I guess they went to law school together. And he went to Tallahassee yesterday, and he was live streaming from John's office when the verdict came in. But he went up there because of the football game this weekend. I don't know why he didn't just go early yesterday morning and go into the courtroom, but I don't control Peter, so. It would have been great. It really would have been great if he'd been there. And I guess Brandy didn't go this time. Brandy was there for Charlie's trial, because when Recovery Addict was doing Charlie's trial, we could see Brandy. She was right behind the prosecutor, not right behind, she was a few rows back, but behind the prosecutor you could see her. Okay, so October 15th, 14th. I wrote 14th. Is it 14th or 15th? Where'd it go? I lost it. 14th. Okay. I have to write that on my whiteboard later. Watch me forget and throw this piece of paper away. Okay, so October 14th, we have a case management, if they stream it. No, my pleasure, Nancy. I like it when I know the answer to law questions that you guys ask. It makes me feel smart.
Close files.
No, I did not.
Did you know whether there was any way that when things were being said about Mrs. Broderick, whether they could be verified?
Yes, I called a detective, and I can refer to my notes here, the day after I met with Dan, just to let him know what we were going to be doing that day, and he gave me minimal information, that they were aware of the situation, and just came up with a plan to get in contact with them if she did break the 1,000-yard restraining order.
And you didn't do anything about trying to go to a divorce file at all?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Nothing to add.
Witness be excused.
Something to recall.
Thank you very much, sir.
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, counsel indicated that you wanted to have some discussion before we call the next witness.
All right. So we're going to take our recess. How long do you think it'll take?
For our discussion, counsel.
Mr. Rose, give me a time frame.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if I just ask you to step outside for approximately 5 minutes, I'll have my bailiff escort you. I did bring you back up. Well, let's say 10 minutes. Sometimes attorneys aren't too good at estimates.
Your Honor, I don't even know if it'll take that long if you want to go back in the hallway. I mean, it's a very short matter.
Oh, all right. I don't know what we're talking about, folks. So that's one of the pleasure. You do it as sidebar, Mr. Early? Because of my stenographer's equipment is all I'm thinking of.
We could, Your Honor.
All right, let's do it sidebar. You're welcome to stand up and stretch if you want.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Robin Tuua, T-U''UA.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Tuua.
Morning.
At some point, were you hired as a housekeeper and babysitter of the Broderick children by Mr. Dan Broderick?
Yes, I was hired out of the governess agency, so I was hired as a governess, and my other duties were just to do like the grocery shopping and tend the children and help the boys with their homework, things of that nature.
You had duties that involved helping take care of the house as well as helping with the children.
Right.
And when was it that you worked for Mr. Broderick?
October 1986 through the summer of 1987, approximately July, late June.
And
July.
did you essentially work full-time? Was it a full-time job?
Yes, it was.
What were your hours?
Monday through Friday, noon to 8 p.m.
So when you'd arrive at the house, the children would be at school, is that correct?
That's right.
And about what time would they get home from school?
The boys would come home at 3:15 from the bus, would drop them off, and Kim would get home earlier than that. Then I'd go and pick up Lee at Bishop's school.
Okay. At that time, she was attending Bishop's, which was in La Jolla, is that correct?
That's right.
And when you worked for Mr. Broderick and the children, was that while he was living at the Cypress home in Marsden Hills?
Right.
Did you have the occasion to have contact with the defendant, Elisabeth Broderick, as well while you were working for Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
And basically, could you describe what your relationship was with her?
At first, it was really, when I first started working there, it was nice. She would call and she'd be pleasant, but that turned real fast. She was really rude. She used to tell me that I was lower than any Mexican she knew.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This witness be
Sustained. Just answer the questions, ma'am. Don't volunteer anything, okay?
All right.
Go ahead.
At some point, you indicated that it started out very nice. At some point, then the relationship deteriorated?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of any messages that she would leave on the answering machine for the boys, for Mr. Broderick, for anybody in the home?
Yes, she would leave several messages on the machine.
Okay. And can you describe the nature of those messages that you heard?
Extremely vulgar, a lot of foul language.
Was that something that was particularly upsetting to you?
Yes, I was never raised with language like that.
Did you ever actually overhear some conversations between Elisabeth Broderick and her sons?
Yes, I would. I picked up the phone on some occasions when she would be speaking to her sons.
Did you ever specifically overhear a conversation that she had with her son, Rhett, that was very upsetting to Rhett?
Yes, I did. She told Rhett she wouldn't see Rhett if she didn't get the cunt out of the house, referring to Linda.
Okay, if who wouldn't get Linda out of the house?
If Rhett wouldn't get, I don't want to use that word again.
That's fine.
All right, she would, the stipulation is she wouldn't see Rhett unless Rhett would get Linda out of the house. He was completely distraught over that. He was very upset.
Was there something that he did after that particular conversation?
Yes, he did. He was so upset. He went upstairs and he locked himself in the bathroom. I thought he was using the restroom. He was too quiet for a while. And I knocked on the door and asked him if he'd come out. And when he came out, he had scissors in his hand and he had taken chopped clumps of hair out of his head and saying he wanted to get the pain out of his head. His mom put in his head.
Your Honor, objection.
I believe that's
Overruled.
spontaneous.
Overruled.
Did you tell Mr. Broderick about this incident? Was he aware of it?
Yes, he was aware of it. He was really upset. He came home and he just hugged Rhett, just held on to him and told him he loved him.
Did he do anything with respect to the phones after that?
Yes, he would turn down the ringers and turn the sound down on the machine, on the answering machine, just to protect the children. It's just
I didn't
insane.
say that.
Was there a time, was there an incident
When
that
did
you
I
had with
say
Elisabeth
that?
Broderick when she said anything about having a gun in her possession?
I didn't say that. Oh, Creed and Mikey. Okay. That Creed. All right. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. When did I say that, Carla? No, this is my new thing I just did right now. Because somebody made a comment that my stopping to make dumb comments and the sound quality made my channel unwatchable. So I put, this is a commentary channel. I have to add commentary to prevent copyright issues. There are places to watch with no commentary if this is not your thing. You can talk about whatever. The only time I don't like it is if it distracts me. Like if you guys go off on a totally different thing and I get distracted, like I told Wiggles the other day I was going to start calling her Squirrel because she does it on purpose. She puts song lyrics in the chat on purpose to distract me. So her new name is Squirrel. And then Flash comes in and says, Debbie, have you heard about this case? Have you heard about this case? Have you heard about this case? And that distracts me too. So I have a new rule for Flash too, to please email me cases and to not talk about them in the chat. But if you're just talking, like if something in a case we're doing reminds you of another case, or if you have questions about this case or another, I don't care about that. That's fine. Just don't be too distracting. Because hey Robbie, I'm extremely distractible. Especially in a live trial when I'm trying to take notes. So when new people come in, I can explain things. That's when it's really bad. Because I don't want to be distracted. Because I want to pay attention so I can help new viewers. But that's all. You guys are good.
Yes, she threatened to kill me.
Can you describe that incident?
Yes, I can. I was waiting for the boys to get home. About 3:15, the bus would drop them off. Danny came off the bus. Rhett was not there. I asked Danny where was Rhett, and he said he saw his mom taking Rhett from school. She had kidnapped him. He had not come home. She had
Your
taken
Honor,
him.
objection. Speculation, hearsay.
Well, sustained as to the word kidnap.
Just describe what you saw, okay?
I was concerned. I went into the house, called Mr. Broderick. From the kitchen phone, you could see the driveway. You could see the road out front. I had the door propped open so I could see. I told him that Rhett was not here. Danny told me Mrs. Broderick had taken him. As I was talking to him, I saw her pull up onto the sidewalk, facing the wrong way. I told him that she had pulled up. He instructed the restraining order. I hung up, called the police immediately, went to his desk drawer, got the restraining order, went outside. Danny and Kim were with me. We went outside. I asked Rhett to please step out of the Suburban truck that she had. And Mrs. Broderick said, "You can't order my children around. You have no say. You can't control them." I again asked Rhett to get out. He did. He came by my side. And Mrs. Broderick said, "You can't control my children." She was just in a state, an outrageous state. And then Rhett looked over at me and he said, "My mommy has a butcher knife under the seat."
Your Honor,
When there's an objection, you have to stop.
Oh,
Sorry. What was the objection?
Your Honor, objection has been asked and answered, and also calls for hearsay.
It's overruled on asked and answered, and that's a hearsay. Overruled on that basis also. Go ahead, what did Rick tell you?
he told me his mother had a butcher knife under the seat at that point. Betty Broderick told me she had a gun in her glove box and she would kill me. At that point, there was not a shadow of a doubt in Mom that Mrs. Broderick would not kill me.
Where was she when she said this to you? Was she
On the
still
sidewalk. She was out of her truck.
What did she do? Did she go back to the truck?
I turned around and ran in the house with the kids.
Did you have any more contact with her than that day after you went into the house?
No. She pulled away as the police pulled up. They had just missed her by 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, I summoned her. Look at that. Hey, Wiggle, squirrel. My squirrel's awake.
You were working at Mr. Broderick's house, and when you saw Elisabeth Broderick drive by in a car, for example,
Yes, there
Can
were a
you
couple of
describe
times. Yes, I can. It was a little white car, and on the street on Cypress is just like a circle, so you can see every car that comes by. There's not a lot of traffic, and I would see a little white car come by, and I kept looking outside, recognized the driver as Mrs. Broderick.
what time of day would this occur?
It would vary. Mostly it was noon, right about when I got there. So there was nobody else in the house but me, unless there were some workers around, but it was basically I was alone.
So this was the time when the children would be,
That's right.
approximately, during the time you were working, approximately how many times did you see her drive by?
4, 5. Sometimes she had somebody in the car with her too. I noticed there was a man in the passenger seat. Sometimes she would just park in front of the house. I thought that's pretty bizarre.
When you indicated that you sometimes saw a man in the car with her, did you recognize the man or know who that was?
No.
And when you indicated sometimes she would park in front of the house, what would she do?
Just stare at the house. Just watch the house.
Did you ever do anything about that? Did you go out and talk to her or anything?
No, I never confronted her.
Was there ever a time while you were working where she just appeared in the house?
Yes, I was in the kitchen and I felt somebody behind me. The kitchen door was open and I turned around and she was standing right there. She was holding the dog.
She was holding what?
The dog.
Okay.
The little
The family dog?
the family, yeah, the kid's dog.
And what did she do? What did she say?
She told me that nobody ever takes care of this dog and it was abused, and which was not true. The boys loved the dog. It was well cared for. So she was holding it. And then she took the dog. She got in a car and left. She took the dog.
Okay. These incidents that you've just related, you just recently related those to me, is that correct?
That's right.
When were part of your duties to, for example, cook dinner for the family?
Yes, I would cook dinner and then we'd all sit down as a family and eat. Over dinner, Mr. Broderick would
Your
ask.
Honor, objection. It's already been answered.
Sustained. That's another question.
Did you observe Mr. Broderick interacting with the children?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever observe any of the children to be afraid of Mr. Broderick?
No, never.
Did you observe how they would react, for example, when he would come home from work?
Yes, they were very excited. The boys would run out to the garage where he would park his car. There was a basketball hoop over the garage, and sometimes when he'd come home, they'd engage in a game of basketball.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
What was the dates that you worked at the Broderick residence?
October 1986, late October, through the summer of 1987.
And what were your hours?
Monday through Friday, noon to 8 p.m.
And the times that you weren't home when the children left for school, you weren't at the house, were you?
No, I wasn't.
And you would leave after 8 o'clock?
I would leave. My ending hour was at 8. Sometimes I would stay longer. Sometimes I would leave early. It depended on if Mr. Broderick got home early or
Did you work on the weekends?
occasionally. Yes, occasionally.
Okay. And would that be when Mr. Broderick was out of town?
That's right.
Okay. And how many weekends did you work there?
Per month or the whole?
The time that you worked there, you remember approximately?
Approximately, it varied, maybe 1 to 2 weekends a month, sometimes none. It just varied depending on when he was out of town.
Now, it's your testimony that Mr. Broderick, the phones were not unplugged until Mr. Broderick told you to unplug them so the mother couldn't call the boys. Is that right?
Objection not misstates.
Sustained. Just rephrase it.
Well, you related an incident where Mr. Broderick told you to unplug the phones
Yes,
so the boys wouldn't hear them ringing. Is that right?
yes.
Were the phones unplugged before then?
Before
That conversation? Or was Ms. Broderick allowed to call freely?
she called all the time.
Okay. So there was no time before that conversation where you remember the phones being unplugged?
Before Mr. Broderick asked me
Yeah.
to? At that time, for me, yeah, that was it. I don't know if he unplugged them when I
What a
wasn't there or
dumb
not.
question.
But while you were there from 10 to 8, I mean from 12 to 8, we're talking about from lunchtime past dinner, were the phones ever unplugged?
That's a stupid question. Were they unplugged before he asked you to unplug them? No. He wouldn't have needed to ask her to unplug them if they were already unplugged. That's a stupid question.
Plugged up until the time that Mr. Broderick finally said unplug them because the mother's upsetting the boys.
Sometimes when I would get there, the phones would be unplugged. Sometimes he would ask me to unplug them. I'm not really sure what you're trying to ask me, Mr.
What I'm asking you is that you said that Mr. Broderick told you to unplug the phones. Remember that? Remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Before that time, think of that time, before then, were the phones ever unplugged?
That I saw?
That you saw?
Yes.
Okay, when would that be?
It would be, when I got there, the phones would be unplugged. When the girls would get home from school, that didn't last very long. They talked on the phone all the time.
Okay, and then when Mr. Broderick came, and then you would unplug the phone when you got home? You would unplug it again?
Not automatically, only if I was asked to.
Okay, so unless you were asked to, you didn't unplug the phone?
Right.
Okay, and would the phone be unplugged any other times during the day?
By who?
By anybody, other
No.
than the times when you got there?
No. You mean by the children?
By anybody?
By anybody? No.
And pretty much as your memory goes, the phone would be plugged in by the girls when they got home, and then the rest of the day they'd remain plugged in.
Yes.
Okay. The conversation that you had with Mr. Broderick about unplugging the phone, that was right after the incident with Rhett?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling an investigator that it was after a number of calls from Betty that you finally had to sit down and ask Mr. Broderick to do something about the calls, and that's when he unplugged it?
That was another time. I asked him that I told him that I was not accustomed to listening to such vulgar language and to please talk to Mrs. Broderick about it. So I stopped answering the phone. I just, I didn't like hearing that sort of stuff.
Well, do you remember, there was an answering machine on the phone, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And you felt that you had to unplug the phone so you couldn't hear the answering machine? The voice on it? You know how to use the answering machine, don't you? You turn it down and people can leave a message?
That's right.
And then you don't have to hear it?
Yes.
But you unplugged the phone so you didn't have to hear it.
Sometimes.
Did unplugging the phone turn down the volume on the answering machine?
No, I would turn down the volume also sometimes.
Okay. And unplug the phone so you wouldn't hear the messages?
And unplug the phones. I would unplug the phones sometimes, or I would just turn the ringers down.
Do you remember telling the investigator that on several occasions you heard conversations where, from Elisabeth Broderick, where she would use the word cunt, and you finally had to talk to Dan about the phone, and Dan then told you to put the answering machine on and turn the phones down?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the district attorney investigator about that incident?
Yes.
Did you tell the district attorney's investigator that there was a phone call that precipitated that?
Yes.
Did you read the paragraph to yourself? This
Everybody run. There's free fruit and vegetables on the highway. Let's go. Run, run, run.
paragraph starting here and then go to the next page.
For the record, what you're showing a
I'm
report?
showing a report, Your Honor, that's dated November 30th, 1989.
Is that a name who wrote the report?
Yes, I believe it was William Green.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all, quit complaining. She's wearing a dress. She's not in t-shirt and jeans.
Finish reading that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember mentioning to Mr. Green,
About this paragraph?
do you remember mentioning to him that it was a phone call? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And you remember talking to Mr. Green about it, that it was a phone call, is that right, that precipitated that incident?
That's right.
Do you remember ever filing a declaration about that incident for court? Were you ever asked to file a declaration so the court would know about this?
I never did anything personally.
Okay. You indicated at the time Elisabeth Broderick came over had a gun in her car when she came over. The police were obviously called, weren't they?
Yes, I called them.
And they responded to that incident?
Yes, they did. They had just missed her.
You remember the last trial I've asked you, do you remember what the police officer looks like?
No, I don't remember what they look like.
Do you remember what his name was?
I don't remember what their names were.
Okay. Have you seen an incident report? Have you seen a police report?
No, I've never seen a police report.
Since the last trial, when you were asked about that, has anyone shown you a police report?
No,
Has anyone shown you an incident report about that?
nobody's shown me one.
Did you ask for a police report so you could review it?
No, I had no need to.
The, you didn't file a restraining order, did you?
No, I never filed a restraining order. There was already one on her.
Well, there wasn't one on staying away from you, was there?
No.
And it was a direct threat to your life, was there not?
Yes, there was.
The, you were the one that, were you the one that was responsible for, or at least the one who was informed as to how the visits would go between mother and the children when she would be coming over to pick them up?
Mr. Broderick would let me know when she would come pick them up. He would call me and let me know.
Now, the, whether she was going to get to visit with the children on that week, on the weekend was decided that Friday, is that right?
I would learn about it that Friday. I had nothing to do with the parents decided, or the children. I was never part of deciding where the children would go.
Well, were you present during conversations where...
Makeup has changed so much since then. In the 80s, we did our foundation. We just did like a little bit of color for blush on the cheeks, a little bit of highlighter under the eyes, like to get the dark circles, and then the color on her eyes and lips, and then like eyebrow pencil maybe if we needed it, but 80s were like bushy eyebrows, so we didn't really do anything to our eyebrows. And then mascara and eyeliner. But now, y'all gotta contour everything. You gotta do thousands and thousands and layers of foundation and highlighter that goes like all the way down here. You gotta do V's, and you gotta do the darker V and the V, and it's crazy. It takes forever. So I've started to try to contour, and I think I kind of got it, but it takes twice as long to do makeup this way now. I'm like, who decided it should be done harder? Why do we have to have all the different colors of foundation and V's and squares and triangles and... Who decided this needed to be made harder? I don't understand. She is gorgeous. She absolutely is gorgeous. I need to talk to whoever decided to change the makeup thing, though, because I just don't understand why we have to have all these layers of foundation now. Like, I like the 80s version of makeup much better.
The children would be asking the mother to visit with them on the phone.
Yes, I would overhear some of those conversations.
And would you overhear conversations between the boys and their father about wanting to visit?
Yes, I would.
And was the response, I'll let you know later? Or was it always, okay, here's how we'll do it?
It was, we'll talk about it.
Okay. And then Friday of that weekend, you would be told whether she was or was not going to be allowed to have a visit.
That's right.
Did the boys, were they upset about wanting to visit their mother?
Were they upset
That they wanted to and they weren't being allowed to?
Yeah, that's what Travis tells me too, but I think it's just because he doesn't want to wait for me to put it on. I wear it occasionally, and then when I see pictures or video of me wearing makeup, I'm like, dang, I look good in makeup. Why don't I wear it more often? And the simple answer is that I'm lazy. But I've got a weird eye that, and you guys have seen me, like when my eye just waters uncontrollably and I'm constantly wiping it. So when I wear eye makeup on that eye, it makes it like 1,000 times worse. And I don't know what's wrong with it. And I've asked doctors and they just say, oh, you have dry eyes. Why is it just the one eye that constantly waters? Which, that explanation is also crazy, but doctors will tell you your eyes water because you have dry eyes. Because your eyes are trying to lubricate themselves because they're dry, so then they water, which makes no sense to me, but whatever. So I have this weird eye that waters, and then the makeup irritates it, and then it itches, and then it pours more water, and it messes everything up. So that's a lot of the reason why I don't wear makeup too. And the other is laziness, like I said. Oh, really? Yeah, the new way is a bit much. I do try to contour a little bit, and then sometimes I'm just like, no, I'm not even going to do foundation. I'm just going to put on a little bit of lipstick, and which is a lot of times when you guys see me with lipstick on, that's all I've got is just lipstick. Yeah, eyeliners. Eyeliner is sometimes you can just put on eyeliner and lipstick and get away with that, but eyeliner is also a thing that will irritate your eyes if you have sensitive eyes. Yeah. Yeah, you can just put on, like Carla said, like some mascara and blush and maybe some lipstick and get away with it. Some people can.
From, if Mr. Broderick would say no,
Yes.
sometimes.
Would they be upset during the week just because they didn't know if they were going to be able to visit their mother?
No, they were just uncertain.
You helped the boys with their homework?
Yes, I did.
Did the children have any special medical problems that you were aware of?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Overall, do you know if they had any special problems?
No, I don't know if I did or not.
The answer stands.
No allergies or no hay fever?
Nothing more than a common cold. If they were sick, they wouldn't have gone to school. I would have been called, and I was never called in.
But no chronic problem like some kids have chronic running noses or hay fever where they have to go to a doctor or asthma.
I
Nothing.
never took them to a doctor, other than the dentist or Dr. Sparta.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
You don't know if any of the kids developed problems after you left working for Mr. Broderick, obviously.
That's right, I wouldn't know that.
And I take it that what you're indicating is you didn't know how the visitation was set up between the parents. You would simply be advised by Mr. Broderick on Friday what the plan was, because that's when you needed to know.
That's right.
Sometimes you would need to know whether the kids were coming home from school to be with Mr. Broderick or whether they were being picked up by Mrs. Broderick.
That's right.
And counsel asked you to read a paragraph in this report. He didn't ask you to read the previous paragraph. In the previous paragraph, you described the incident that you've testified here regarding the phone call that you overheard between Rhett and his mother.
Yeah.
Your Honor, they can read the paragraph, but that is an incorrect characterization.
Well, the way you do it, Ms. Wells, is you have to read it to herself and ask her what it says. Just read that paragraph to yourself
You
now.
want to read this paragraph here? And what were you describing in that paragraph?
Would you like me to read it?
Well, I don't know if that's okay.
No, don't read it, just answer the question.
Is it the conversation with respect to, that you've already testified to?
Yes, it's the conversation that Rhett
Had with his mother, that precipitated the cutting?
That's right. I have no further questions.
Ms. Ross?
You're saying that that related to the next paragraph?
Your Honor, she didn't write the report.
I'm just asking.
Well, you're asking the wrong person to say.
You indicated that that was a common conversation she had with Rhett. Isn't that true? That you've heard that a number of times where she would say, I'm not going to talk to you until the gun's gone?
Yes,
So that was not just one time, it was a number of times.
yes, this time seemed especially bad.
Yeah. My first question.
Any further, Ms. Mullins?
Your Honor.
Witness to be excused?
No objection.
Mr. Early?
The subject to recall.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Very good.
Dr. Ruth Roth. Doctor. Families. Oh, this might get sad, y'all. Family services therapist. Yikes. I got. I don't think I didn't think on it, right? And then computer settings and tried to get up to the highest level. It doesn't have good things on it. Let me know.
Work for the Family Court Services as a mediator.
And what then would you be doing as a mediator for family court services?
Trying to help parents resolve for themselves what the arrangement would be with regard to custody and visitation of their children.
So you don't work as far as settling property disputes, you work regarding the children?
Why, StreamYard? Everything was going so good. I wasn't even touching it. I guess maybe I breathed on it too hard.
custody and visitation disputes. The difference is at the end of my evaluation, I meet with the parents together for 2 hours and utilizing the information I've acquired as a result of testing, as a result of clinical interviews, would be in the children's best interest.
But you're basing it now in the private sector as opposed to working for the courts, is that correct?
Yes, and in a more elongated fashion.
Okay. And is it when parents are going through a divorce or a custody dispute, must they go through some sort of mediation before they ultimately go through a trial?
Yes, as of January of 1981, based on a pilot program in San Diego County, 4607 of the Civil Code mandates mediation between the parents prior to any contested custody or visitation litigation.
Okay. So they have to either do it through family court services, or they have the option of doing it through a private mediator such as yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many cases have you been involved in attempting to mediate these sorts of things?
Upwards of 6,000.
Okay.
Okay, I just did something really stupid. Right after we crashed, too. That's why it was stupid. Oh, it did it. I was going to tell y'all we're probably going to crash again because I put that comment up. I hate those eyelashes. Hate them. I don't understand. Like, everybody knows they're fake. But like, I mean, when you have acrylic nails, everybody knows they're fake, right? But you're not really sure. But fake eyelashes, you're 100% sure. Because no eyelashes grow that long, right? What is the point? I don't understand. And I tried, and I didn't want like the full lashes. I got the little teeny tiny like wispies that you add to your own. And then, well, I couldn't put them on to begin with. I got like one on, like at the very edge. And then I put my glasses on and it hit my glasses. And I was like, oh no, this is not happening. So yeah, I hate them. They look like they have butterflies on their eyes. Okay, I guess. Yeah, they're how do you see through all those lashes? Okay, we didn't crash. I didn't even need to stop and comment, but I was afraid we were going to crash, so okay.
Directing your attention to early 1987, were you asked in your capacity as a mediator to be involved in attempting to mediate the custody issues in the Broderick divorce?
Yes.
How was it that you were approached to do that?
I was approached by Tricia Smith, who was then the attorney for Mrs. Broderick, and for Gerald Berry, who was the attorney for Mr. Broderick, to try to mediate to the custody in lieu of family court services.
And do you know why we're coming to you as opposed to family court services?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Did you have any information about whether or not the defendant was refusing to go through conciliation court, family court services?
Yes.
And what was that?
Your Honor, objection.
Well, do you have personal knowledge of why?
No, sir.
All right, sustained.
So the attorneys from both sides, essentially, the one representing Mr. Broderick, the one representing Mrs. Broderick, essentially came to you and asked you if you would do the mediation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was an agreement between them.
A stipulate.
Objection, asked, answered.
Oh, overruled, the answer can stand.
And did you agree to do so?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe for us, without going into too much detail, what your process is then when you decide to attempt to mediate a case?
I meet with each parent separately. I meet with each child old enough to be interviewed separately. I
frequently meet with all the children and each parent in a separate session so I can see the family constellation. I may do psychological testing, and then I meet with the parents together for 2 hours to try to help them to resolve the issues that are in dispute.
Do you ultimately, if you were things, do you ultimately write a report?
Yes. I send a letter to both attorneys detailing specifically what the arrangements are going to be with regard to custody and visitation.
Now, directing your attention to March of 1987, did you have a meeting with the defendant, Elisabeth Broderick, in relation to this attempted mediation?
Yes.
And was that on March 3rd?
Yes.
Was this the first time that you had met with her?
Yes.
And this was, you were having a meeting with her first, and then you were going to have a meeting with Mr. Broderick, essentially?
That was the plan.
Okay. Can you describe for us what you informed Mrs. Broderick of at that first meeting? Did you explain to her what the process was?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that the format for the extended mediation, basically, as I just told you, and I told her that my job, that I had the best part, that my job was to be an advocate for the children, that she and Mr. Broderick were adults and had attorneys representing them, and the children don't get an attorney. So even though I'm not an attorney, I'm the closest thing to an attorney that children have. And so I have the best part. And I was going to try to help Mrs. Broderick and Mr. Broderick decide on a rational child sharing plan so that the children would have as stable and normal an existence as possible.
So your position was not to take sides for either parent. Your position was to
Your
try
Honor,
and...
objection repeats every answer. Is that true?
Sustained.
Just attempting to clarify, Your Honor, but I'll move on. What was Mrs. Broderick's response when you described this procedure to her? What happened in the meeting?
She actually didn't respond to that part of it. She started agenda.
And what do you mean by that?
She started to tell me what she wanted to tell me, I guess.
Okay, and what was it that she wanted to tell you?
Marta, who was then the therapist, the two younger children, Rhett and Danny, had said that she could not have visitation with them. And went on to say that she thought that Dr. Sparta was not fair. She believed him to be in Mr. Broderick's pocket.
And how did you respond to that?
Probably in a non-committal fashion. I don't actually remember. I probably would have said something like...
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
Well, sustained if she doesn't remember. If you don't remember,
Not specifically.
that's fine.
Was she just so she appeared to be angry at Dr. Sparta because he had recommended something against visitation?
Yes.
Okay. Did she say anything about concerns that you were also in Dan Broderick's pocket?
Not at that moment, but I think later, yes.
Okay. Was there a time that you explained to her otherwise?
No, Mr. Broderick at all. That I really hadn't even heard of him and knew that he was an attorney, but I didn't know him.
So you attempted to assure her that you were not being paid or in Mr. Broderick's pocket?
Yes, I probably told her that I had...
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
What's your best recollection of what you told him?
Your Honor, still it's an objection unless she remembers.
I asked what your best recollection.
Your best recollection.
I told her that he had a number of attorneys and judges and other people who were... and I didn't care if he was president of the bar or not. It still made a difference if I had, or something along that line.
What then happened in your discussions with her?
I tried to find out what Mrs. Broderick wanted from the process, what she was asking for.
Is that something that you normally do when you start off?
It's always what I do. This is extended mediation or any kind of mediation is a very focused, short-term process. It's not therapy. The purpose is to get the parents to reach an agreement.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well, sustain. Just ask another question.
What is the purpose of your job there?
Your Honor, objection irrelevant, it's just doing statements.
Overruled, you can ask that. What's the purpose of your job?
To try to help the parents to reach an agreement with regard to a child sharing plan.
Okay, and not to provide therapy for either one of them?
Not at all.
Okay. When you asked Mrs. Broderick then, what did she want out of the process? What did she respond?
She started to tell me why she was angry at Mr. Broderick and how she felt treated unfairly.
Was that something that you continued to discuss, or did you try to talk about something else, or what happened then?
I tried to talk about, I let her go a little while onto the child-centered issues, but I wasn't very successful.
Okay. What happened? What happened in the discussion?
She told me that there had been rats in her house, that she made a statement that went along the lines of, let him see what 4 kids are about besides fucking.
Okay. What was that in relation to, when she said, let him see what 4 kids are about besides that?
Well, at that point, I didn't know. Then she went on to tell me that he had the children,
Okay.
something that I didn't know.
Okay. And so did you ask her how it was that he got the children?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She told me that she had taken them to his house on Easter Sunday and dropped them and their stuff off so that he could see what it was like to raise them.
Okay. And that's when she made the statement about let him see what 4 kids is about besides
Yes.
sucking. Did she say anything else about that?
She said he has everything now.
If you're pausing, you're pausing because of the language that was used by Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. If you would, please, I would like you to give us the direct quote, if you have the direct quote.
Quote, he has everything now and the cunt. End quote.
How would you describe her demeanor when she was saying this?
She was angry.
Okay. Did you try to then get her to talk about what it was she wanted out of the process?
I don't recall at that point that I could break in because she went on.
Okay.
She went on to tell me that, do you want me to?
Go ahead.
She went on to tell me that she hadn't gotten her support yet and a bunch of other things having to do with the children. She was just very angry. And at that point, I let her run with it. Mm-hmm. I thought that if she got to say all the things that she wanted to say that I thought were pent up inside, then I could get to the agenda that I needed to deal with.
Okay.
And so I let her go.
Okay. And then what happened?
Toward the end, I told her that it seemed to me, more in an attempt to mollify her, that she had been the primary, that it seemed to me that regardless of what happened, probably by the end of this mediation, she could get the kids back.
And what was her response to that?
She got even angrier.
Okay, what did she say?
She said, quote, I'm not going to be a single parent of 4 kids. He'll die first.
Okay. What, do you recall how you responded to that?
Probably said, what? And she went on.
And what did she say?
She said, the less I see them or hear from them, the better. No bother, no kids. End quote.
how are you responding to this? Did you have any concerns about what she was saying?
Concerns, most immediate being that the law in the state of California that governs the license that I hold requires that I report a direct threat to the person being threatened. It's called the Tarasoff decision. And I sort of wanted to check out that I heard right, so I didn't do something that was presumptuous. And I asked her, I said, did you say that he'll die first? And she said, you'll see, I'm not telling you. He's a cunt fucker. And I said, no, tell me her name. And she yelled, that was the session ended.
Okay. Now, you brought along some notes with you. Were you taking notes when you had this, Mrs. Broderick?
Yes, I always take notes during custody mediations.
Okay. And if they make statements that you think are important, you write them down?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that you said to her, tell me her name, what were you referring to?
Mr. Broderick's then girlfriend.
Okay. And you were attempting to get Mrs. Broderick to just call her by name and talk about her as a person as opposed to...
Your Honor, I object. There's a place for the witness and a place for the attorney.
Sustained bleeding.
Your Honor, I would also object to the speaking objections of counsel. He can make the appropriate objection.
Your Honor, and she knows how to ask an appropriate non-leading question.
Both of you know how to ask questions. The objection sustained on the basis that it's leading. Rephrase the question and go ahead.
Thank you. When you tried to divert her from using that language, were you successful?
No.
Did her demeanor change at all during this?
During the first session?
Yes. You indicated that she was angry. Was that consistent throughout?
Yes.
What happened then?
They went to live with Dan's brother, I think, in Colorado. I think that's where they went to live. I'm not 100% sure. But I think that's where they went after their mom was arrested. So I don't know if that was temporary or if that's where they stayed after her conviction. But that's where they were after mom got arrested.
How did the meeting end? Why did the meeting end?
The time was up.
Okay. Had you made any headway as far as getting anything done in that meeting?
No.
Do you, I'm not sure if you said, and I apologize if I'm asking a repeated question, do you usually just have one meeting with mom, one meeting with dad, and then with the kids, or do you sometimes have more than one meeting with each parent?
I usually have one meeting with each parent, one meeting with each child, and so forth.
Okay. Did you just have one meeting with Elisabeth Broderick, or did you decide to do something else?
No, I had more meetings.
Okay. What happened?
I'm stubborn, and I wanted to see if I could make some headway. And so I had another meeting. I scheduled another meeting with Mrs. Broderick that was 2 hours long.
Okay. And 12th of 1987.
Yes.
Now, before you had that meeting, you indicated, you talked a little bit about the Tarasoff ruling and your obligation as a therapist to warn someone if someone else has made threats that you're aware of, correct?
Yes.
Did you make that warning to Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. Did you advise anyone else of the threat?
Yes.
Who was that?
I called the police department, but they hung up on me. And then I called Mr. Barry, who was then Mr. Broderick's attorney.
Okay. So you advised Mr. Broderick as well as his attorney?
Yes. I sort of wanted someone else to know besides Mr. Broderick.
Okay. Now, can you describe for us what happened in the second meeting that you had with her?
Yes. I sort of made up my mind ahead of time that I was going to keep control of the situation, and I was going to do it in a very focused fashion. And I asked Mrs. Broderick to tell me a little history, to tell me what had happened and how this situation got to this point, because neither attorney had sent me any pleadings.
And when you're talking about how the situation had gotten to that point, you're talking about the custody situation. You wanted to know why the children were where they were,
Yes,
essentially?
I wanted to know what led up to the children being with Mr. Broderick. I thought if I gave her a structure, a format, then we could keep it on track and get through the process.
Okay. Were you able to keep it on track and get through the process?
No.
What happened?
She responded by telling me that she lived in a house with rats and had no money. And then she went on to tell me that she had taken the children and their things to Mr. Broderick's house and left them there so he could raise them.
Okay. Did she make any other statement about what his response was when she had done that?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, quote, and you know what the cocksucker did? He kept them, end quote. I'm sorry, I'm not good with that language, Miss Wells.
Okay. And I apologize, honey.
I think I'm blushing.
Okay. Was when she made that quote, do you know what he did? He kept them. How was she saying that?
She was angry. Angry and sort of, I guess angry covers it best. Angry and sort of, she sounded almost surprised.
Was that getting on track as far as you were concerned? Or did you, again, try to focus her on something?
Yes, I wanted to get back to the issues because this wasn't getting any place. And I told her that while I didn't know what Mr. Broderick's position would be, based on what she had told me, what I could glean from it, that she'd been the primary. What I said,
Right.
we need things out, and I wanted her to tell me what kind of plan she had in mind. Most people come into me to have some kind of an agenda as to what they want from the process.
And what did she indicate to you that she wanted from the process?
Well, she said, quote, no way, I'm not going to be the single mother of 4 kids. I've already told you that. He'll die first. I'm not letting go of him that easy. The little fucker was mine and he'll stay mine, end quote.
Was she also angry when she was making these statements?
She was yelling.
How did you respond to her yelling this?
The yelling doesn't bother me. The statement bothered me, and I said something stupid like, are you threatening him? I was more startled than anything else.
Okay. And what did she say when you asked her, are you threatening him?
She said, I think she thought it was a dumb sentence too. She said, I'll threaten the cocksucker. I threaten the cocksucker all the time. You know what else he does besides sucking? I thought she said sucking, and that's what I wrote. And I repeated that. And she said, not sucking, she sucks, he fucks. At that point, I ran out of patience.
Did, when you say you ran out of patience, did you confront her about the language and say anything about knock it off?
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially what I said was, I may have even said knock it off. I said, this is about the kids. Look, let's settle down. You're a grown-up and so am I. Tell me what you want from this process. Use her name and let's talk about what we're going to get done.
Kind of tried to confront her about it.
She told me she didn't want me to take notes anymore. She said she wouldn't stay if I wrote anything else down.
Okay. So she was obviously aware that
That's kind of weird that in the documentary that I watched, it was Dan's brother that said the kids came to live with us. But Kim on the stand said the boys went to live with our aunt. And then on the documentary I watched, his brother said that the boys came to live with us. So I just assumed they were still together. And then Kim said my aunt. But I just assumed they were still together because of what his brother said. That is kind of weird, Carla. Huh.
You were taking notes. You were doing that in front of her.
Yes, I had a legal-size yellow pad and a pen and in my lap, and I was writing.
Okay. And what happened when she told you she didn't want you to take notes anymore?
I stopped taking notes. I didn't want her to leave.
Okay. So you were still interested in continuing on and trying to do something?
Yes, I told you I'm stubborn.
Okay. What did you talk to her at all about, other people go through divorces, other people go through these kinds of things?
Your Honor, objection, leading.
Sustained.
Well, did you talk to her about anything else about other people dealing with these kinds of problems?
Yes, I was trying to calm her, and I said, time. Divorce is a very painful thing. Very rarely close to them. Work.
This is all irrelevant.
This is what she...
Go ahead.
Sometimes it's even a relative, and it hurts. It hurts a lot. But, you're lucky. You have children that are healthy, who love you. And let's get on with it. Let's figure out what we're going to do here.
This was in 1987, correct? March of 1987 that you had these meetings?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had been separated from Mr. Broderick since February of 1985?
No, neither lawyer had sent me any pleadings. I sort of started where I started.
Okay. That about, essentially let's look at the positive. What was her response?
Her response appeared to be that she didn't want the kids back unless she could have everything back, unless she could continue to be Mrs. Daniel Broderick and have the family that she had before. The husband and the children in the house. She was just angry.
How did this particular meeting end, the second one? If you
badly. I mean, I didn't accomplish anything.
Okay. What was your intent at that point? Was your intent to go on or stop or what?
I thought that she would calm down. I thought that maybe this was venting that she needed to do. I decided to try to keep on with it.
Did you have another meeting with Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, a week later.
Before having that meeting, did you also have a meeting with Dan Broderick?
Yes.
And that was for purposes of this mediation?
Yes.
You had never met him before?
I don't recall ever having heard his name before.
Can you tell us about your meeting with Dan Broderick? What was his attitude about mediating the custody dispute?
I don't really know that meeting. And I can't exactly tell you why I don't have any notes, except at that point I think, that if I wasn't going to take notes with Mrs. Broderick, I also wouldn't take notes with Mr. Broderick. So I can't tell you anything specific that he said.
Okay. Do you recall anything about his attitude?
Your Honor, objection.
Order if you calls in.
Cooperative, pleasant, mild-mannered.
Did it appear as though he was interested in attempting to resolve this dispute?
Your Honor, I have an objection. Your Honor, it's irrelevant.
I disagree.
Overruled, it's relevant. Sustained. Overruled, unanimously.
Not be heard at sidebar, Your Honor. There was at least some ruling last time about what we could get into and what we can't, what releases there's been.
Well, that's it. Just did he or didn't?
Yes, sir, he did.
Go on to something else, I suppose.
Was he in any way throwing up roadblocks to you attempting to mediate this dispute?
Your Honor, I have an
Sustained. Go on to something else.
You indicated that you did have a third meeting with Mrs. Broderick, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on March 19th?
Yes.
And did you take any notes?
I tried, but
Okay. Do you recall essentially what occurred at that meeting?
yes. She told me she'd always been a good mother, always been there, and had taken the children every place and done all the things that a mother who is not employed does with and for her children. And I believed her.
Okay. Did she indicate whether or not she wanted custody of the kids, or what happened, what ultimately happened in this meeting?
No, she didn't indicate that she wanted custody of the kids. The more she talked about it, and it started off fairly calmly, she got angrier and angrier and went over the things that she had said before. She felt, I think, that she had lost, and I tried to tell her that, see, I thought I was making progress. I tried to tell her that we could work things out, that I thought that she could have the children back, and at this point I'd already talked to Mr. Broderick, and we needed to work out visitation.
Okay.
And what did she have in mind, if she got them back, that he could have her visitation?
And do you recall what her response was?
She didn't want him to have visitation. And she got very angry then.
Now, you're looking at some notes. You indicated you didn't take any notes at the time. Did you jot down some notes after your meeting?
Yes. After the meeting was over, I wrote down some notes because at this point, I was apprehensive isn't the right word, but I thought that I had better keep a record of the session. So I wrote some notes afterward.
Now, you indicated before.
Very similar to the anger that she had before.
Okay. Can you describe the degree of her anger, if you can? Can you qualify it?
Inordinate.
Okay.
She was very, 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 very angry.
Did you attempt to do anything when she was angry to get her off on another subject, just to see how that worked?
Yes, I wanted to see if I could. She was wearing a gorgeous Diane Freeze dress. I recognize it. And I told her how pretty the dress was. And she told me that it's a good kind of dress to wear when when you gain too much weight. And since I fall in the same category, I was interested. And we talked about the dress a little bit. And she told me how much it cost. And she was charming.
Okay.
And
was there any significance of that to you that at the height of her anger that you could change the subject and she would talk charmingly?
yes, I, at this point, wanted to try to assess her psychological condition. And I wanted to see if the topic were something other than her divorce, if she could be rational. And she was rational and charming and very pleasant.
And what did that indicate to you, just about her feelings about the divorce?
That when she talked about her divorce,
Your Honor, I have an objection to this conclusion unless this is going to be an expert witness. I guess treated as such.
Sustained.
Was there anything about Elisabeth Broderick that suggested to you that she was irrational or psychotic or out of control, or was she just angry?
Your Honor, again, I object
Sustained unless you're going to qualify her as an expert as well. She testified she didn't see her for therapy, only extraordinary, or excuse me, for custody counseling.
Well, how would you just describe her demeanor then?
Most of the time, she was enraged. She was furious. She was yelling.
Did you get any feeling for whether or not Elisabeth Broderick was an intelligent woman?
Yes. She's a very intelligent woman.
Any problems with her cognitively understanding what you were talking about, for example?
No, she is very intelligent, very receptive.
You've indicated that you have obviously talked to a lot of people going through divorces. How was Elisabeth Broderick's demeanor compared to all of these other people?
No, this is irrelevant unless this is back to the witness.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on that. I think she can compare it to other people.
All other people in the same situation with child custody?
Yeah.
Lay a better foundation there.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I thought I was asking. In comparison to all of the people that you've dealt with mediating child custody disputes, and obviously seeing different variations of anger, where would you put Elisabeth Broderick?
She may be the angriest person I ever saw. She's one of the top.
Mr. Broderick, was that something that you do as a matter? I mean, is that something that happens often?
No.
How many times in the course of your career have you made Tarasoff warnings?
In the last more than 15 years, I've made 3 to judges where people didn't like the ruling and threatened to harm the judge, and to one other person that I can remember now other than Mr. Broderick.
What happened at the end of this third meeting? I believe you indicated that you started talking about press. What happened right after that?
She got angry again, and I tried to turn her again, and I was able to do it. And she started to talk about the children, and then she got up abruptly, and she said, "I'm not coming back here." And I said, "What?" I thought I was making progress. I said, "What?" And she said, "I'm not coming back here. You're too good. You make me forget I'm angry at the little fucker and his cunt. I don't want those kids as a single..."
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm not coming back here. You are too good.
You make me forget I'm angry at the little fucker and his cunt. I don't want those kids as a single mother. I won't let you talk me into it.
And then what happened?
She got up
And left?
pleasantly. She wasn't angry then.
She was just...
Yes, she was. As I remember it, being pleasant.
Did you also, well, I take it that there was never any, well, excuse me, let me back up. Were there any other meetings with Elisabeth Broderick after this third meeting? For purposes of mediation?
No.
Okay. Did the mediation ever go through? Were you ever able to work out anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you never ended up filing any sort of report or recommendation with the court?
No.
Did you start as a therapist, providing therapy for Danny Broderick?
Yes.
And this was about the same period of time?
Yes.
Okay. And was that at Mr. Broderick's request? Were you aware, I'm sorry, let me back up. Were you aware that Danny was living with Mr. Broderick at the time?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Broderick contact you for purposes of giving therapy to Danny?
I don't remember if it was Mr. Broderick specifically or Mr. Barry. It could have been one and it could have been the other.
Okay. And for how long did you provide therapy for Danny?
Approximately 6 months.
And during the time that you were providing therapy for Danny, did you have contact with Dan Broderick, Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. Was he, can you indicate for us, was he concerned about his children?
Your Honor, you can't ask that question unless I am allowed to cross-examine by seeing all the notes, which I've been denied.
Sustained.
Well, then I'd like to be heard at sidebar. I don't believe there's any privilege with respect to Mr. Broderick.
Do you want the notes of her interviews with Mr. Broderick turned over?
I don't believe she, well, we can talk at sidebar.
All right, come on up.
Can you just describe for us, please, Dr. Roth, what Dan Broderick's attitude was with respect to Danny and receiving things and getting help?
He appeared to be concerned about his son's welfare. Wanted him to have help, therapy.
Have her with you. Was there one particular incident that you recall on an Easter vacation where it was your recommendation that Elisabeth Broderick not have visitation?
Yes, after a consultation with Dr. Sparta.
Okay. Was this a situation? Did you make that recommendation? Did you tell Mr. Broderick that you did not think the visitation should go through?
Yes.
Without telling us the specifics, can you just tell us what you were relying on?
I don't think so. Your Honor,
Let me, were you relying on information from Danny? I don't want any the specifics. Was it information from Dan? Was it information from somebody else? Can you answer that question?
You can indicate please statement as well, so I'm a little uncomfortable with you claim the privilege then?
yes, sir.
On behalf of Danny.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for the notes so that I can see them. The district attorney knows that
I have no objection, Your Honor, to him having the notes. It's Dr. Roth.
Dr. Roth, do you have any notes on the Easter vacation incident?
No, sir, I don't.
Go ahead.
What's the name of the three judges she gave warrants?
Objection, I think that's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Judge Kutzner, before she was Judge Sumwalt then, but now she's Judge Kutzner. Judge Pate. I have to think for a minute, Mr. Early, he's dead. The judge that was a friend of J. Edgar Hoover, and I can't remember his name.
I can probably help if that's permissible.
I didn't know J. Edgar.
I can't remember his, he had a,
Was it Judge Euchre?
no.
I can't. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, he had a life-size picture of J. Edgar Hoover in his office. I can't remember his name.
You just give me a copy. Fine.
Department 2 then in domestic. That's going to make me crazy, Mr. Early.
That's fine. And you gave one other warning to one other individual, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what were the names of do you remember the names of the parties with Judge Kunstler?
You mean the name of the person?
Yes.
No.
No, sustained.
you had any background, even though you didn't get any Broderick case, background whatsoever about that? Did you know so you knew nothing about them at all, their history whatsoever?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. You knew Judge Ashworth at that time, didn't you?
He was an attorney, yes. I mean, before he was a judge, yes, sir.
Okay, but you knew at that time you were dealing with Mr. Gerald Berry, isn't that correct?
I was dealing with Mr. Berry, yes, sir.
And you knew that Mr. Berry was Mr. Ashworth's partner?
Yes.
And you knew Mr. Ashworth was now the head of the family law court in San Diego?
I don't think he was the head then.
Okay. You know when he became head?
Objection, remote.
Sustain.
You knew Mr. Berry fairly well, did you not?
Not really. I know him.
Well, you know him as well.
There are many attorneys I know much better than Mr. Berry.
And the third session with Mrs. Broderick, did you grant her wishes and not take notes, or did you start out by trying to take notes?
I started out by trying to take notes.
Now, for some reason, Mr. Broderick, you thought that there should not take any notes at all. Is that correct? Because you hadn't taken any from Mrs. Broderick? Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. It had nothing to do with the fact that he was a prominent attorney that you decided that not to take notes of what he's saying. It's just you wanted to be fair to Mrs. Broderick.
Quite frankly,
You indicate you take notes at every session.
yes. That's right.
But for some reason, you broke the habit with Mr. Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you ever broke it with anyone else?
No.
Have you ever said to anyone else, sir, do you want notes? Or do you just take them?
I never ask anybody. I just do it.
Mrs. Broderick, the first section, the second session till she stopped, and you did it the third session. Isn't that right?
It wasn't every chance I got. I do it routinely.
No, you do it routinely, or is it Mr. Broderick was different than every other person, wasn't he?
They were both different from every other person.
Mr. Broderick is the only person you're telling me in your career where you didn't even try to take a note. Isn't that right?
I suppose so.
And Mr. Broderick, after those sessions, you remained on Mr. Broderick's payroll. He paid,
True.
and you got into a fee dispute with Mrs. Broderick and sued her for money, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, that was a suit that you had that you lost, isn't that right?
That's right.
Okay, and when Mrs. Broderick came in, at that time, you had received a letter indicating that Mr. Broderick, or at least there was some argument whether Mr. Broderick was going to pay for this or whether Mrs. Broderick was going to pay for half. Isn't that correct?
No, the letter came later.
Well, at some point in time, you got a letter indicating that that was understanding that Mr. Broderick, did you get one from Tricia Smith about Mr. Broderick paying for all of the therapy?
No.
Okay. Now, when Mrs. Broderick came in, you indicated that right away she went into the subject explaining how she felt about Mr. Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she talked about being a single mother and about her feelings about Mr. Dan Broderick. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when she explained these feelings, did she tell you when she was explaining how she felt, why she didn't want to have the children at that point? Did she explain that she didn't trust?
She said
she uses money as a weapon.
I don't know that she put it that way, but she may have.
And did she also tell you that she felt that as soon as Mr. Broderick had the children, that there would be problems in paying for their education, for their child support? Did
No.
she talk to you about that at all?
No, she didn't.
Okay. No mention at all about the fact fact that she wanted to settle the matter first, make sure that she had an independent life. Did he tell you at all that Mr. Broderick had, that she was concerned because Mr. Broderick owned all the assets and she didn't have any?
Objection, I missed this, yeah.
I'm asking if she mentioned that.
Overall, you can answer that.
Did she mention that at all?
Say it again, please, Mr. Early.
Did she mention at all that Mr. Broderick had the assets and that he wouldn't settle the divorce case and that she thought he was dragging his feet?
No, she said she wasn't getting any support.
Was there any question at all about, were there complaints at all about lack of discovery from Mr. Broderick and he was dragging her feet? Was that brought up at all?
No.
The, Mr. Broderick, you indicated that you called Mr. Berry in regards to Mr. Broderick after you warned Mr. Broderick. Was that because Mr. Broderick didn't show any concern?
No, it's because the police department hung up on me.
Well, you then said you called Mr. Broderick.
No, first I called Mr. Broderick.
Okay, and did Mr. Broderick say that's what she always says?
Yep.
The police?
Yes, sir.
And then you called Mr. Berry?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write a letter about having trouble getting a hold of Mr. Broderick, needing another phone number?
A lot later, yes.
Okay. So there was at some point in time where you weren't able to get through to a private number where you could get a hold of Mr. Broderick, is that right? Or your calls weren't getting returned?
Which, do you want me to answer one or both?
Well, one or both, whatever.
I'm going to.
I mean,
Okay. Was there a time where you had some problems getting some calls returned?
there was a time, yes.
And was there a time where you didn't have a number where you could reach Mr. Broderick?
The answer would have to be yes.
And was there a time where there was enough that you wrote a letter asking for at least asking for help in that, to make sure that there was some place where you would be able to have some communication, where it was guaranteed communication?
I can't answer that yes or no, Mr. Erling. I wrote a letter, but not for that reason.
Did the letter contain some facts about problems getting a hold of Mr. Broderick?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that there was something about, do you remember what day of the week was that? Was that a Friday?
I don't remember, Mr. Erling.
Do you remember anything, whether it was the...
I'm going to have to tell you that I don't remember. It was 4.5 years ago.
You talked to Dr. Tan. Danny had been treated with Dr. Sparta before he came to you.
Yes.
Talk to her at all about the sale of her home, or about being in a hospital?
Excuse me?
You talk to her at all about the sale of her home or being...
Something to me about the sale of a home, but I didn't know she was in the hospital.
Now, you described her conversation about her being when she was raising the children, about she felt that she had worked hard, belonged to PTA organizations.
Yes, sir.
And she also raised concerns about the boys being beat up by their father. Hit
She
by
mentioned
the
that.
father.
I'm sorry?
Hit by the father.
I think she said, I don't think she said hit. She didn't say hit.
Kicked or beat.
Yes, she said that.
You didn't do any psychological testing on Elisabeth Broderick?
Oh, no.
And did you receive any psychological tests?
No.
Is that something you normally do, normally don't do, sometimes you do?
Sometimes I do.
And did you receive any on Mr. Broderick?
None.
And did you do any on Mr. Broderick?
No.
Do you do psychological testing yourself?
I do MMPIs. Anything further, full batteries I send out.
Okay. Now, when you told Mrs. Broderick about the process, you let her know that everything she told you was going to be passed along to Mr. Broderick, didn't you? You told her that this was an open, whatever you say here, both sides get to know.
No. I mean, I didn't say that, no.
Well, you tell them that whatever she tells you, you report back to the prospective attorneys, don't you?
No. If there is an agreement, all the attorneys get is the agreement. If there is no agreement, then I write a full report, just as would happen in a full psychological evaluation, a custody evaluation. Everything else is kept. If they'd reached an agreement, no one would have known anything, except the terms of the agreement.
Well, except if there's no agreements, don't you report back the, you tell her the conversation she's having with you are not confidential? Don't you tell her that? Came in, Elisabeth Broderick came in and you were talking to her. Did you let her know that the conversation is not confidential?
I don't say those words. I said the first part of what you, I say that I'm not on either side, that my job is to be an advocate for the children. I doubt that I specifically said this is not confidential because the attorneys tell people that. That's part of the process. Most attorneys prep their clients very thoroughly for coming in to see me.
Well, last time you testified, when I asked you the conversation is not confidential, you answered yes, didn't you? You told her that? It's one of the things you told her?
I don't recall saying that it was or wasn't confidential.
Yeah. 15 through 20, if you could read that to yourself.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Was that one of the things that were asked, that you told her that it was not confidential?
She didn't ask me. What I said was a report would be made to the attorneys. It was the word confidential that threw me.
Oh, okay. So you let her know in basic terms that what is being said, what goes on there, that's gonna go to the attorneys.
If they reach an agreement, the terms of the agreement go to the attorneys. If there is no agreement, then a full report is made.
Okay.
It was the word confidential that.
Okay. So at that point, if there's no agreement, there's a full report made?
Yes.
And did you make a full report?
No.
And it was your feeling that she was not somebody who needed therapy?
Objection, I would should have testified to that.
Sustained.
Well, do you remember when you're going through this session with her, thinking to yourself, this woman needs therapy?
I remember thinking that, yes.
remember, remember last year, you remember last year saying that you don't remember ever thinking that?
No, I don't remember saying it. If I said that, I must have been in a very benign frame of mind. I mean, I don't remember having said that she doesn't need therapy.
Remember saying you don't remember thinking that when I...
The process?
Page 703, lines 7 through 11. Read 7.
I read it.
Do you feel that that's not an accurate reflection of what you were feeling?
That which isn't an accurate reflection.
Well,
That I think so or that I don't think so.
What is it? Do you remember thinking that she needed therapy?
I don't know if I thought it then or if I'm thinking it now. See, I can't unscramble it in my head from what I thought 4.5 years ago to what I'm thinking now. So I don't know how to answer the question.
Okay. And I take it that when you're trying to think about things now, you're also thinking about all the things you've learned about this case since then.
Actually, I'm not. I'm remembering what happened back then. And trying to get through this process.
You remember her asking some conversation about splitting the kids because she felt that there was some problems emotionally?
I don't.
Remember her having a conversation?
Hey Ken, happy Friday. I don't know what just happened to StreamYard. I wasn't doing nothing. I know. I cannot believe that she cried like a baby. She had to know that was coming. Absolutely had to know that was coming. I don't understand why they got rid of the lesser includeds. I don't think it would have helped any, but I still don't know why they got rid of them. There were no tears? Okay, Marty, have fun with your new printer. I'm going to have to go back and look. It was a little delayed, too. It was like somebody in the courtroom let out a scream or a gasp or something, and then she reacted. Like, she didn't react right at the minute that it was said. It was, like, delayed. A little bit. Not, like, a lot, but a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. And the fact, just that they stayed late, I knew it was going to come back guilty. Because if they weren't sure and they had to really go over a bunch of evidence, they would have said, okay, it's late, let's go home and come back tomorrow. But the fact that they stayed so late, I knew it was going to come back guilty last night. Because otherwise they would have just said, well, let's go home and sleep on it, you know. Yeah. I wasn't surprised at all. But yeah, but her reaction was just like, and also her thing about not testifying. Well, Judge, I don't know what to do. This is my life. I'm going to be in prison for the rest of my life. I just don't know what to do. That was all. Oh, poor pity me. I'm a poor old lady. That was BS too. I was like, what did she think that was going to get her? Nothing. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, I didn't see that either. Jeez. Their defense sucked. Not one witness moved the needle for me. Not one. It was awful. But how could you defend that? There was no way to defend that. Absolutely none. Their case, I mean, I guess they did the best with what they had to work with, but how do you defend that? There is no defense. And then Jackie, in her closing, like, she had a giant brain fart in the middle of it or something. She's like, they weren't talking in code. They were giving each other hints. And I was like, what's the difference? I'm like, did she really just say that? And then she's like, can I have a minute, Your Honor? And I'm like, oh, Jackie just had a giant brain fart. What? She just lost her damn mind. What is going on? And then I thought the other attorney was going to take over. I'm like, what are they doing? That's not allowed. That's not a thing. Because he was up walking around like he was going to get up and take over when they came back from the break. First off, you're not supposed to break in the middle of your closing. I know. I thought she just like broke down and was going to admit everything there for a minute. She was unhinged in that closing. That was the strangest closing argument I've ever seen. That was just insane yesterday. Okay, back to Betty.
Is that something she could have asked? Or is that something you would not, that would be something you would...
Objection calls for speculation. She's answering the question.
I'd like to show or something. At least for the foundation.
Sure.
Say because you don't remember it?
That's exactly it. I can't tell you that she didn't say it or that...
Did she talk to you about Dr. Nelson?
She may have mentioned Dr. Nelson's name. I quite frankly don't recall.
I could show you page 704, lines 19 and 20.
She may have, as I said, she may have mentioned it.
Well, last year you said she mentioned his name briefly, didn't you? You didn't say she may have. You said she mentioned his name briefly.
Okay.
Well, Ms. Burley, you can't teach on a relevant matter like that. Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I'm trying to test her recollection, as to that conversation. It's 4.5 years later. I think I have a right to do that.
You have the right to do it. Whether she may have mentioned Dr. Nelson's name briefly or not, it's really irrelevant to these proceedings. Go on to something else.
Dr. Nelson is a child psychiatrist, isn't he?
Yes, very well known.
And she discussed with you fears about the process and about the outcome being ordained?
Yes,
This case was also unusual in that there was no fee agreement, isn't that correct?
with whom? With me?
Yeah, no fee agreement in this case, was there? Agreed upon beforehand.
You're right, there wasn't.
And that's very unusual for you, isn't it?
Practically unheard of.
And that was because of Mrs. Broderick?
No, I don't know why it was. I always establish that, I try to establish that kind of, well, no, not try. I always establish that kind of thing ahead of time. I don't know why there wasn't.
And when, after the fee disagreement with, in regards to Mrs. Broderick, someone did pay your fees, didn't they?
Yes and no. Well,
Did
Tricia.
they get paid from another source?
No.
I have no further questions.
How long are you going to be on redirect?
Not very long.
Go ahead.
Council's suggesting, Dr. Roth, that you're perjuring yourself here because you were on Dan Broderick's payroll. Is that true?
Your Honor, that is argumentative, and I would like to court it.
Sustained.
Well, he asked you about being on Dan Broderick's payroll, right? Are you on Dan Broderick's payroll, and is that why you're testifying the way you are?
No.
You feel some need to come in here and perjure yourself on behalf of Dan Broderick?
I don't feel a need to come in here at all. No.
Is your testimony biased in some way because you have some obligation to Dan Broderick or the powers that be?
As well as I didn't even know Dan Broderick. No, the answer is no, I'm sorry.
You indicated that you took notes as the conversations were occurring with Elisabeth Broderick, correct?
Well, part of the time.
Right. And those were part of your file, and that file with respect to that mediation has been turned over for discovery, correct?
To both of you, yes.
Nothing being hidden there against anybody, correct?
No, absolutely not.
And do you recall at this point why it was that you didn't take notes when you talked to Dan Broderick?
I'm trying to remember since it first came up today, and I honestly can't remember. It had nothing to do with Dan Broderick. I just can't remember. I think I was beginning to think the whole thing was hopeless and that it wasn't going to go anyplace. But I don't know.
You indicated that by the time you talked to Dan, you'd already had 2 meetings with Elisabeth Broderick that were fairly unsuccessful, correct?
Yes.
Or was there some suggestion? Did somebody call you up and say, hey, you're going to talk to Dan Broderick, so you better not take notes?
No, of course not.
If Mrs. Broderick said something to you about not trusting Dan Broderick, do you have any idea why she wouldn't want to take the kids then?
Take the kids.
If she was truly believing that Dan Broderick was beating and kicking her kids, do you have any idea why she wouldn't want to take them then?
Your Honor, I object.
Overrule, this proper redirect. You brought that up. Go ahead.
Well, I understand I brought it up, Your Honor, but redirect still means that you don't ask any questions.
Well, she has to focus in the area. Go ahead. That's a proper question. Go ahead. You can answer that.
No, I have no idea. I had no idea why she wouldn't take, I'm trying to keep it the same tense. No, I had no idea why she wouldn't take the kids.
That sounds a little inconsistent, doesn't it? For her to say, you're not going to talk me into taking these kids, when she's claiming that Dan Broderick is beating them up.
Your Honor, objection. It's testifying, and then there's a yes and no answer. That's legal.
Sustained. That's argumentative.
Is there any indication whatsoever from Danny Broderick that Dan Broderick beat him?
Your Honor.
Is this a privilege area?
I think so, Your Honor.
All right. Do you find the privilege?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
On behalf of Danny, you're claiming the privilege?
Yes, on behalf of Danny, I'm claiming the privilege.
But actually, you're sort of privileged.
I'm sorry, right.
That's okay, for the record, Claire. Go ahead.
You indicated that you wrote a letter to Dan Broderick. Counsel asked you about writing a letter to him regarding having some concerns getting in touch with him.
I wanted, yes,
I don't know what he's talking about, so I'm asking you, what was that letter about?
I wanted to give him a tear-us-off warning. And I wasn't in San Diego. Your Honor, I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to answer or not to answer.
No, you can answer that, go ahead.
So, okay.
It was brought up, go ahead.
I wanted to give him a tear-us-off warning, and I wasn't in San Diego. I'd been contacted out of town, and I was using payphones. And I wrote the letter to practice that I had contacted him, and that's why I wrote the.
Okay. Was there, you indicated that there was some problem with getting in touch with Dan Broderick? For calling on the payphones that
Yes.
you're talking about? When you were involved with treating Danny, did you have any problems getting in touch with Dan Broderick or him getting in touch with you and dealing with whatever needed to be dealt with?
No, this was the only time. And the letter was written to cover my back, sort of.
You indicated that when you told Mr. Broderick about the threats that the defendant were making, that he indicated to you that he was aware that she had been making threats. Is that correct?
Yes, he was very non-committal. It's like, oh, okay.
Okay. He'd heard them before?
That's exactly what he said.
And Elisabeth Broderick, in fact, had told you she'd been threatening him for quite some time, right? She said, I threaten the you-know-what all the time.
Yes. I didn't.
And when she indicated to you that she wasn't getting any support, were you aware of the time that she had a court-ordered support since December of '86 for $16,000 a month? Did she tell you anything about that?
No, she didn't.
Did she tell you anything about the money that she was actually receiving?
No. I don't get into money. I only do, I'm not interested in their money.
I have no further questions.
Recross? Witness be excused.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
It's been a pleasure.
I don't like using foul language, but when you're quoting somebody else and it's in a court case, it's okay to do it because you need the court to know what was said. Using this language and then quote it, especially if you're the prosecutor, because saying you know what sounds like you're a little kid trying not to get in trouble from your parents for saying a bad word. It doesn't come off as professional. You know, and before you say it, you can say, I'm quoting her, or, you know,
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Bradley T. Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Afternoon. No, I never did.
Did you continue to have a relationship with her up until November the 5th, 1989?
Yes.
And during the course of your relationship with her, did you often take trips together, for example?
Yes, we did.
Can you describe some of those trips that you took? Go, for example.
We went to New York, San Francisco, Hawaii, Acapulco.
Did you go to New Orleans together once?
Yes, we did.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of November the 5th, on that Saturday, the day before. Did you have any contact with Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
How did you have contact?
She had called me at work and had invited me to come over to have dinner with she and the two boys.
Do you recall about what time it was on Saturday that she called?
I believe it was in the morning sometime.
And she invited you to come to dinner that night, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Did you agree to do that?
Yes, I did.
Was that unusual or common?
No, that was very common.
Do you recall about what time it was that you went over to her house that night?
It was late in the afternoon, maybe 5 or 6.
And when you got there, was there anybody else at the house?
Just she and the two boys.
You're referring to Danny and Rhett.
Correct.
Were you aware Danny had over her house?
Since Friday.
What happened after you got over to her house that evening or afternoon?
Nothing unusual. Just cooked dinner and just sat around and watched TV.
Who was it that cooked dinner?
Betty did.
She cooked dinner for you and the boys and herself.
Yes.
And did you, all four of you, sit down and
Wiggles, this is her boyfriend.
Yes, we did.
did nothing unusual? Was there anything about Elisabeth Broderick that day?
No,
She didn't appear to be unusually or upset about anything?
no, not to me.
After, strike that. Was she complaining about anything in particular to you?
No, if she had anything she wanted to complain or talk about, she wouldn't, complain usually to me, like in the presence of the boys.
So you're indicating that she didn't complain, didn't make any complaints about anything that had been occurring, anything she was particularly upset about?
No.
What was it that you did after?
Oh, we just watched some TV.
Okay. And that was the group of you with the boys as well?
Yes.
All four of you? And approximately what time did Elisabeth Broderick go to bed?
As I recall, it was around 9 or 10.
Is that a normal time for going to bed, as far as you knew, for Elisabeth Broderick?
It could be sometimes.
There wasn't anything unusual about that?
No.
And when she went to bed that night, do you know who it was that she slept with? Did she sleep with someone else?
Yes, she and Rhett slept in her bedroom.
And where did you sleep that night?
I was in the front of the house in one of the other bedrooms.
Okay. And then Danny slept in his own bedroom?
Yes.
The next morning, do you recall being awakened by anything?
Her truck starting up and leaving.
When you refer to a truck, you're referring to her suburban
Yes.
truck?
Or what I believe, to be, it sounded like her vehicle starting up, and I just rolled over and went back to sleep.
And how is it that you would have heard that?
I was in the front bedroom of the house, and the driveway was nearby.
Okay. And then what happened? What did you hear?
Well, I assumed it pulled away. I heard it start up and just kind of rolled over and went back to sleep.
About what time was it when you heard the car leave?
That would be hard to judge. I don't necessarily remember it being light outside.
You don't necessarily, was it still dark when you heard the car?
Gosh, I don't know. It was early in the morning. I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention. I didn't like roll over and look at the clock and make a note of the time or anything.
Your Honor, if I could approach the witness, I'd like to just show him a police investigative report dated November the 5th, 1989.
Certainly.
If I was staying at somebody's house and they left in the middle of the night, I would get up and go check on the kids. I don't know why, I just would.
I had told the investigator before daylight, so.
So is that your recollection
Yeah,
now
that-
when she left? It was before daylight.
Yeah, this is 2 years ago.
I understand, but I'm just asking you, does that sound
Yes,
fair? It was
that
before
sounds
daylight,
fair.
before the sun came up. Now, at the time, I didn't necessarily know that it was Elisabeth Broderick that was leaving, or did you?
No, I would have no reason to believe it was necessarily her, although she did get up early in the morning sometimes and take walks with a friend of hers.
Did she do that in the dark?
She did get up early
suburban
sometimes to
start.
do this. By the time they met or something, could have been light.
When you indicated that that you simply turned over and went back to sleep.
All right.
Was there something occurred then later that morning again?
Yes, Danny came in and notified me that there was a phone call, that, I had someone on the phone, I had to speak to them.
Did you take the phone call?
Yes, I did.
And who was on the phone?
Diane Black called, and,
Who was Diane Black? Did you know who she was?
yes, she was a friend of Betty's.
Okay, and what did Diane?
And she had said something about, remember I was asleep, Danny came in and woke me up, and she kind of said something about that he had been over it, and there were some shots that had been fired, and she wasn't really sure what had happened, but Betty had been at Dan's house, and that there had been some shots fired.
If I could have you take a look again, just to refresh your recollection of the same report, page 2, at the first paragraph there, that particular sentence. If you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about what Diane told you.
Okay. When I spoken with the police officer, my recollection at the time of the phone conversation, and Linda in bed at their home.
And this was an interview that you had that very day with the police officer?
Yes,
is that
that's correct.
So is it fair to say that your recollection on that day was fairly clear?
Yes.
So your information at that point anyway is that Diane was telling you that apparently the defendant had told she had been in bed at their home.
Sustained.
What did you do when you received this information from Ms. Black?
My immediate thought was, concern for Dan and Linda had in fact it occurred, and that someone should call the police about checking on the situation.
Do you recall approximately what time it was that you received this phone call?
I have to guess around 7 a.m.
So the sun was definitely up by that time.
Yes.
And so what did you decide to do?
A lot of things went through my mind. I decided to leave the house, and I went down the street to Gail and Brian Forbes, who were friends of Betty and Dan's, and we had told them about the phone call that I had received, and asked if they had the phone number over there, and thought we should try to call over there.
And I take it that at that point you and Brian Forbes decided to go on over to the house and check on their welfare.
Yes, I discussed it with Brian, and we decided that it would be a good idea. We were going to call the police and and Gail did try to call him, and we didn't have the exact address of the home on Cypress Avenue. And it's pretty hard to tell someone to go check on a house. Cypress could be a long street. And Gail was going to try to locate the address, and Brian and I talked about it and decided that we better, in the interest of expediency, I'd better try to go over there and see if we could do something ourselves.
Now, you're the one that drove on the way over there with Brian Forbes,
Yes,
correct?
that's right.
And knew how to get to Dan Broderick.
I had been by his house past with the kids, and Brian had also Dan and Linda's wedding there.
Had you ever driven by the house in a car with Elisabeth Broderick on occasion before?
Not just, there was a specific reason if we went by there, and it was to drop the boys off.
When you arrived at Dan and Linda's house, did you go into the house and ultimately find them?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you also go up into the bedroom following Brian Forbes?
Yes, I did.
And showing you what has been marked as People's 4, you can take a look at this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
Does that accurately depict your recollection of how Dan and Linda were found that morning?
Yes, it does.
Did you touch either Dan or Linda that morning?
No, I did not.
Did you touch anything in the bedroom?
No, I did not.
Did you touch anything in the house essentially other than obviously walking up the stairs?
Just the doorknobs and maybe perhaps the handrail.
By the way, how far away is Elisabeth Broderick's house on Calle de Cielo from the beach?
From the immediate beach,
Fluffy
maybe
hair
a
was
mile.
the style back then.
Is it within walking distance?
Yes, it is.
After the police arrived at at Cypress, I take it that you did give a statement to the police. That's the report that you've looked at. Is that correct?
Yes, an investigator came and took a statement from Brian and I.
And then after that, what did you do? Where did you go?
Then after that, I took Brian home, back to his house.
Where did you go?
And then after that,
Mm-hmm.
immediately after, I stayed at Brian's house for maybe an hour. And on that particular Sunday, I was supposed to go on a race. And I said to Brian and Gail, the boys were there, there was nothing.
Did you go back to the house at Calle de Point?
Not on that day, no. I had no reason to.
So after you left to go down to pick up Brian Forbes, before going over to Cypress, that was the last time that you had been inside the house?
That's correct.
Okay. On that day?
On that day, yes.
And when was, prior to that weekend, when was the last time that you had seen Elisabeth Broderick?
I'd seen her earlier that week. Well, we had gone to Acapulco the weekend prior, and decided we would return on Monday.
Was that when you went the weekend, was it like a three-day weekend trip?
It was like 4 days.
And was there anything unusual about Elisabeth Broderick during that time on your trip to Acapulco?
No, not, it appeared to be unusual to me. We were the group of people.
Okay. It basically, you had a normal time together in Acapulco, is that correct?
That's correct.
And prior to that trip to Acapulco, had you been on a trip to San Francisco with her a couple of weeks before?
There's a football game that San Francisco usually every year, and I believe that we what that year, but
San Francisco around the time of the earthquake?
I think it was after the earthquake, maybe.
I'm just wondering if that refreshes your recollection about being there with
No, not.
You indicated that, excuse me, how often would you see Elisabeth Broderick in the normal course? For example, how often a week would you see?
I see her, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a week.
And was that true for the summer and fall leading up to
Yeah, pretty year
November the
round.
5th? And was there anything particularly unusual about her during that time?
Well, around the 5th, you
During the summer and the fall leading up to November the 5th?
not specific I can remember.
Did you know that Elisabeth Broderick had a gun?
Yes, I did.
How was it that you knew that?
She had told me that she had purchased one.
Do you remember when it was that she told you that?
Oh, it was like in '89, but I couldn't be sure.
Do you remember when it was at all in relation to Dan and Linda being married?
Remember there being any connection or any reason that the two events were related.
How was it that she told you how did that come up?
She mentioned something to me about that she and the boys were going to go and shoot this gun. I would go, and I was busy that day, and I said no, I couldn't go.
So this was sometime after she had bought the gun. She had indicated to you that she was going to go shooting with the gun.
Yes.
And was it your impression, or did you get an impression of where she was going shooting with the gun?
As I recall, there was a target right over there.
Did she indicate to you any reason for having bought the gun?
There was no real reason, to discuss it at all, and I didn't think anything unusual about it.
Do you recall indicating you felt she bought it, or that she indicated that because it was a hobby and she liked to shoot?
I don't say that.
Just ask if you take a look at a report that's identified as an investment report in the attorney's office, 90. If you just take a look at the second paragraph, read that to you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about what she had indicated to you was her reason for buying the gun?
Okay, yes. I told you that felt she did this essentially as a hobby because she liked to shoot for fun.
And that was information that you had received from Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about being a marksman or an expert?
Not that I specifically recall.
Where was it that she kept the gun?
She kept it at the house. I wasn't really sure exactly where.
Really?
I never saw it.
You never actually saw the gun, is that correct?
No, I never actually saw the gun until like the last trial.
Right, okay. Did you ever know her to carry the gun in her purse?
Yes, I know, that she did in her purse.
Prior to November of 1959, did you ever Elizabeth Broderick to carry the gun in her purse?
No, I don't recall that, I knew that.
And I take it you spent a fair amount of time with her. She often would have her purse with her when you spent
Yes.
time with her.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, she never carried the gun in her purse prior to that time.
I don't recall, I don't go through a purse, may or may not have.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Cross-examine.
Mr. Wright, you indicated that you were aware of one time where she had the gun in the car when you went on a trip.
Yes, that's true.
And that was where she forgot it was in her purse and left it in your car?
Yes.
The, during the, when you went over you had a conversation with the police officer that day, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I take it that when you first talked to Diane Black, you were asleep, is that correct? When
Yes,
you first you were asleep and you were woken up.
That's correct.
He talked to her in his sleep.
You didn't write down the conversation you had with Diane Black, is that correct?
No, I did not write it down.
Okay. And there was something that you remember in a conversation about the gun being shot at Dan and Linda's house.
Yes.
Okay. You then went to Dan and Linda's house eventually, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you saw that they were, would appear to you that they were shot and they were in their bed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I knew that shots had been fired. I didn't know until I got there that had actually occurred.
Okay. Now, when you went over to, did you have trouble finding the house? Or
No, we were able to drive to it.
Okay. Did Brian give you directions, or when you were driving, you were able to find your way?
I was able to find my way right to the house.
Now, when you went into the house, did you and Brian go in together?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and then what did you do? Did you go upstairs?
Yes, we went upstairs. When we entered the house, we made noises because we thought they might be up. And we didn't want to scare them early on a Sunday. So we went upstairs to see if they were in bed asleep, and that's when we found them.
Did you at all, did you go down and call an ambulance?
Yes. So I told Brian that I would go call an ambulance, and at that time the police arrived.
Okay, now where were you when the police arrived?
I had gone down the staircase out the front door of the house, and there was a police officer that was walking up on the front lawn. The summer and that fall of 1989, that there was nothing unusual about Elisabeth Broderick. Is that correct, that you can remember? Not, from my point of view, no.
Okay. Now, the relationship you had with Elisabeth Broderick, was one where you pretty much had your separate life, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when she was in a, have you ever seen her in a mood where she appeared to be depressed or crying?
Yes, I've seen her that way.
Okay. Is it something where she talks to you, likes you to be around, likes to be alone?
I know she would not talk to me about, I know she was going through a horrible divorce, and she chose not to share a lot of the details of that.
Now, I take it that there was also some fear or some worry about Elisabeth Broderick of whether she was suicidal that day, November 5th?
Yes, that's been brought up.
Okay. And was it brought up, was that there that morning? Some question of whether
Damn it, StreamYard. Knock it off.
you knew that at least Stan and Linda were dead, is that correct?
Yes, both they were dead.
And you knew that Elisabeth had not turned herself in yet, or at least you didn't know.
I had no idea where she was.
Okay. And so at that point that you went on, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that would be something that she would expect you to do?
She knew I was doing that.
Okay. So you wouldn't think she'd be looking for you?
No, she had no reason to look for me. She knew that I was going to be getting up in the morning and, going to be going, this event's every year, and she knew that I was going to be going on it Sunday, and I did.
Okay. Now, when you say that there's nothing unusual about Elisabeth Broderick, sometimes she would be upset about things that were going on in court, or child custody, is that correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sometimes if she would be going to court, or if she would be getting legal mail, she would be.
True.
Now, are you saying she was just never upset for a period of time, or there was nothing unusual from what was normally going on?
I know that she was trying to get custody of the boys for the school year for that fall.
Okay.
And I'd been very upset that that was a matter that was unresolved when the school year began.
Now, the trip to Acapulco that you took in 1989, that was somewhat unusual for a trip with you and Elisabeth Broderick, wasn't it?
Unusual in what regard?
That was Elisabeth Broderick's, her visitation schedule had gotten switched so that, it had been switched in court so that was the weekend. Only weekend in October, or at least at the end of October, where she was going to see the boys, right?
Sustained, that's when he has knowledge.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of what's supposed to be a weekend where she saw the boys?
Yes.
Okay. And before, when you had trip plans, and it would pop up that it was did you normally have a hard time getting her to go on trips?
She liked to stay home in case the boys were going to come visit, and she never knew if they were coming or not.
Okay, so it was hard to get her to go somewhere?
Yes.
And were there times when you would make some plans for a trip, and then she would get some visitation last minute?
That did happen.
What'd she normally do?
She stayed with the boys.
Okay. Had this trip to Acapulco, was it a long-term trip, one that had been made a long time?
Yes, we had planned in advance, and she did not anticipate having the boys that.
And were you insistent that she at least go through with those plans because of the group of people you were with?
Yes, because she had, promised me that, that she'd be all right.
Was she somewhat upset that she was missing the weekend at that time because the commitment she made to you?
Yeah, she was very upset that, the boys were supposed to come, and she was supposed to, these things got juggled around all the time, and it almost though if someone knew that she was supposed to be somewhere, why, then the boys would be coming.
That's bad on you, dude.
Now, I take it you know the sound of the Suburban?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in the early morning hours when the Suburban started that morning, you didn't think it was standing in red, did you?
No, I'm young and they don't have driver's licenses.
So that you just rolled over and went back to sleep. It wasn't unusual to hear Elisabeth Broderick in the car.
Yes, that's correct. She's done that.
Was Elisabeth Broderick moving her residence during that period of time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And was she, the house that you were in on Kelly de Cielo, was she moving to a condo in Morning Way?
Yes, she was.
Was she in the process of taking things from one place to another?
Yes, she was.
Were you aware of Linda Kolkena breaking into Elisabeth Broderick's home?
Objection, since facts not been
Sustained.
The
No reason to kill her. Betty broke into her home too.
when Elisabeth Broderick first moved into the home in Cali de Cielo, what was the condition of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In around March, April of 1989, had there been any problems with prowlers in Elisabeth Broderick's neighborhood?
Yes, there have been.
Objection, beyond this witness's personal knowledge.
Three questions.
Was there discussions in that household with Mrs. Broderick about problems with prowlers in her neighborhood in April 1989?
Yes.
Had there been a problem with stairs breaking down in her home?
Yes, someone came in the middle of the night and the staircase broke when they were, I think, attempting to possibly break into the house.
Did you know Elisabeth Broderick's other two children, Kim and Lee?
Yes.
Would you be present over the years when Kim would talk to her mother?
Objection, beyond the scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'll just
I'll just recall the witness about it.
All right, fine. Mr. Broderick?
Mr. Wright, Elisabeth Broderick never said anything to you about buying the gun because of these prowlers in April, did she?
She had, in specific regard to the prowlers?
Right. You indicated that she, isn't it true that you indicated she told you she bought the gun because it was a hobby?
Yeah. She also had mentioned to me she had a neighborhood friend who had purchased a gun, and that she, like her friend, was a female who lived at home by herself, and she did spend a lot of time
Everybody lives at
home
home.
alone.
And when was it though that she bought that gun? She had another gun before she bought this gun in 1989, didn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever take a gun of hers out of her condominium after
No,
these homicides?
no, I did not.
It was a year or two before the wedding of Dan and Linda?
A discussion about, I'm not clear about what you're trying to ask.
Well, you indicated that she had talked to a friend about buying a gun, right?
Yes, correct.
Who are you referring to?
Her name is Melanie Fuller.
And were you aware that that discussion was long before April of 1990? She did buy a gun at that time.
She could have. I don't believe she did, but I guess it's possible she could have.
Are you indicating that she didn't share her feelings and emotions with you?
She shared a lot of them. I don't know that she shared all of them with me.
I thought on cross-examination you said something about that she wouldn't share her emotions or what was going on with her, with you.
Sometimes she would, sometimes she wouldn't. I
She-
was referring to the divorce proceedings and a lot of the awful things that were going on in her life that she chose not to share with me.
She chose to share a lot of it with you, though, didn't she?
Some of it. I wouldn't say a lot, but some of it.
And for example, she told you that Dan Broderick sold Coral Reef out from underneath her and never paid her a cent, didn't she?
That particular day, yes.
What do you mean at that particular day? At that particular day that she told you?
No, I know the house was sold and she did not receive the money until much later.
Okay. Isn't it true that your understanding before these homicides in November from Elisabeth Broderick was that he had sold Coral Reef and never paid her any money out of it? That's what she told you, right?
I don't recall her specifically telling me that at this date.
You don't recall telling an investigator that that was your understanding?
We're talking like 2 years ago. I may have said.
Did you know that the very next month?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Real problem with the sharing emotions thing. Yeah, proper.
Good job, Early.
Isn't it true that you told the investigator that Elisabeth Broderick,
Ms. Wells, that's not how you do that. Let him read it.
well, I'm attempting to impeach.
Yeah, you and me both. Dang it, StreamYard, stop! I'm enjoying this testimony, but I'm about to quit because I'm getting aggravated with StreamYard.
Honor, showing the investigative report dated February 26, 1990. Referring to the second to the last paragraph.
Well, the statement I made was that he sold the house without her permission and then refused to pay her share. At the time the sale was complete.
Well, did you understand that the very next month when the sale was completed, she received more than her share, did you? Did she tell you she received $127,000 and he only received $47,000?
Now you can look at the divorce proceedings to see that that's misstates the evidence.
No, the objection is overruled. Just rephrase the question without putting the amounts in. Would you ask your own question?
Did she was received for the sale of that house, that she did receive her money even more than her technical share?
I don't recall, her telling me, whether she did or she didn't, and, nor the amount.
What does it matter if he knew or not? None of his business. Mr. Boyd.
Hasn't Elisabeth Broderick written letters to you from jail indicate thanking you for always being there to listen to her problems, allowing her to share her problems?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had some fear that she was suicidal that morning of November the 5th?
That was what was relayed to me in the telephone conversation. I personally, that was relayed to me. I have relayed this to other people. Saying those are my own feelings necessarily.
Well, that morning, all you knew was that Elisabeth Broderick apparently said she had shot Neil and Linda, and Dan and Linda, and you didn't have any concerns about where Elisabeth Broderick was or what she was up to that morning?
I had no way of knowing. Yes, I was concerned, where she might be or what she might be doing.
Or whether she might be trying to contact you?
Don't talk over each other.
I didn't believe she had any reason to contact me because she knew that I was going to be leaving the house and would be gone all day.
Okay. So do you think that she was intending this before, the day before, to go kill Dan, and she knew that you were going to be gone? So she didn't have any reason to contact you? Is that what you're saying?
Argumentative, sustained.
You previously testified Elisabeth Broderick in possession of a gun, correct?
I never, physically witnessed the gun, no. Until the last trial, I never saw it.
Okay, and so where did this come from about a gun in a car on a trip? Where did you hear that?
Oh, she said something to me about the gun, being, she was going to leave it in the car or something, I never saw it.
When did she say this?
I don't know, sometime we were going somewhere and, she mentioned something to me about it.
When were you going somewhere?
We're going to leave the car at the airport or something, as I recall. And she mentioned something about it.
And when was this, Mr. Wood?
Exactly, I don't know, sometimes.
Approximately.
I honestly can't remember.
What year are you talking about?
I just don't remember when this happened.
Saying to you that she had left a gun in your car.
Much later on.
Much later on?
Well, later on.
After she killed Dan and Linda Broderick?
Yes.
And you were going on a trip and she told you she left the gun in your car, took her purse with her? Is that the scenario?
And a lot of times she would, put it under the seat or leave it in the car. Or, she didn't always take it with her.
Okay, well, so how did the gun get in your car? What was she carrying the gun for?
Well, a lot of times when this was a motor house, she, didn't. She told me that.
Okay, and did she tell you that after the murders of Dan and Linda Broderick also?
I can't remember exactly when it was that, I was told that.
Did she have a license to carry a concealed weapon?
Not to my knowledge.
But your understanding was that she was carrying this gun around in her purse and leaving it in cars?
On that one occasion.
The weekend that you went to Acapulco, were you aware of the fact that never was Elisabeth Broderick's. Never been her weekend.
Overruled. Answer that. Did you know that or didn't you?
My understanding was that that was, you know,
Well, the next weekend she had the boys, right? Didn't they switch every other weekend?
not necessarily, no.
Were you at all considering whether or not that weekend we went to Acapulco was her regularly designated weekend?
I believe that, you know, that was supposed to be her, no, that was a weekend that she was not supposed to have the boys, and that's why we were going.
Okay, so she wasn't supposed to have the boys at Acapulco, so
I'm
what was
sorry,
the problem?
I got, no, that, see, the visiting got switched around all the time. And what happened was that that weekend, she wasn't supposed to have the boys, and then, you know, a week or two ahead, when we were supposed to go, why, then she was supposed to.
Okay, but
It ended up being a conflict.
the weekend that you went to Acapulco, she wasn't supposed to have the boys, right? And that's why you set up for Acapulco?
Right.
And you went to Acapulco?
Right,
And she didn't have the boys, and the next weekend she did, right?
right, she did have, but the visitation was not always, you know, followed to the T.
Okay, but there wasn't any problem with the trip to Acapulco, was there?
Well, as I recall, the boys were then supposed to come, you know, that weekend. We went to, I mean, they were and then they weren't, and this thing went back and forth.
Were you her train into court on September the 22nd, and they stipulated as to what weekends they were going to have?
There was some arrangement. It's, in the past, they were working on these arrangements, and the problem is how they...
Know what was going on in court. Is that correct from your own personal knowledge?
Yes,
And
correct.
you don't know what the attorneys had agreed to or stipulated to, or whether Elisabeth Broderick had agreed to it herself, correct?
No, I did not ever attend any of the court sessions.
And were you aware that if there was a switch of weekends, it was simply a switch? It was a trade-off switch. It wasn't as though a weekend was being taken away from you, correct?
Oh, that could have been.
And there was a set visitation schedule, at least a firm court order as of January of 1989, correct?
I believe that there was. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was adhered to.
Okay. And it wasn't necessarily adhered to the extent that Elisabeth Broderick got a significant visitation. She was technically required to end the order, right? Didn't she have them for a significant period of time in August?
In the summer, yes, she did.
And you indicated, or did you indicate that she wouldn't share her feelings or show her feelings in front of the children?
No, not in front of the children, in front of me.
But you've seen her express her feelings in front of the children?
Yes, I am.
And you've seen her express her feelings about her dad and Linda Broderick?
Yes.
And you've heard her threaten her dad Broderick in front of the boys?
I wouldn't say that I necessarily witnessed that.
You never testified previously that you had heard her threaten to kill Dan and Linda Broderick in front of them?
I believe I made the statement in the past that, you know, I've heard her say that, you know, she was so angry, you know, that I could just kill him.
Bring council's attention to page 5.5 of transcript the last hearing. If you would take a look at that page, lines 5, 7.
And last time I testified that I had heard that.
You were asked the question, have you heard her threaten to kill Dan and Linda in front of her children? And you answered, yes, I have. I have no further questions at this point.
Recross.
The times that Linda, was that every time? Was that occasionally?
Usually when she spoke of them, she was upset about something.
Okay, but when the boys were around, was this all the time that she was talking?
No, when the boys were around and I was present, generally everything, there's no reason for her to continually be upset like the entire time that both myself and they were around.
And do you know whether weekends got switched so that Mr. Broderick could take the boys out of town in October, and at the last minute, whether Mrs. Broderick's weekend was switched at a time that she had already planned out Acapulco?
Yes, switching around like that did occur.
Okay. Do you know whether, do you have knowledge of what occurred on that weekend? Whether there was, when the switch was, if there was one?
My, exact recollection of precisely what happened, I can't exactly remember now. But I said a little earlier, I, believe that,
Objection, Your Honor. Belief is not based on personal knowledge.
Sustained, you answer the question.
And Broderick told you about the gun being in the purse at the time of the trip, isn't that correct?
yes, as I recall.
Okay. And it was sometime, there was some discussion about the gun being in the purse at other times. You're not sure when that discussion was?
Yes, that's correct.
For the director.
No, Your
Witness be excused.
Secretary.
Sir? Fine with me? You call him, or her, whatever.
You will call anyone else.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter nothing to this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Could you please have a seat in the witness stand?
Afternoon, Ms. Wallace. How are you?
I'm fine. Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
My name is Wallace, W-A-L-L-A-C-E.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wallace. Can you point this?
For the LA Times.
I just have some brief questions for you at this point. Did you write on March 28, 1990?
I'd have to see it. I don't recall the date.
Here, may I have, well, maybe I should have marked as people's.
Stipulate that for that date, no.
All right. So stipulate?
That's fine. I'll go
Accept
ahead
stipulation.
and show you the article. Showing, well, I haven't marked it, but do you want me?
I don't see any reason to mark it.
Don't lose your life now.
I'm showing you an article right now that's entitled Betty Broderick Confesses to San Diego Slangs. Is that an article that you recognize?
Yes.
And did you write that?
Yes.
On March 28th, 1998.
Well, that's the date you put on it, but yeah. I'm sure that's correct.
And
Well,
what?
so that's understanding. Counsel stipulated that that's the date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I accept stipulation. Ladies and gentlemen, and the stipulation fact.
After the preliminary hearing in this case, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. Yes.
Were you covering the case essentially at that time?
Yes.
Had you had some time with Elisabeth Broderick and let's write articles about that?
I'd like to speak to my attorney if I could.
Certainly.
It says that I interviewed her, yes.
Okay. You're a reporter and you have some concerns.
No. Yes, I covered it.
And were you aware at the preliminary hearing that Kim Broderick testified as to the loss of her keys?
Yes.
And sometime after that, you indicated you had an interview with Elisabeth Broderick. Did she tell you anything about where she'd gotten those keys?
I'd like to refer to the story if I could. Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that her maid found a key ring with keys on it behind a chair in her house.
And she was referring to the keys that Kim Broderick was talking about, correct?
Well, according to testimony in the preliminary hearing, they were Kim's keys.
Was she referring to the keys that she used?
She was confused, and I don't think that she told me who these were.
And she had just indicated that a man found the keys behind a chair in the house, is that correct?
Right.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
You originally contacted Mrs. Broderick. You wrote her a letter asking her to speak to you.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No redirect.
Witness be excused.
Subject to redirect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves. I will discuss you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice evening.
And ma'am, please state full name for the record and spell your last name.
Helen Picard, P-I-C-K-A-R-D.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Picard. How are you? Can you tell us, do you know the defendant in this case, Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you know her?
I've known her for about 14 years. We had our children in the same school years ago. I've known her socially and in a lot of situations. And
When was it that you first met her approximately?
1997.
And was that while she was living on Corley?
Yes.
Did you get to know Dan Broderick as well?
Yes.
Can you describe when you indicated that you knew her socially? How was it that you knew the Broderick?
We were all kind of in the same age group, and Betty had many Christmas parties and in that aspect.
Okay. And were you married at the time?
Yes, I was.
And would you and your husband often visit at the Broderick house?
Yes.
And vice versa?
Right.
Did you have the opportunity to see the children interacting with their father, for example?
Yes.
And how would you describe what you observed about their interaction with him?
Dan was seemed to be a very protective father. He was very interested in their activities and their academic life. I went to parents' nights with him at Stella Maris when Lee and Kim were there, and my daughter Beth. He was, I remember him on Saturday mornings and the kids playing in the yard while he mowed the yard. I saw nothing out of ordinary. I thought he was, in my estimation, a good father.
Did the children ever appear to be afraid of him?
No, never.
When you socialized with the Brodericks during that period of time, early on, did Elisabeth Broderick ever talk about Dan Broderick in front of you or in front of other people?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how she would talk about Mr. Broderick?
When it came to Dan's professional life, Betty spoke very highly of Dan. When it came to him as a person, she did not speak highly of it. She's embarrassing things, and sometimes there was uncomfortable at dinner parties when she would refer to him, and it just seemed to be Betty. I mean, it just seemed to be that was their standard way in which she talked about him.
When you say she would say things that made other people feel uncomfortable, can you give an example?
She used to have a funny expression where she said he couldn't pass a mirror, which meant he was conceited. She used to call him a derogatory term that was rather offensive. She used to call him a fag. I'd stop this. And she said, oh, it doesn't bother him. And it just continued on, and he just kind of lived with it.
How would you describe Elisabeth Broderick's personality?
Betty is probably one of the most kind of charismatic people I know. She's probably the most intelligent women I know. Her capabilities are, I don't think there's anything that she couldn't accomplish in a career world. She was an excellent hostess. She was a fabulous cook. She had a rapport with people. She was very warm. I think that she had a sense of caring about other people.
Did she appear to have a strong personality, or was she?
Yeah, she was a very strong, dominant person. Yeah, she was much more dominant than Dan. She definitely was in charge.
Did she ever appear to be afraid of Dan?
No, never.
Were you aware of the fact that at some point that they separated, the marriage broke up?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point the Broderick children were living with Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Do you recall, did Elisabeth Broderick ever tell you why it was that the children were over there?
I remember a conversation with her. They'd left Coral Reef because of the split in the cement foundation, and so they were living in a rented. And I think that Dan had left by that time. And her strong statement to me is, if I can't be Mrs. Dan Broderick, then he's the kids. And that seemed to be the...
Did she ever say anything to you that she had to take the kids over there because of the rats?
Rats? Take the kids where?
Over to Dan Broderick's house because of problems with rats.
What house are you referring to as Dan Broderick's house?
Coral Reef
house? No, I mean, we all have rats in La Jolla. If you have ivy around your house, you have rats in La Jolla. It's a real problem of roof rats, and I don't think that rats had anything to do with her having the kids live somewhere else.
Or did she ever express that anyway to you? Did she ever say that?
Never.
Was there a period of time after the Brodericks separated that you went through your own divorce?
Yes, I did.
And was there a period of time there then that you didn't have as much contact with Elisabeth?
Right, about 3 or 4 years I was involved with my own life and building up my business, and my marriage was kind of deteriorating, and I was getting on. I have 3 children also, and so I would hear things, but I was not in any contact with her for a couple of years.
And then was there a period of time when you got back into contact with her?
Mm-hmm. It was about in '88.
Okay. And did you start seeing her then and talking to her on a fairly regular basis?
Yes.
Now, this was at a point where she was obviously already divorced from Dan Broderick. Is that...
She was divorced from Dan, but there wasn't a financial settlement because it was maybe spring or fall of '88, which I don't think could happen until later.
Okay. But they were living separate and apart. And
oh, yes, had been for quite a while, a couple of years.
During that period of time when you started seeing her again, and did you do things with her as well during that time?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. We went to lunch, and I would stop by and see her. I get up early in the morning like she does, and I would drop by on my way back from some of my jobs and have coffee with her.
Did she ever talk to you about the divorce situation?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about her feelings for Dan and Linda?
Yes, continuously.
How would you describe how she felt about Dan and Linda?
Well, she hated them. both of them. I mean, she did not speak highly of them. I mean, there was nothing positive that I could possibly say that she said about them.
Was you've been through a divorce yourself? I take it you've known other people who've been through a divorce.
Yes, many people.
Okay. Was there anything different about the degree of her hate that?
Speculation.
Sustained.
How would you describe the nature or quality of her hate? When you say she hated him, if you had to rank it on a scale of 1 to 10.
No, I'm going to object. It still calls for conclusions.
Overall, that's an opinion a lay witness can draw. Go ahead.
On a scale of what?
Scale of 1 to 10, I'm just using that as an example. How would you?
Oh, she's obviously over 10, 10 plus plus. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind she really hated them.
Did she talk about them just occasionally or often?
Continuously, to anybody.
What do you mean by that, to anybody?
On one occasion, I had a party at the beach club. I had some families in my family, different people, and I just begged her just to keep her mouth shut. I mean, for God's sake, just don't talk about this divorce. Which of these people? Some poor old lady that was home with Betty. We just couldn't seem to get her to let go of the whole thing and get on with it, or just keep it to herself because it was getting very old. I mean, everybody's very sick of it.
Was there? Did you?
I'm getting very sick of my tech not behaving.
She didn't hear you. She heard me once, I think, because I wouldn't let her interrupt me. And I told her that she had to stop. She was losing friends, and she was becoming boring, that no one really cared. And it was time. And she could do anything she wanted to do in life. And it was time to redirect, refocus.
Did you get the feeling that she ever would redirect or refocus?
I thought she would.
Okay.
I really did.
So you were optimistic about that? Is that
Very
what you're saying?
optimistic.
Okay. Did she ever actually do that?
No.
What kind of language did she use when she would talk about Dan or Linda?
She referred them in vulgar terms.
Was this with you as well as with other people?
Me and my children. I mean, it was just part of Betty by that time.
Did you ever ask her not to do that?
Yes, and stop calling them that and redirect her off subjects or redirect her out of a situation where there were younger kids, or it was just got to be the point where it was so rampant you didn't hear it anymore.
Did you indicated that you talked to her about the fact that she was losing friends, people were getting tired of hearing this. Did she lose you as a friend, or did you continue to be a friend?
No, I don't think she's a friend. I think it was one of the last of them. People were just didn't want to be around her. I remember in '89 asking another friend if they would invite her to the Jewel Ball because I thought that would be fun.
I'm going to object. Officer hearsay.
Well, overruled. This is personal knowledge. She has somebody to invite her. Go ahead, you can answer that.
I asked another friend also if she'd invite her to sit at the Jewel Ball table, and she said no, we couldn't stand it. We couldn't take it.
Your Honor, that's what hearsay is when you bring that what someone else says.
That part is strict. That's what the other person said. The part that she asked somebody else to invite her to the Jewel Ball stands. Go ahead, ask another question.
Did when you talked with Elisabeth Broderick, did she ever take responsibility for the success that Dan had achieved?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe?
She made him what he was, professionally.
And is this is what she related to you?
She always did, for years.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Well, she dressed him. She picked out his clothes. She did. I remember when he changed from Gay Carey to his own firm, she did all the furniture selection and she beautiful things. She had excellent taste. She had a tremendous talent. She had an interior decorating license. She had a real estate license. She was extremely capable woman. I don't know of anybody else that is talented and gifted as Betty Broderick.
Your Honor, if maybe we could direct the witness to answer the question.
She answered the question. If you want to object once that the answer's too long, object at that point.
Your Honor, I would object.
Your Honor, if there's going to be a speaking objection.
No speaking objection. Ask another question. Go ahead.
Did you have the occasion to see Elisabeth Broderick interact with her children?
Yes.
And did you ever observe her saying things about their father and Linda in front of them?
She always referred to...
Objection, Your Honor. Responsive.
Sustained. Did you ever see him? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, would you repeat it? I'm confused.
Okay. I guess I am a little bit too.
What does non-responsive mean?
You started to answer a question that wasn't asked.
Okay.
Did you ever hear Elisabeth Broderick talk about the children's father and Linda in front of them?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe how she would talk about them in front of the children?
Same terms in which she always referred to them, the same vulgar terms.
Okay. And was this in front of Danny and Rhett?
Yes.
Was that something, again, was that occasional, or was it often, or?
All the time. All the time.
Did you ever talk to her about not doing that?
Yes.
Okay. About not talking poorly about
Toning
their
it down.
father? What was her response?
She just kind of shrugged her shoulders. So that's what they are.
Okay, when you say that's what she said, that's what they are, she's referring to the words that she used?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So it was okay to call them that?
Right.
Did you see the reaction of the boys, for example, when she would say things like that?
Yes.
And how would you describe that?
I think they'd been pretty used to it by then. I mean...
So you're talking about in 1988, 1989? Did she ever tell you how she felt about the house on Coral Reef?
Yes.
What was her feeling about the house?
Well, when they moved out of it to the rental house, I know she didn't want to move back. She felt Coral Reef was a track house and that they were doing very well financially, and she wanted to live in something that was more suited to their financial background or their income.
Had they been looking for other houses?
For years.
So did there appear to be an attachment that she had to the house on Coral Reef?
No, I would not say so. No, she was ready to leave Coral Reef.
Did she ever talk to you about the fact that she had been in jail after being arrested or after a contempt hearing?
Yes.
And did she describe what her attitude was about being in jail?
I don't think jail was very traumatic, so I don't remember being concerned about her stays in jail.
How did she describe it?
But she'd just gone to jail. Spent 3 days, 5 days. It just wasn't. It was just like it was not a problem.
It wasn't something that she expressed to you.
Objection asked and answered. Leading.
Sustained.
Was it anything that she expressed to you as being tremendously distressing?
Can you imagine if there had been social media back then? What would her Facebook page look like? Like, it would be so full of like posed pictures of this nice little happy family and all the trips they took and all the stuff they had, and her whole life, like behind the scenes, it was awful. Awful, awful, awful. But on the surface, they were like this perfect little family, right? So, yeah. It all feels so fake, her life, her family, all. Yeah, you're right, Wiggles. And she presented to the community what she wanted them to see. But in reality, it was just a mess. And I think it was her fault. It was a mess. I think that it could have been nice, but I think a lot of it was her fault. That it was such a mess because of just her attitude about everything. There was no love. Like, she never loved him. She married him because he was going to be successful.
Reaction. Sustained.
Do you recall her using any particular words to describe jail?
No. I don't know whether she described it or whether, no, she did describe it. Kind of related it to being summer camp. You know, like 6th grade summer camp sort of thing, you know, away from everybody, away from everything. That's what I had the impression that she did. It was not a problem.
You indicated that you felt that Elisabeth Broderick was very intelligent. Did she appear to have a knowledge of the legal system?
Yes.
And what makes you say that?
Well, just her vocabulary of understanding all the procedures that went along with her divorce and her custody, and she taught me what they all meant. I always had to ask her. So she explained what different words meant. And she was very good. I mean,
was she represented by an attorney named Walter Mond at one point?
Yes.
And were you aware of whether or not she reworked or rewrote any of his briefs?
Oh, yeah, she did. Yeah, and she was good. She was better. She was.
By the time that you started seeing some more of her in 1988, what was the state of the Calle de Cielo house? How would you describe that house that she was living in?
Beautiful. Excellent. I mean, it was gorgeous.
Okay, was it furnished at that time?
Oh, yes. It was fully furnished and had a swimming pool and a rec room that she had just built or had built a while back. And it was beautiful. Excellent. She's beautifully well taken care of.
Now, sometime in January of 1989, did you become aware that the divorce judgment became final?
Yes, the financial part, yeah.
And did she talk to you shortly after the judgment?
Yes.
What was her attitude about that?
She was very unhappy. It wasn't enough.
What was she happy about in particular?
The financial settlement.
Was she angry about it?
Very much so.
Did she tell you how much she got? What her monthly payment was, for example?
In the beginning, she didn't. I think I had asked her and she didn't tell me. But then several months later, she was kind of ranting on about something and she mentioned it.
Okay.
What she was getting.
So at that point, she was getting the $16,000 a month?
Right, correct.
But when you asked her...
After the hearing, she didn't tell me.
Was she, at that point after January of 1989, when the judgment became final, did she appear to be upset about the children or the custody situation?
No, that wasn't an issue.
As far as what she was telling you, it wasn't an issue with her?
No, it was not part of, no, she was not concerned about the children at all at that point.
What can you describe Elisabeth Broderick's general attitude about money?
Yes, it was very important to her. Money was a very strong focus, the focus.
And why do you say that? What makes you say that?
Well, she always talked about how she didn't have any and that all she was getting was $16,000, and it was it was a real, years ago, I mean, it was always what things cost and how much it cost. So Betty was very materialistic. But that was Betty. I mean, she always was.
Okay. Was she complaining that you indicated that she didn't have any money, that she was?
I think her house payment was about $5,000 a month, and and she didn't have much left after that, and yeah, it was an ongoing thing with paying her bills and her charge cards and different things like that.
Did she appear to be spending money at the same time that she was complaining that she didn't have any?
Yes, all the time. That's why you didn't really take it too seriously.
And what do you mean? I mean, what was she spending money on?
Well, she'd spend money on things that made her feel better. Jewelry, very, very nice clothes. She had a lot of nice clothes, and she would buy 2 or 3 outfits at a time, and she just always dressed nicely, and that was real important to her appearance.
Did she have clothes that, for example, would be in the closet for a period of time with the tags on?
Yes, she had a lot of clothes with tags still on, and something she'd ordered through catalogs or Nordstrom's or Neiman Marcus is where I remember I think she went the most.
Did you become aware of the fact that Dan and Linda Broderick were going to be married in April?
Yes.
And did you actually spend their wedding day with Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes, I did.
Why was it that you stayed with her?
Well, previous to that, maybe a month or 2, Betty had gone into Dan and Linda's house and taken the wedding list.
Your Honor, objection. Calls for speculation, hearsay.
Overruled. This is foundational as to why she spent the day with her. Go ahead.
I saw the list. She showed me the list.
Okay, that was my next question. How did you know that she had taken the wedding list?
She showed it to me. She called me up and told me she had done it, but she said she told me a different story than what really happened.
Well, what do you mean by that?
She told me it was on the front steps of Dan's house to be picked up by a calligrapher, and she'd taken it and made a copy of it and put the original back.
And why do you say that she told you a different? Did she tell you a different story later?
Yeah, later.
What did she tell you?
She kind of said something about being in the house, and I said, well, wait a minute, you told me that you made a copy of it, because I did not know this was the original. You told me you made a copy of it, and she just kind of wow. So that was when I knew she lied to me.
Did she actually show you the list?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think you were starting to explain that.
Wait, she couldn't look at the list and tell that it wasn't a copy? Especially back then. You should have been able to tell the difference between an original and a copy.
She had taken the wedding list.
She'd taken the wedding list, and she was calling people who were also friends of mine and telling them that they were going to the wedding, and they hadn't received invitations yet. And there was tremendous
Objection unless this is personal knowledge.
Sustained.
I believe, Your Honor, she's attempting to explain why it was that she spent the day with Elisabeth Broderick.
But does she have personal knowledge that the defendant called guests and saying they hadn't got an invitation yet? That's what he's objecting to.
Okay. How did you repeat that? How did you know?
The lawyer repeated.
How did you know that she had called people and told them?
Because they would call me.
Okay.
Your Honor, objection.
The part that the people called her is not hearsay. The first part is stricken, that part can stand. Go ahead.
The truth of the matter asserted. It's offered to say why she spent the wedding day with Betty. It doesn't even matter if it's true or not. It's offered to explain why she spent the day with Betty. It doesn't have to be true. It could be a total lie. It's only to say why she spent the day with Betty. So it doesn't matter if it's hearsay or not. That's an exception to the hearsay rule.
People called you and told you that they'd gotten calls from Elisabeth Broderick? What?
Your objection, that's asked and answered, it's hearsay, and it's just repeating.
That part is useful as to why
Woman, I just gave you the argument. Listen to me.
she spent the day with Broderick. Go ahead.
Were there any other reasons that you spent the day with Elisabeth Broderick on the wedding day?
Yes.
I would object, we have to reason.
Well, I don't know if there's any other.
She hasn't been able to finish the answer.
I don't finish the answer. Go ahead. Were there any other reasons, Mr. Clark?
Yes, there was.
Go ahead,
Can I
please.
tell you? Friday before the wedding, Betty called me very early in the morning and said she was going to buy a watch. It was a very expensive.
I'm sorry. Said that she was going to buy, like, very early in the morning, said that she was going to buy a watch.
Right.
Thank you.
And it was an expensive designer watch, and she was going to have Dan's wedding date engraved on it. And that concerned me very much
Why did it concern you?
because it was not normal. Who cares?
And so what did you do?
I decided to call her up later and ask her to go to Palm Springs with me.
For on the date of the wedding?
Yes, leave that day, that afternoon, Friday afternoon, and to spend the weekend out of town.
Okay. And what was her response?
No, she did not want to go.
Okay, what did you do next?
So then I said, well, I'll come over. I did not have my children that weekend, and I was going to spend the Saturday and Sunday with her.
Why did you want to spend the day with her?
I thought it would be a very tough day for her. I also didn't want her to do anything that she would regret.
Did you spend the full wedding day with her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you set up any particular system with anybody who was at the wedding?
Right. Yes, I did.
Can you describe that?
I used a beeper through my work, and I had another beeper, and I gave the other beeper to someone else who I knew was going to the wedding. And if Betty, who really is her own person, was going to go there, she was going to go there, and I was going to beep her and say, hey, she's not with me.
Okay. So were you concerned about the fact that she might go over to the wedding and do something?
Oh, very much so.
Okay. Did Elisabeth Broderick ever tell you of any instances where she had gone into Dan and Linda's home?
Yes.
Can you describe those instances that she told you about?
The one that I remember the most is when they were in Greece, and it was in September of '89.
What did she say about going into their house?
That she had been to the house and had gone in it, and she described it to me, and was reflecting on the fact that it was her
Actually, when this case was going on, I had just graduated high school and was deciding if I was going to go into law or nursing.
taste. That the house was decorated in her taste.
Okay. Did she indicate that she had gone through the house, through the rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And was simply commenting on the decorating of the house?
Yes.
Was she, can you describe her demeanor? Was she angry about it, or?
I think she was frustrated by that.
And what makes you say that?
Because it was her taste.
And I'm not sure that I'm following. Why did that frustrate her, that the decoration was in her taste? Did she say?
I think it would have been what she would have decorated that house to be. And the colors and the tartan plaids and the leather and
Okay.
the traditional. And it was her taste.
Okay. This was sometime while Dan and Linda were in Greece in September. Do you know how it was that she got into the house? Did she describe that?
I would just have to assume that she was bringing the boys back because that was when most of the time she did go through the house. I would assume she was going back with the boys.
She didn't tell you specifically.
If she did, I don't recall.
Did she? You also mentioned that she had told you about going into the house and getting the wedding list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was sometime, obviously, a little bit earlier before the
Much
wedding.
earlier.
Did she tell you about taking anything else, taking something from the house when she did that?
Yes.
What was that?
She took a T-shirt.
What kind of T-shirt?
It was a T-shirt that apparently Linda had made up previous to their wedding, and it was something about Cabo. She showed me the T-shirt, something like Cabo Chicks or something, and it was a pre-wedding bachelor party of a bunch of ladies who were going to Cabo San Lucas. They had T-shirts made, and that she took that at the time as she took the wedding.
Okay. And did she describe?
It was inside the house, maybe on the interior of the dining room, on a table, something like that.
Now, sometime a few weeks or so before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, did you have a conversation with Elisabeth Broderick about the fact that they had gone to Notre Dame?
Yes.
Can you describe what she was saying and how she was saying it?
She was very frustrated and upset that the Notre Dame trip had gone on as planned, as it always had for years. She felt her children weren't being looked after well there. There was some problem with Kim and the pecking order of where she was sitting at dinner. Boys left in a hotel room. She had a frustration that Mrs. Dan Broderick was going back to Notre Dame, and it wasn't her.
Did she refer specifically to Linda as being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Okay. And did she say anything about Linda and whether she was doing a good job of being Mrs. Dan Broderick?
She never gave Linda any type of compliment at all. So no, she was not, didn't like the way she dressed. Her. Linda just didn't do anything well in Betty's.
Frustrated, was she angry?
Concerning the Notre Dame trips?
Yes.
Yeah, she was just always angry. So yes, she was angry and frustrated.
Now, how about the day before Dan and Linda Broderick were killed, that Saturday? Did you see Elisabeth Broderick that day?
Yes, I did.
How was it that you saw her?
I had the habit of dropping by to see her early in the morning, and especially on the weekends when she had her children, the boys. And I stopped by at the condo, and I hadn't seen the condo, and she'd been wanting me to come and see the condo. And
But this was there was no like prearranged agreement. You just stopped by to say hi.
No, yeah, and I always did that.
Okay. And about what time was it that you did that?
7 o'clock, 7:30, more towards 8.
Who was with her there at the condo?
Danny and Rhett.
Do you know whether she had spent the night there, or was she just over there bringing stuff over, if you know?
I can't recall. I think that she spent the night at the house and was maybe there at the, picking up Rhett's soccer uniform, or she was trying to get, Rhett had a game, and she was very agitated that day, so it was hard to track where she'd actually been.
And this was the condo on Morning Way that she had bought there in La Jolla.
Mm-hmm.
You indicated that she was very agitated that morning. Was she? Can you describe what she was agitated about?
She had received a letter the day before from, I assume Dan, but it was an attorney, and they were going to put her back in jail.
Okay, this was her description to you?
Right.
That she was telling you that she had received this letter and that was what they were doing?
It was on the counter.
Did she show you the letter and ask you to read it?
She wanted me to read it.
Are you okay? You want to need a drink?
No, I'm fine. She wanted me to read it, but I did not.
Was there any reason for that?
I'd read everything and I knew that she'd probably had a problem with something else again. I just didn't want to read it anymore.
Okay. I think there's some water in there.
Any Kleenex or Kleenex here too?
Other than indicating that she was angry about receiving this letter the day before, Did she say anything, was she angry about her financial situation? Did she say anything about that?
She'd been to the accountant, I assume the day before, and after she sold the house, the other house on income tax, she had $50,000 left, and she was very upset and frustrated and angry about that. And after all this, that's all she would have.
And again, this is what she was describing to you. You didn't have any independent knowledge of whether or not that was true or whether the accountant had actually told her that. Did she say anything about the recent, that morning, did she say anything about the recent trips that Dan and Linda had taken?
That morning? I can't recall. She might have. I just have a problem with remembering.
Was there any time shortly before the murders that she had complained or talked about the trips that Dan and Linda were taking?
I put that further back around Halloween. You know.
Halloween would have been that same week, is that correct?
Would have been that Tuesday before that day.
And what did she say?
She was just real upset that they were taking a lot of trips, and then I guess brought into that Saturday where Kim was in Arizona trying to straighten out her academics at University of Arizona, and she was very frustrated that Dan wasn't going to pay for Kim's tuition, and it was going on and on about all the everything. That particular day talked about an often.
Was she, when you say she was going on and on, that particular day, what was her demeanor when she was discussing all these things?
Extremely upset, extremely angry, livid.
Did she say anything about Linda?
Yes, she said Linda was the last. I know I can't remember on that day. I need that testimony. I just can't remember.
Would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes,
to take
it would.
a look at
I appreciate it.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Do you recall Ms. Picard giving an interview to a district attorney investigator back on November 27th of 1989?
Yes. I assume it's that day.
Short, so a couple of weeks after these events.
Yes.
And if you take a look at that report.
Who wrote the report?
Dated November 27th, 1989. Written by Bill Green. Written before the last paragraph. Can you read? I mean, can you read?
I take my classes. It's just, I'll try and look this.
Does that help to refresh your recollection about that conversation that day? And do you recall what she said about Linda?
Frustrations over Linda and taking all the trips that Linda was leading her life.
When she said that Linda was leading her life, how did she say that? What would you describe?
She was very angry that Linda was leading her life.
Before you left that day, did she ask you anything in particular about Linda?
Yes, she asked me if Linda was pregnant. And I told her, how would I know? I wouldn't know that.
Did she say anything to you about knowing that Dan and Linda were trying to have a baby?
I think a month before she said that they were going to have another family.
During that conversation while you were there on that Saturday morning, did the issue come up of how Thanksgiving was going to be spent?
Yes. She asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving, and I told her that I didn't have my children, and she turned to Danny and said, well, what are you doing? And he went to the phone and called his dad, And he got off the phone and he said, we're going to be with you, Mom, for Thanksgiving and part of Christmas Eve and part of Christmas Day and all of the vacation.
So he had called his father, Mr. Broderick, to confirm that?
Yes, that morning. I stood with the calendar and we marked it on the calendar.
And what did she appear to be happy about that?
It didn't seem to affect her. I was excited because that was something that was real important to her.
Did she say anything about whether or not she was going to actually have Thanksgiving with the kids?
No, she really didn't because she brought up the China thing again.
What was that?
That she didn't have her China. She couldn't have Thanksgiving because she didn't have her China.
Oh my God.
Was it your impression that she was saying, even though she was going to have the kids, that she couldn't have it because she didn't have the China?
Yes, that was my impression.
By the way, when you would go over to visit Elisabeth Broderick at her house, for example, in Calle de Cielo, was she security conscious? Did she keep the doors locked?
No.
When she wasn't there, would you be able to go into the house?
Yeah. I'd leave her a note on the counter that I'd been there.
So the door, she would be gone, no one would be at the house, and the doors would still be unlocked?
Most of the time they were unlocked. Sometimes it was locked.
You don't serve kids on China anyway. My mom's China stayed in her China cabinet. We never, ever used it. And then I put my mom's China in my China cabinet, and I never, ever used it. And then when we downsized and moved into a smaller house, I donated it to a thrift shop that was like for a hospice house because it was just in the way, and I never used it. But she's going to cancel Thanksgiving because she doesn't have her China? Jeez.
Now, sometime after November the 5th, when Dan and Linda were killed, did you have a conversation with Elisabeth Broderick from jail? Did she call you from jail?
Yes.
And was that on November 26th, right after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Can you describe what she said? Do you recall what she said in that conversation?
It was just a very short conversation. She sounded great. She said she'd never been happier. Her roommate was Karen Wilkening, who was doing her hair and her makeup, and she just sounded very good, very exuberant. It was a very short conversation.
A roommate? When did she have a roommate?
Do you know what the purpose of the conversation was? I mean, did she?
No, I don't think there was a purpose.
But she indicated to you that she was very happy.
Yeah.
If I could show you with respect to exactly what she said to you, would it help to refer to a report?
Certainly.
A report dated December 13th, 1989, written by Mr. Green. So it sticks out to me. Does that help refresh your recollection about what she said about never being happier?
Yeah, she's never been happy in her life.
Did she say anything about I couldn't feel better?
Yes, she said, I'm sorry. I really do need my glasses if we keep doing that. Can I read this?
No. And I couldn't feel better.
And I've never felt better.
After that conversation, did you receive another phone call from her from jail?
Yes.
And was that on December 26th
Yes.
of that year, the day after Christmas?
Yes.
Did she say anything, again, this was a phone call from jail from her, is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything to you about why she had killed Dan or Linda? Anything specifically about Linda?
Linda was destroying her life, destroying her family, destroying her social life.
That's what she said to you?
That's what she said to me. And I said back to her, so destroying her. And she said yes.
And how did she say yes?
She said it very lightheartedly. Did not bother her.
Did she laugh?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether there was anything about whether there was anything that you could have done to have prevented it?
I asked her what could I have done to stop you from what she did. And she said there was nothing you could have done. Nothing.
Was roommate euphemism for cellmate? Is that what she was talking about? Happier than she's ever been in jail?
Did you take any more phone calls from her after that?
No, I didn't.
Was there a reason for that?
Your Honor, objection is
Overruled. Can answer that.
Yes, it was just too painful. It just was more than I could handle.
Have no further questions.
Questions, Alan?
Ricard, you have, I take it you have a lot of friends?
Overruled. You can answer that. Do you have friends?
These times when you were visiting Elisabeth Broderick, you had a lot of friends, didn't you?
Yes.
You had a very busy life. You had a business of your own.
Yes.
You were raising children.
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were visiting Elisabeth Broderick, you were also friends with Dan Broderick, weren't you?
I hadn't seen Dan in about 6 years.
You had been dating, and that was someone who was going to the wedding that day?
I assume I wasn't at the wedding.
Okay. And I take it that you must have talked to people going to the wedding, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And there was people were talking about lots of rumors about Elisabeth Broderick, were they not?
Yes.
Okay. And so you decided that that you would be the one that would go over and sit with Elisabeth Broderick, kind of making sure that she wouldn't do anything.
Yes, it was my decision.
Okay. Well, you talked to some other people. Is that correct?
Correct.
Beeping system. So
With one other person.
okay. The during the time, and also you're very good friends with even now people that are very close to Dan Broderick. Are you not?
Like who?
Well, you've gone to the opening of his bar in San Diego. Mr. Broderick was building a bar that you went to the opening, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Do you remember indicating in a conversation with Elisabeth Broderick when you were taped with the district attorney that on the opening night of Reedy O'Neill's, you went to Reedy O'Neill's?
About 5 hours after the opening.
Okay. The times that Kim Broderick has been in town, you've been taking her out to Palm Springs, going places with her, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Kathy Broderick, you have.
Yes.
You've been gone to some ceremonies for Mr. Broderick.
No,
Did you go to, at any place where there was, at a bar where there was some kind of tribute to Mr. Broderick?
at a bar?
Yes.
No, I've never been to any memorial things to Dan Broderick.
And during the, when did you first meet Elisabeth and Dan Broderick?
1977,
Okay.
spring.
Spring of 1977? And during that period of time, I'm sure it came to your attention very quickly that Mrs. Broderick was somebody who was very concerned with money, and it was very important to her.
No, I don't think it came right away.
In a short period of time?
As we all kind of grew up together and.
And going on through the 70s and the 80s, into the early 80s, you indicated a relationship that you remember Mr. Broderick having with his children, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you around any of the au pairs, that were living in the home?
There were au pairs. There were several.
Have you talked to the au pairs about Mr. Broderick and what was going on in the family and his attitude?
To the au pair girls?
Yes.
No.
Do you know why any of them would?
Objection, Your Honor, she doesn't talk about this.
Sustained.
Well, have you heard that any of them have a reason?
Objection, Your Honor, that's improper.
Your Honor, she said, in my opinion, Mr. Broderick, I'll ask them, have you heard?
You asked, go ahead.
Okay. If you heard, have you heard some of the au pairs writing home to their family while they were living there would talk about how horrible Mr. Broderick was to the children and to his wife in the early 80s? Had you heard that?
No.
Would that change your mind if someone about Mr. Broderick, if people living in the home described him in that way?
Not coming from the au pair girls, no.
Okay. If you were to hear that have you heard that the boys said that their father would scare them? Had you heard that?
No.
Would that change your mind about how they felt about their father?
No.
Had you heard that when they were on a boating, Daniel Broderick ripping the seats out of the boat and throwing into the ocean and scaring the children? Would that change your mind if you were to hear that to be true?
I don't think so.
You heard that he would kick the dog and the children would be very upset about it. Have you heard that?
Have I heard that he has kicked the dog?
Yes.
The little dogs that they used to have?
Yes, and the children would be very upset about it.
Well, the dogs were easy to kick. I mean, I stepped on the dogs.
No, ma'am. Not, I mean going up and kicking the dogs because he was mad at them.
No, do I believe that? Have I heard that? I've heard that from Betty. Yeah, Betty would say that over the years.
Well, have you
Did
heard?
I see it? No.
Okay. Did you hear Kim's testimony the other day?
Parts of it.
Did you hear Lee's testimony last time?
No.
So you have, would that change your mind about Dan Broderick if you were to hear that was true?
That he kicked, are we still on the dog?
Yes,
the dogs?
he's still on the dogs.
Would it change my opinion of Dan?
Yes.
No, it would not.
Would it change your opinion about Dan if you were to hear that in fits of temper? Have you heard that he destroyed the lawnmower, destroyed aquariums, he's thrown doors out of window, he's ripped a door off the garage over a can of Coke, that he ripped the garage door off? Would that change your mind? Have you heard that?
He ripped the garage door off?
Have you heard that?
No, I've not heard any of this.
Would that change your mind if you were to find out that was true?
I don't think so.
Okay. Have you heard Have you?
Mr. Early, what are you trying to say? Would it change her mind about whether or not he deserved to die? Because he ripped the garage door off and tore up the lawnmower? Is that what you're asking her? Sir. Seriously? Is that what you're asking her? Would it change her mind about whether or not he deserved to die because he broke some inanimate objects when he was mad? Now, kicking the dog, that's a little harsh. But still, I mean, some people may disagree, but he didn't deserve to die.
Heard that one time when they were at the home that Rhett and Danny were arguing and the boys were thrown against the wall. Have you heard that?
No, I have not heard that.
Would that change your mind if you were to find that was true?
How would you know it was true?
I'm asking you if you knew it was true.
No.
Okay.
But
You didn't go with the boys when they testified, did you?
Is he seriously asking would she change her mind about whether or not he should have been shot? What? Change your mind about what? I don't understand the question. The question is inflammatory. I don't like it. Explain yourself, Early.
No.
Okay. If you heard that was true, would that change your mind?
Probably not.
Okay. If you heard that having drunk driving convictions that he drove with the children in the car when he was under the influence, would that change your mind?
I have not heard that he drove with the kids. I heard about the drunk driving.
Well, if you were to hear that he would drive with the children when they were drunk, would that change your mind?
When the children were drunk?
When he was.
When he was drunk? Will that change my mind, my opinion of Dan Broderick? Might lessen it a tiny bit.
Okay. So that would lessen it a tiny bit.
Mm-hmm. If it was true.
If you were to hear that he was not paying attention to his family, going out with the boys instead. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard that he did that.
Yeah. Okay. And where did you hear that from?
Betty.
Okay. If you were to hear it from another source, you didn't believe it, I take it, because you heard it from Betty.
Oh, no, I did.
You did believe that.
Well, yeah, I believe that Betty said that.
But you still felt that Miss Broderick was an exemplary father, even though you heard that.
I felt that he was a good father and did the best he could do.
Going out with the boys is not a crime.
If you were to hear that the boys, Dan was a very good dresser, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
If you were to hear that there was complaints from the school about the boys going to school with holes in their shoes and inappropriate dress, have you heard that?
Yes, I have.
And that's from Betty?
Yes, that was from Betty.
Have you heard it from any other source?
I think when you were asking Kim, or somehow in the trial, first or second trial, I can't remember which.
Would that change your opinion?
No. I have a little boy, too.
Yeah. And he goes to school with holes in his shoes?
He wears a uniform, so I'm covered.
If you were to hear that Rhett will every day with a runny nose, and it wasn't taken care of, and they...
Objection, Your Honor, that is all assumed facts on evidence.
Oh. Sustained.
The when was your divorce going on?
87. I think it was final. Yeah, 87.
Okay. Is there a period of time where you said you were going to divorce, though, and you were not with Broderick? When was that?
I knew Betty for about 4 years. I'd put it about the 83 to 87 frame.
83 to 1987, virtually you had lost contact with each other.
On a one-to-one basis, yes.
The and then sometime, do you remember, was it after 87, 88, or was it sometime?
88, 89 is when I was closer.
You've described Elisabeth Broderick as a alcoholic spender. Is that correct? That was your opinion of her?
You referring to that in the last trial?
Well, I'm asking if you've ever referred to her that your opinion of her was that she was an alcoholic spender.
Last trial, yes.
And that's she'd always been that way, as far as you can remember.
Yes, a compulsive alcoholic spender.
And
Compulsive spender. Why you gotta throw alcoholics in there?
and if the only thing that she worshipped in life was money, and she always had, and she always, was your opinion, she always would.
Objection, Your Honor, that is the evidence.
Overall, is that true or not true?
Would you repeat the question, Mr. Early?
The main thing that she had worshipped in life was money. And that was something that that was always your opinion of her.
Money was her main focus.
And it always had been.
It was important to her, yes.
Well, you not only said it was important, you indicated she worshipped money, didn't you?
Objection is to time when she's referring to.
Sustained.
Well, I mean, that was your feeling as the last trial, that she was somebody who worshipped money. Isn't that correct?
The last...
Excuse me, it's vague as to time and when she was referring to.
Sustained.
Well, let me give you your time frame, okay? See, would you say that is it her opinion of her that she was close to money, she worshipped money, it was her main goal in life, she loved it, she was a very materialistic person, always?
And
Is that your opinion?
In the 88, 89 years, yes. That is my opinion.
What, you indicated that she always was.
She always enjoyed what money bought, but as the last 2 years, it became more of importance to her than anything else. And I think that's what I said.
I'd like to refer you to page 512 of the transcript. Use your glasses.
Would you mind if I got this?
No, that's,
I don't
that's all right. Go ahead.
read to yourself the question on line 27. Find it. And was it your answer that she was very materialist, worship money, and she always had?
What you're saying is not true. It's in here, not where I'm interpreting it. Start 27. It was the main goal in her. She loved it. She's a very materialistic person. She always was. That part, she always was. Worshiping money was very strong in the last 2 years.
Can we get that record? She was talking softly, so it's really
Now, you're also a friend of Gail Forbes.
Yes, I met Gail through Betty.
And you also, you've come to the trial a number of times last year to watch parts of the trial, even when you weren't testifying, did you not?
I came when Gail testified and when Brian testified, yes, when I sat outside.
And you always indicate, did you go any of the divorce hearings with Elisabeth Broderick?
Not at all.
And you knew that there had been a hearing in 1986 that dissolved the marriage, I believe you said, sometime in 1989 that there was a decision as to the property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Betty was always the dominant one, so you must have known that the property in Telluride was in, you believed it was in her name, not Dan's name?
Objection, Your Honor. Close respect.
Do you know where all the property in the household name was in? Did you know?
No.
Did you know who all the accounts, as far as all their money was in, whose name that was in?
I really knew nothing about their finances, Mr. Early.
Now, you indicated that you talked to her about people having affairs and divorces. That was a subject that came up. Getting on with her life you were talking about.
Objection, that's a compound question.
You remember talking to her about getting on with her life, is that correct?
Certainly.
And you talked to her about, did you talk to her about husbands having affairs on their wives?
No.
And that subject never came up?
Whose husbands? Her friends?
Did she ever bring up the fact of Dan having an affair on her?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
That's who you're referring to?
Okay. And did you talk about other people getting over affairs? And did that subject come up, or you just didn't talk about that?
I don't recall talking about anybody getting over affairs.
Okay. Did she express any anger about that?
About what?
About the fact that of her family, that there was an affair, and that was one of the things she felt destroyed her? She talked about that.
She was very upset over that situation.
But you didn't talk to her about that. You didn't talk to her about she should get that behind her.
Oh, I certainly did.
And so you did talk to her about affairs and
Her personal relationship was her affair and it involved her. I don't talk to her about anybody else's affairs because I don't know anybody else that has affairs. I was only talking about her affair.
she didn't talk to you about other people, their friends who had affairs and how they gotten or past them, or how their husband had handled it different than Dan?
She might have, yes, I think she did.
And she talked about the Barlottas.
Yes, she did.
Who else did she talk about?
I'm going to object.
I don't know anybody else she talked about. I don't think there was anybody else.
You don't remember any other conversations about that?
Objection, she's answered the question.
Stand.
Now, you went over there Saturday and you indicated you had a conversation with Elisabeth Broderick. This is November 4th, 1989. Would you say that the conversation was fairly compact because she was in a hurry?
No.
How long did that conversation last?
Well, she had time to make me coffee and try and make a bagel. I would say I was there the longest I've ever been, probably close to an hour or so.
And you mentioned that she, because of a soccer game.
They were going to the soccer game later. I think she also had to get Brett's haircut.
So at that point in time, did she appear to be in a hurry? She had to go to a soccer game?
No.
Did she appear to be in a hurry about anything?
No.
And she pointed to the letter that was on at the condo on the counter, is that correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Pretty right.
You never actually saw this letter. She just pointed to some letter, but you never looked at it, never read it.
No, I
know for sure which letter she was referring to.
I was referring to one she got the day before from Dan that threatened to put her into jail.
And that's the way she described it.
That's the way she described it.
Okay.
No.
You never read the letter?
I never read the letter.
Did she have a stack of letters there?
No. Just that letter. It looked like it was several pieces of paper.
Was there furniture in the condo at the time, or was it fairly empty?
Fairly empty. She was, I think she was in the process of moving, or sort of. It was sparse.
You were asked if you had some friends that were friends Dan or Linda Broderick. You still have some continuing friendships with people who also knew Dan and Linda?
Oh yes, long before I knew Dan and Linda, I knew these people.
And you have still some continuing friendships with people who knew Elisabeth Broderick, is that correct?
Certainly.
I mean, you shared the same social circle long before Elisabeth Broderick killed him, is that correct?
Absolutely. And we still do.
And since Elisabeth Broderick killed Kim and Lee and Danny and Rhett's father, have you attempted to be supportive with those kids?
Yes, I have. Mostly Kim. And Lee, I don't see very much, but mostly Kim.
So you've had some continuing contact with her?
Yes, I have.
And you were asked about some circumstances, whether or not you'd ever heard any circumstances of Dan Broderick hitting a lawnmower. Did you ever hear any circumstances? What went on about that, or what preceded it?
In receipt all those years?
Have you ever known anyone to lose their temper and smash some sort of object because they're angry? Did Elisabeth Broderick ever tell you that she killed Dan Broderick because of his temper?
No, I have an objection.
Sustained.
She had some conversations with you after killing Dan and Linda Broderick, correct?
Correct.
Did she say any of those conversations about killing him because he had smashed a lawnmower?
No,
Or killing him because he had once pulled Rhett apart when they were fighting?
no.
Do you know whether or not Danny and Rhett were seeing a psychologist at the time that Mr. Broderick might have pulled them apart when they were fighting?
I have no knowledge of that.
So you don't know whether the psychologist would have been very well aware of that?
I know nothing about it.
The times that you went over to the Broderick house before they separated, the children were there, and Dan was there as well.
Correct.
You indicated that you've gone over there and seen them all sitting on his lap in the living room, correct?
8 years ago, watching cartoons.
Did they ever appear in your presence to be afraid of their father?
Never.
Did Elisabeth Broderick complained a lot that Dan Broderick was treating them poorly, right?
What time frame are you?
After the separation.
Yes. She wasn't happy the way he was parenting.
And did she ever explain to you why, if she was so unhappy with the way he was parenting, why she wouldn't take the children?
Your Honor, objection. That calls for conclusion, speculation, assumes facts, not evidence.
Did she ever explain that to you or not?
Of why she was not having custody of the children?
Why, if she felt Dan Broderick was so abusive to the children, why she did take them? Did she explain that to you?
No.
Your Honor, that assumes facts, not evidence. The court knows that there is a court order. Now, I am not... Your Honor,
Yeah, I wish we'll keep
sidebar.
sidebar. Come on up.
Just a couple of brief questions. Did you and your husband invest in some property with Dan and Elisabeth Broderick before they separated?
They invested with us,
They invested
along with
with
10
you.
other couples.
Okay. And it was like a limited partnership type thing?
They were the limited, we were the general.
And was Elisabeth Broderick's name on that property?
Yes,
And did she receive her fair share of that after the separation?
absolutely.
I have
Roxanne?
What was the name of that property?
Pioneer Park. She even thanked me that day.
I have no further questions.
Any further, Ms. Wells? Witness be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Could you please state your full name for the record? Last name? Linda?
S-T-O-U-D. Thank you.
Can you tell us what your occupation or employment is?
I'm an interior designer.
And were you employed by Mr. Dan Broderick at some point to be an interior designer?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall when that was?
I was employed in December of 1985.
Had he moved into the house at 1041 Cypress at that time?
No, he had.
Did you continue to work for him once he did move into the Cypress house?
Yes.
And was it your job basically to help him fix up that house?
Yes.
How long did you work for Dan Broderick?
From December of 1985 to, I believe, October or November of 1988.
And that was a kind of was it a continuing, ongoing process?
Yes, it was.
And during the course of that time, did you become friends with Dan Broderick as well?
Yes.
Did you spend a fair amount of time at the house?
Yes.
Were you ever requested by Mr. Broderick as part of your employment to change the locks on his house at Cypress?
Yes.
Why did he ask you to do that?
Because security was a problem in the house. There were people coming and going, and in order to slow down the traffic that was going through the house, I would change the locks at periodic times.
And what do you mean by the traffic that was going through?
He was trying to keep Elisabeth Broderick out of the house.
And so how many times over that period of time did you have to change the locks?
Through the October, November of '88, 3 times, and then a 4th time in May of '89.
Were you aware at all during that time whether or not Mr. Broderick had hired security guards as well?
Yes, I was aware.
How was it that you were aware of that?
Because I was stopped at various times by a security guard, because I also have blonde hair and approximate same age as Elisabeth Broderick. They would stop me and ask me to identify myself.
So this was on times other than when security was provided at his wedding?
Yes.
Do you recall the incident in February of 1986 when Elisabeth Broderick drove her car through the front door?
Yes.
Were you working for Mr. Broderick at the time?
Yes.
And after she damaged the door, did he ask you to take some photographs of
Yes.
the damage? Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 53 a poster board containing 6 8x10 photographs?
So marked.
I'm going to set it right up here. If you could take a look at these photos that have been enlarged. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Were those the photographs that you took of the damage to the
Yes.
door? At the time that this occurred, was there any major construction that was going on at the house?
No.
What if anything, was going on at the house?
Only a preliminary planning phase. No changes had been made to the house at that particular time.
Okay, so the house, the front of the house here wasn't under construction in any way? And the front door was being used by people coming in and out?
Yes.
Did he ask you to go over to the coral reef house at the time of the coral reef house?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what you discovered when you went to coral reef?
When I arrived, I went around to the back of the house because I was told there was a glass door that was broken there. And there in fact was a sliding glass door broken. I walked through. There was a very strong smell of some flammable material, I guess gasoline. And as I went into the house, I discovered on some stairs going to the 2nd floor that there were burned patches and matches thrown various places, and then the remains of a pack of matches on the stairs. And there was a light fixture that was broken also.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 54, Your Honor, a poster board containing 4 8x10 photographs.
So marked.
Did you take some photographs when you were there at Coral Reef?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as People's 54, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Can you identify them for us by going through each one, A, B, C, and D, what they show?
A is the broken sliding glass door that came from the backyard into, I presume, a family room. B is the chandelier that was in the entry that was broken. C are the stairs, the landing, up to the first landing of the stairs going to the 2nd floor, and little white things that are showing up are burnt matches, and the blackened area is burned area or melted area. And D is at the bottom of those stairs with the matchbook with all the matches gone out of it. It's laying open.
When was it that you went over there? Was it the same day that this occurred?
The next morning.
The next morning. And the smell of gasoline was still strong the next morning?
It's very strong.
Was it throughout the house?
The smell was throughout the house. I identified gasoline seemed to have been poured on the stairs and perhaps even up the side. I couldn't tell by that time. The odor was so, and it meant that placing the carpet throughout the stairway area would get rid of most of the odor.
And did you do that for
Yes.
Mr. Broderick, replace and fix the damage? Did you ever find a brick anywhere inside the house?
Yes, there was a brick in a trash can in the kitchen.
So it wasn't lying on the ground, someone had put it in the trash can? And how about a gasoline can? Did you see that anywhere?
There was a gasoline can in the garage.
When you were working over at Mr. Broderick's house, would you sometimes be there during the day when the family wasn't at home?
Yes.
And did you ever have the occasion to accidentally hear a message that was being left by Elisabeth Broderick?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
The message that I had referred to, the one that made me realize that I didn't really want to listen to what was on the tape machine when it was amplified, was a call that came while I was in the master bedroom with a contractor reviewing what would be done to make the fireplace operational. And the phone did ring, and all of a sudden I heard a female voice using rather gross language. And the contractor who was with me, his eyes sort of got big, and all I could think to do was to quickly get over and see if I could turn it off or turn the volume down, because I decided we didn't need to hear the rest of what was going to be going on.
Did you do that? Did you turn the volume down? And do you recall anything specific about the message?
There were references to.
What was that? Did you experience? What did she say? She almost said.
Other gross language. And the contractor who was with me, his eyes sort of got big, and all I could think to do was to quickly get over and see if I could turn it off or turn the volume down, because I decided we didn't need to hear the rest of what was going to be going on.
Did you do that? Did you turn the volume down? And do you recall anything specific about the message?
Do you recall anything specific about the message? She almost said, "See you next Tuesday." Oops.
Yes, there was references to was there, and was some things like that.
Do you recall about what time it was that you heard this message being left?
It was in the late morning, probably between 10 and 11 o'clock.
So, and I take it the children weren't there, the children were at school?
No one was there.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
When was it that this happened? The phone call?
I cannot tell you at this time. I would have to go back to notes, job notes, and.
Do you remember what, summer, winter, fall? Just if you can just give me an estimate, that's all I'm asking for. I realize you can't give me the exact date.
Just based on the progress of projects at the house, I would guess it was probably spring of '87, but I could be very wrong. But just knowing what I was doing, it could have been fall of '86, because once the front of the house was all work until it was completed.
Okay. And you're talking about damage to the doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the house on Coral Reef, were there any police officers there?
No.
Any police case?
No.
Okay, so no signs that any police officers had been there?
No.
Did you know when you went there that there was a gas can there?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Broderick?
No.
How did you know to go to Coral Reef?
I was asked by his secretary. I was called initially and left a message with my answering service that there had been some damage at Cypress Avenue. And then when I called the office and got further information. There was information that Dan wanted me to go to Coral Reef and take a look at that and see what I could do about it.
So, but the information you got that is that someone had already been to Coral Reef and knew there had been damage there.
Evidently. I don't know that for sure.
Well, the message you got was the message, go over and check and see if there's anything wrong, or go look to see what's happened and see what can be done about it.
I presume that someone knew what was there, but I was also asked to take notes and take some pictures, so I don't know who had been there or what information had been already gained.
Now, and you indicated that there was times that there was security guards hired that you were aware of, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that was, by having a security guard there, was quite obvious that there was somebody guarding the residence.
Yes.
There was also an alarm system in the house, is that correct? There was one that was in the house, isn't that right?
At what time?
In Cyprus, in the time that Mr. Broderick moved in.
When he moved in, yes.
And Mr. Broderick, you talked to him about hooking up the security system, didn't you?
It was operational and was used before the front door was damaged.
Okay. And after the front door was damaged, was it ever used again?
No.
Okay. You had asked Mr. Broderick whether he wanted that turned on again, didn't you?
It would require a great deal of work to make it operational during the time that the front door was being repaired, and he chose not to do it at that time.
Okay, but after well, an alarm system, all it really has is a wire going to the door to show whether it's open or not, correct?
This was a very old alarm, had been installed many years ago. Information I had gained from some people looking at it said it was going to take a great deal of work to put it back together again.
From just and just from the door itself, from the receiver.
There were bells, there were horns, there were all sorts of different wire combinations that were tied into the front door.
And so it was Mr. Broderick said he didn't want to, insurance covered this, but it not. Went through an insurance claim, didn't it?
I presume it did. I took pictures so that the insurance company would know what I had seen, and since I was there the next day before, particularly with the front door, I needed to close it up and board it up, and the insurance agent couldn't get there before I could get that done.
You don't know whether.
I have no idea.
For your right? Witness be excused?
Yes.
Shirley, objection?
I'm thinking this might be Lee next. Yes. Yay. So this is Betty's other daughter. Oh man, I only wanted to go a couple more hours, and this is 3 hours. Almost 3 hours. Oh well. As long as you guys are still interested.
Lee Gordon Broderick, Broderick.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lee.
Hi.
I take it you're the daughter of.
Okay, StreamYard, catch up with me anytime now. Jeez.
Defendant Elisabeth Broderick.
Yes.
Daniel Broderick was your father.
Yes.
Kim is your sister.
Yes.
Your two brothers are Danny and Rick.
Yes.
Is that all right? Let's go back now to November 5th, 1989. Do you recall on that date living at 863 Sapphire Street in Beach? In San Diego here?
Chesapeake Beach.
Okay.
Yes.
And you've been living on that from the morning call, receiving a phone call.
Yes.
What time was it approximately?
That's a weird middle name.
Yes.
What time was it approximately?
Stop it. Darn it, I thought it was gonna actually give me any.
She said she was in trouble and she needed my help.
What else did she say?
She told me that she shot my dad. She shot the son of a bitch. She wanted to come to my house. I told her to come. She said she was at a payphone in Claremont and she would be right over.
Did you say anything else that there might be a situation where she might not make it?
She said she'd be over if the police didn't pull her over first.
And the words, excuse me for repeating it, but the son of a bitch, that isn't your characterization. That's what your mother said on that day?
Yes.
Are we in the defense case already? Because that's early. They didn't even say. They didn't say. I guess we're on the defense case. It doesn't say. That's weird. Or unless they're taking her out of order.
Did she then later come to your house or your
Yes.
apartment? And how long did it take her to arrive?
About 10 or 15 minutes.
Or about what went on?
Then why did she say Lee Gordon? And that's weird because in the movie they called Kim Kathy and they called Lee Debbie.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that she thought she had shot my dad, but she didn't know because it was dark and the drapes were drawn. She wasn't sure.
Could she say how she's talking about your dad living at Cypress?
Yes, she said she went over to the house with the key and she tried the front door, but it wouldn't work, so she went around to the back door with the key.
Did she tell you whether or not the key worked in the back door?
Yes, she said that it worked. She went into the house and up the stairs and around the TV room.
Now that would bring her into the back entranceway into your dad's bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she did next?
She said she shot the gun one time, but it fired 5 or 6 times. She told me that she didn't hurt anyone, if there was any screams or blood or anything like that. And she told me that she didn't think that she had hurt my dad because he had sat up and said, all right, you shot me, I'm dead.
Did she say when she came in the bedroom before she shot, did she say that she came in behind Dan and Linda?
She just said she went through the TV room.
Would that put her behind, you know where the bed was at that time?
Yes.
Would that have her entering behind their heads, so to speak?
Yes.
Did she say anything about a telephone?
Yes. She told me that she pulled the phone out of the wall and ran away.
Did she say why she pulled the phone out of the wall?
I can't remember.
Do you remember stating that earlier that she pulled the phone out of the wall so your dad couldn't save himself?
Yes, I remember saying that earlier. I believe that was my conclusion to why she pulled the phone out of the wall. She did not tell me that is why she pulled the phone.
Did you testify at the last trial in this case that your mother told you that she pulled the phone out of the wall so he couldn't save himself?
Yes, I do remember saying that, but those were not her exact words.
But you did testify that way?
Yes.
Now, when you said that your mother told you that after she had shot the gun, your dad talked to her, what did she say your dad said?
She said he sat up in bed and said, all right, you shot me, I'm dead.
Then what happened?
She pulled the phone out of the wall and ran away.
Did she tell you that
I don't recall.
on the date of the killings, did you have a conversation with Detective Allen?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell him what you remembered in that conversation with your mom?
As best as I could, yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Allen that you said, "You shot me, I'm dead," and then he fell off the bed?
No, I don't remember testifying to that. I remember testifying saying, all right, you shot me, I'm dead. That's all.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Allen that, though, after he said those words to your mom?
Yes.
And was that accurate, what you told Detective Allen?
Yes.
Now, when your mom got to your house, did she ask you to call an ambulance or get some help for Dan or Linda?
No.
When she came there, did she have a purse
Yes.
and a gun in the purse?
I don't remember seeing the gun, but I told Detective Allen that it was in the house, in the purse.
And that was the day of the shootings?
Yes.
Is it correct that you believe you must have seen the gun when your mom came to your house that
Yes.
morning? Have you seen your mom's gun before?
Yes.
I want to hand you what has been labeled People's Exhibit 23. Is this the purse that your mom brought that morning?
Yes.
You've seen that before?
Yes.
And by the way, the bailiff has just checked this to make sure it's not loaded. This is People's Exhibit 24. The gun is told for you.
That's the gun.
Okay. When your mom got to your house, did she tell you to go in?
She asked me to go check on my little brothers at the Calle del Cielo home.
Did she also want you to get certain things at the Calle del Cielo house?
Yes. She asked me to look for a key and to look for her phone book.
What was the key to?
As far as I knew, it was to the closet in her garage where she kept her valuables.
Is that a room where she had outfitted with a special lock or deadbolt so it'd be secure?
Yes, I believe she had it in so that she keep silver and her wines and jewelry that locked away.
That she didn't want anybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine?
And how long has she had the room? Okay. Did she tell you where the key was?
Yes.
Where did she tell you the key was?
In a pewter cup on the mantle.
What about her telephone book?
She told me that it would be in the kitchen.
And did you go to Calle del Cielo to get these things for your mom?
Yes.
I take it she stayed at your apartment on Emerald Street?
Sapphire Street.
Sapphire Street?
Yes, she stayed there.
And you went to Calle del Cielo?
With Jason, yes.
Did you get get those items that you wanted?
No. No.
You couldn't find the key?
I couldn't find the key, and I also couldn't find the phone book.
Run into any police officers?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
My brother Rhett was riding his bike around the cul-de-sac, and as I came out of the house, Rhett was talking to me, and the police were hiding in the bushes at the next door neighbor's house. They came out and asked me if I had seen my mother. I said no, and they asked me what I was doing there. I said I was getting my laundry. I went back in the house, got my laundry, and I left.
So, it'd be fair to say you weren't quite truthful with the police officer?
I was not truthful with the police officers. I told them I had not seen my mom on that day.
Did you then go back to your apartment on Sapphire Street?
Yes, I did.
Did you have the opportunity to see her on the phone for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
And was she?
I did.
And was she calling quite a few people?
Yeah.
She's calling everybody, telling them she shot the bastard.
Now, where's that
That's a
phone
solid
located?
plan.
In my room on the bedside table.
And that's the only bedroom of your apartment?
Yes.
It's a small bedside table where your telephone is?
Yes.
That's a solid plan. Let's just call all my friends and tell them what I just did. Good way to lie low, Betty. Like, what? Seriously. I have no words.
Now, did there come a time a little bit after that your mom decided she wanted to turn herself into the La Jolla Police Department?
Yes, right when she got off the phone, she asked Jason and I if we would drive her to turn herself in.
And did you drive her to the police department?
We drove her. We got in the car and started driving to the police station, and she told us she wanted to meet her friends Diane and Ronnie at a parking lot at the Magic Pan restaurant.
Did you ultimately go to the police department with everybody?
We picked them up at the parking lot and went to the La Jolla police station.
And I don't want to get into hearsay here, but just based on what went on in the car, was there a decision that made that your mom was not going to turn herself in at that point, and you went somewhere else? I don't want you to tell me that, but
She did not decide that she did not want to turn herself in. There were people in the car decided that.
your mom agreed with that position.
Yes.
Where'd you go next?
I dropped them off at a telephone.
With Ronnie Brown and Diane Black?
Yes.
Did your mom at that point want you to go to her condominium?
Yes.
And did she want you to bring several things back from that condominium to her?
Diane had suggested to me that it would be a good idea to get some of her legal papers so that we could find her some legal advice to turn herself in. She that to get blocks, and I did not know what was in them, but I did as I was instructed and got the.
That was your mom that told you that?
Yes.
And did your mom tell you to bring back your diaries, her diaries, excuse me?
She just told me to get the box and to bring it back to them. I did not know at the time what was in it. I didn't find that out till later.
Did she tell you to bring back her book?
She just told me again to get the box. I had no idea what was in the box.
Did she draw up a list of things for you to bring back from her condominium?
No, she didn't write me a list of things to bring. She wrote down some things that I might need to know. A combination to the lock on her storage garage. She wrote down that Mimi Siegel was the person that takes care of her bills and accounts. She wrote down a will, like a little thing, a piece of paper that she had Diane and Ronnie sign that said that if anything should happen to her, that my brothers and sisters and I would divide anything that was left of hers.
Okay.
And I believe that's all she wrote to me in the car at that time.
Okay. So she wrote out this little will, and she had Ronnie and Diane sign it as witnesses?
Yes.
And she gave you the will?
Yes.
the last time you testified in this case, do you recall being asked about whether or not your mother told you to bring back certain things?
Yes.
And you recall testifying that you did tell, your mother did tell you to bring back her diary and her book?
Yes, I did testify to that, but I didn't find out that they were the diary and her book until I actually got the box and opened it up and saw that it was the diary and the book and other.
But you did testify to those things, I take it. And did she tell you where that would be found? This box, this illegal stuff?
Yes.
Where was that?
She told me it was underneath the desk. In the garage.
It might have been a little bit before this. Was there a time when she took off and gave it to you?
Before we got into Jason's car to turn herself in, I got into Jason's asked to turn her if she would take off her necklace and give it to me.
That was a diamond necklace?
Yes.
And did she have a diamond watch too?
Yes, I believe she took off her watch, her earrings, and her necklace.
She goes all to you?
Yeah, she put them on me.
Now,
I find it a little strange that the wife of a lawyer with 4 kids, I mean, I know they went through a divorce, but I find it strange that she didn't already have a will. Because if they had a will before the divorce, I'm sure it would be different after the divorce. But still, at the time of the divorce, wouldn't you draft a different will? Because everything's changing. You've already got lawyers and everything for your divorce, so have your lawyer do a new will, right? Because Dan took Lee out of his will completely. I heard it was because she was, I guess, took her mother's side in the divorce. I don't know if that was really it or all of it or whatever, but Lee was taken out of her dad's will. But I would think while you're, having all this legal stuff done to divide properties and all that kind of stuff, you would think you would redo your will as well while you're doing your other legal stuff, divvying up property and all. I find that odd that wasn't done as well.
you went, did you then go to the condominium to get your mother's diary and her book and her other legal documents?
After Diane suggested that in the car in front of the police station, I dropped them off at the telephone, and then I went to her condo with Jason.
Was that the last time you saw your mom that day?
Yes.
At the condominium?
Yes.
Did you get inside?
Yes, we did.
How'd you do that?
We broke in through a window.
And that's because you didn't have a key?
Yes.
Did you locate the items that your mother wanted?
Yes, they're in the garage, under the desk.
And on your way back to your mother from the condominium, where you stopped at the police?
On the driveway to the condominium, the police pulled in and told us to get out of our car, to park the car, and get in the back of their car.
Did you later come down to the police headquarters and give a taped statement what went on that morning to Detective Allen?
Yes.
Now, was there a time after you had been at the condominium and talked to the police that you went back to your apartment, that you played the message?
The detective played the message, yes.
And you gave the message to him?
He took it, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a cassette tape and an enclosing box. It's been marked People Exhibit 55. I'd like to have it so marked. Sorry.
No, so marked.
The plaintiff tape this time.
Go ahead.
I want you to listen to this tape. Can you tell us whether this is the tape that was on the machine?
Before you go any further, stop for a minute.
Was that rewound?
I was going to say, and secondly, will both counsels stipulate that my reporter doesn't have to transcribe the tape?
That's correct, Your Honor, but I think we're only looking for one message.
Yeah, this was, I think, an earlier message that I might have rewound past the...
Well, turn it down low and get to the message you want to play.
I think we're at it right now.
All right, go ahead.
We're going to come over with the police in a little while.
The problem is at the break, we run it to council now. I think we've lost our reference point.
Just turn it down low and play it for yourself. Why don't you take a step out in the hall and do it? Just take a step out in the hall for a minute.
Lawyers that aren't ready.
You can take it to my chambers and just plug it in. If you folks want to stretch for a minute, go ahead. Same with the audience. You want to stretch for a minute, go ahead. Everybody but Miss Earl. Go ahead.
One of the documentaries or one of the crime shows or something that I watched about it, that they said Lee was taken out of the will by Dan because she took her mother's side in the divorce. So, I don't know. It might not even be true, but that's what I heard. Yeah, I would assume, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think how my dad's will was worded like, if me and my wife die together in an accident, it is to be assumed that I died. Oh, I don't remember how it was worded. I don't remember. But there's a clause in there for married, when you're married, to assume that one or the other dies first in case there's an accident when you both die at the same time. So when that happens, I don't know what they do about executor. But in the case of a divorce, if they don't do a new will, then I don't know how that works.
It is 11:05. I have an appointment with an attorney at 11:30, and I will be going there, seeing that you didn't come back. Don't worry, sweetie. Everything will be okay. I hope you're okay. I don't know if I do. I'll call you again as soon as I can. Thank goodness you have the machine on. Bye.
Was that the message you had for you?
Yes.
Boy, she just sounds like she's not a care in the world.
Now, the next day, in your bedroom, did you find a set of keys and a key ring?
Yes, I did.
And whose keys were they?
My sister Kim's.
Had you seen them before?
Yes.
Where did you find them in the bedroom?
They had fallen between the bed, side table, and the bed. They're in between.
Is that table that has a telephone on it?
Yes.
And handing you a set of keys that's been marked People's Exhibit 47. Are these the keys we're talking about? These are Kim's keys?
Yes.
And these are the keys that had somehow mysteriously disappeared some period of time before the shootings. Is that correct?
My sister had lost them, and she had told me to look around for them.
Had you found them before that time? You didn't see them before that time?
No.
It's true that your mother knew what those keys were?
I believe she would recognize them as Kim's keys.
You testified that she did know your sister's key ring. Isn't that correct at the last trial?
Yes.
And that's accurate?
Yes.
Did your mother ever tell you that she had found your sister's keys in a couch at Calle de Cielo?
No.
You don't recall her ever telling you that? Now, is it fair to state that for a long period of time before the shooting, your mother made a lot of threats to do things bad to your dad?
Yes.
And is it correct that she said, according to you, quote, Mom always says, strike that, let's go on to something else here. You saw your mom shortly before the shootings?
Yes.
It was, I think, a day before?
The Friday before?
The shootings were on the Saturday, and you saw your mom on a Friday?
Yes.
And that was when you went out?
I think council spoke the shootings were on Sunday.
I didn't speak, thank you. And you were with your mom on Friday?
Yes.
What was she doing fine at that time?
She was a little bit upset about a letter that my dad had sent to her, but we didn't want to discuss it any further. We wanted to go shopping and have a nice day, so I didn't want to ask what the letter was about. She just indicated to me that she was very upset about another letter that my father had sent her.
Okay. Other than that, was she okay?
Yes.
And you went shopping at Nordstrom's on that Friday?
Yes.
Was there a number of times when your mother would leave vulgar, obscene messages on the message machine at the Cypress where you live with your dad?
Yes.
And did you, from time to time, tell her to stop doing that?
Yes.
And did she say that, basically a quote here, it was a free country and she could cuss if she wanted to?
Yes. Sounds about right.
Did your father at any time ever beat your mother or physically assault your mother?
Not that I saw, no.
And did you see your father ever physically assault or beat yourself, Kim, or your two brothers?
He spanked us, but I wouldn't call it assault or anything
Was there any-
damaging.
Okay. Was there anything inappropriate about the spankings? Were they properly administered?
Yes.
You saw nothing wrong with the way he spanked anybody?
No.
Okay. Other than you probably didn't want to get spanked.
Yes.
After your mom and dad separated, did your dad indicate that he was afraid of your mother?
Yes.
And that he was afraid that she might do something to hurt him?
Everybody knew that my dad was afraid of my mom.
And
We don't know why.
Wasn't your dad afraid that your mother might hurt him?
Yes.
And didn't he, because he was afraid of her, take every effort he could not to talk to her or see her?
Yes, he would avoid her all the time.
And even when they had to possibly have contact, let's say when the boys were being dropped off or picked up, he would probably stay in his car and let the boys walk in?
Sustained.
Do you recall when the boys would be dropped off or picked up by either your mom or your dad? What would your dad do?
Usually when my dad had to pick up my brothers or me or Kim at my mom's house, he would call first from his car phone and tell us that he was on his way. He'd be there soon. When we heard the honk, we were supposed to come outside. We would stay in the car and honk.
And that was because he didn't want to have a confrontation with your mother?
Yes.
Now there were some times when your mother did threaten your dad's welfare,
Yes.
and she has said certain things such as, again, forgive me for the language, but that she said she was going to shoot my dad if he gives her any more shit. Is that a statement you made about your mother threatening your dad?
I could have made that statement. I don't remember that being her direct quotes, but that sounds like something she might have said.
On the day of the shootings, when you had that statement with Detective Allen that was taped, did you tell Detective Allen that she said that she was going to shoot my dad if she gives her any?
I object to either this refreshing memory or impeachment.
Sustained. We do it, Mr. Broderick, let her read it to herself.
Oh, wait a minute.
You do recall talking to Detective Allen on the day of the shooting?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I believe I have a copy.
Wait, maybe that's not early.
It's
Let him
Detective Allen's
let him see it first.
part. It's been provided.
I have the tape, not the transcript.
Oh, it's in the tape. There's a transcript.
Well, I would like to have the transcript so I can check it with the tape and make sure it's accurate.
You're entitled to a copy of the transcript.
Well, do you disagree with that statement that you told Detective Allen that?
Your Honor, there's been an objection.
Objection sustained until he gets a copy of the transcript to compare with the tape. Do you have the tape here?
We have the tape available. I don't think we have it in the courtroom now.
You'll have to go into that area at a later time.
Okay, thank you. Now the
Hilarious. Okay, so I guess my ears can't differentiate between the two male voices because it's been Wells asking all the questions. I didn't even realize that there, and I should have because I watched the movie and I've seen a bazillion documentaries on this case. There is a male attorney on the state side, so this is still state's case. So I'm sorry, I misled y'all. I apologize. We are still on the state's case. I didn't even realize it till Early started objecting, and then I realized. So we are still on the state's case. This is now the male attorney, the male state's attorney, or district attorney, or whatever they're called in California, that is now doing the questioning. So we're still on the, we're still on the state's case.
gun that your mother had that you identified, she did fire it and practice her shooting with the gun?
She invited me to go to the shooting range with her once. That's the only time I know that she shot the gun.
And she kept that gun in her bedroom in Coyote Cielo?
Yes.
Did your mother ever tell you that I just keep it talking about the gun?
Your Honor, I have an objection to
Sustained.
Did your mother ever threaten to do anything with the gun if your father did anything bad to her? Gave her, I guess in her words, any more shit? Again, I apologize for the line.
I don't really remember. She would threaten to kill him, not specifically shoot him.
She never said she was going to shoot him?
She may have. I don't remember.
Did she have the gun in her pocket when, at least on one occasion, your father came over to either drop off or pick up the boys?
Yes, I saw the gun in the pocket of her robe.
In fact, she showed it to you, didn't she?
Yes.
And again, we're talking about this gun right here she showed you?
Yes.
And this is indeed the gun that she threatened to shoot your father with, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a record what the exhibit number is?
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, I'm pulling up the same gun as People's Exhibit. Is that 24? Okay.
Cross sound.
Have you read your transcripts of your interviews?
Yes.
Okay. I would request that I get a copy of those when she's ready to run.
They'll be provided, Your Honor.
All right, you're entitled to them.
Does he want it down? We have to make a copy of them. He wants it down.
Well, I would like them before I finish my cross-examination. The time that your mother was called you that day, what was she like when she called you from the phone?
She sounded to me like she was very upset. That she needed my help.
When you say upset, how upset was she?
Her voice was shaking, and I believe she was crying. I couldn't see her, but it sounded to me like she was crying.
And did she indicate where she was?
She told me she was at a payphone in Claremont.
And could you hear cars going by?
Yes, I could hear noise in the background.
And did she then come over?
Yes, about 15 minutes later.
Okay. Now, when she, at the time before, you mentioned the time that she asked you to bring you to the police station. Had she mentioned that before that?
Yes.
Okay. And so very early on, she mentioned going to the police?
Yes, she was worried that the police were going to see her car out in front of my house. And she didn't want the police to come and take her from my house. She wanted us to drive her to the police station to turn herself in.
Okay. And when she arrived at your house, was she very upset at that time?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was she at sometimes a little bit hysterical?
Yes, very.
Okay. And when you were talking to her, was this a easy conversation you were having, or was flowing, or were you asking a lot of questions?
I was basically, Jason and I were asking a million questions. She was answering.
Was she repeating herself sometimes?
She was repeating herself, and she was talking really fast. She was moving around a lot. We couldn't get her still.
Was she sometimes repeating the same thing?
Yes.
What the question was?
Yes.
During the time that she was there, did she ever get sick?
Yes, I tried to make her a cup of tea and have her sit down and drink it. But she took one sip and ran to the bathroom and threw up.
Okay. Did she ever ask you to hide the gun?
No.
Okay. Did she ever ask you to hide anything?
No.
When she told you about trying the key in the front door, she said it didn't work?
Yes, she said she tried the front door and it wouldn't work. So she went around to the back door.
Did that surprise you?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
The lock at my dad's house was hard to open with the key, even though it did fit.
Okay, in the front door?
It would stick.
And the key is an obvious key, is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like a hotel room key. This one right here. It's a lot larger than any normal car key or house key.
Now, I take it that your mother is usually somebody that when she's talking in normal tones, she's a fairly fast talker.
Yes.
When she talks to the When she talks to the children, does she try, even if she's upset, not to appear to be upset? Try as much as she can?
Yes.
So she'll
She would hold back her tears if she was
she
upset
can.
about something. If she could hold them back, she would try.
At the time, were you upset, given what her attitude was and what was going on?
Yes, very.
Did you try to call your father's house?
I tried to call my father's room after my mom had called me, and I didn't know the number. I picked up the phone to call, and I remembered that I don't know the number there. My dad had a separate line in his room and in his office, and I was not allowed to know the number.
Did she talk to you at that time about some papers that upset her that day?
Objection day as to what time we're talking about.
Yeah, it's the same.
And when she was sitting there talking to you that morning, did she tell you that she was upset about some papers that she received and she couldn't go on?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you came back, you left, when you came back, she was on the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
You were there when she was trying to call people, is that correct?
When I came home, she was on the phone with her father in New York.
And was she upset at that time?
Yes.
You've been trying to call her psychiatrist?
Yes.
Was she able to get through to him?
No, she tried to call a few numbers to back in Madison, but it was a Sunday and he wasn't around.
And then at some point in time, some people came and she left the house to go turn herself in, is that correct? You drove her to a place?
Jason and I and my mother went together to turn her in to the police.
And you went to a place right across from the police department in La Jolla?
Yes, the La Jolla, I believe it's across the street from La Jolla Country Day.
And you sat in a car outside, and Ronnie Brown and Diane Black were discussing whether she should turn herself in or whether they should try to reach a lawyer first?
Yes, we were all, Jason, I, Diane, and Ronnie were all deciding who should take her in, which one of us should go with her.
You mean physically walk with her at the police
Yes.
station? And you indicated that you wrote a list out of things for you. Was that a list that she was doing through? Were those things that you were asking her, what am I supposed to do, Mom? What are your numbers?
I believe she was the one to write them down. I didn't ask for the information that she gave me.
Okay.
She just wrote it down on a picture that was lying on the floor of Jason's car.
Okay, so this was something that there was a picture that Jason had in the car, and she just picked it up and said, if I'm going to turn myself in, these are the things you need to know?
Yes.
Did she write the will out in the car?
Yes.
And she had Diane and Ronnie witness it at that time?
Yes, they both signed it.
And whose idea was it to get some of the stuff that were in the house, which ended up being the diary and her book?
I believe at the beginning, when we started talking about legal advice, it was Diane's idea to go to the condo and get some legal papers. My mom was the one who instructed me where to find the things that she would want.
Now, Friday, do you remember what time you saw her the Friday before? Was it in the morning, the afternoon?
I believe it was in the afternoon, early evening.
Did you talk about anything else that was going on with her that Friday when you saw her?
No, not really. She told me about the letter that she received, and she told me she was very upset about it. We started to get into the conversation. I didn't want to ask any questions because I knew that if I brought it up, we'd never end up going shopping.
Okay.
So I told her at that time that let's just go shopping. Everything will be okay.
But there's nothing else. She didn't tell you she'd been anywhere else that day or done anything else?
No.
Okay. And was there a reason that you remembered that it was Friday? Was that just because that's when the sale starts for Nordstrom's?
I believe it was the women's half-yearly sale. That's how I remember that we went there.
Now, you indicated that your mother had the gun in the robe once when your father came over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she didn't take the gun out and point it at your father, did she?
No.
And she told you that she carried the gun sometimes just because she was scared when your father came over. Objection, Your Honor.
Overall, answer that.
She didn't tell me why she had the gun with her when my dad came over. I assumed that she was scared. She never really told me why she had it with her.
During the time that do you remember how your family was before they split up? Did it appear to be a happy family, sad family?
Objection, Dennis.
Yeah, overruled. You can answer that.
Before my parents separated, I thought we had a really happy family.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you never saw your father hit your mother. Did they used to argue in front of you? What did they used to do?
If they were fighting, they wouldn't fight in front of us. They would go into their bedroom and lock fighting.
And was that that they would do that right away? They would go in?
I don't remember. I just know that my parents didn't fight that much. I didn't think they fought that much, and when they did, they wouldn't do it in front of us.
You indicated that that there were times when that your mother left vulgar messages in the house in Cyprus.
Yes.
Is that correct? Would those vulgar messages, every time she called, she'd leave a vulgar message?
Not every time.
Okay. Would there be times where she would call, where you would get the answering machine and there would be a number of messages from her that were nice, and then the last one or two would be vulgar?
Sometimes if she got through and got to talk to someone, she usually wouldn't use vulgar language. It was only when she couldn't get through a number of times that she'd get frustrated and start yelling obscenities in the phone.
Okay. Were you at her house sometimes when you would hear her leave?
Yes.
Where she would yell into the phone?
Yes.
Okay. When she would you ever hear messages coming from the boys at Cyprus that made her try to get a hold of them?
Yes.
Were some of them cries for help from them? Objection if you look at
Sustained.
happy, upset?
Some, they would be happy, they would just want to talk, pick up the phone, Mom, are you there? And they would just keep rambling off about things and the dogs, and other times they would be upset, they would cry and say, like, they've been waiting all day for my mom to call, like, why won't she call them back? Sometimes they were upsetting, and sometimes they were friendly and nice.
Okay. Did your mom keep a portable phone?
At some point in time, she bought a purse phone so that she could carry it around with her in her purse in case my brothers were trying to get through to her.
Okay. And that was the number that she left with them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you indicated that your father avoided seeing your mother in person, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know what was going on in court?
No, I did not know. I would only hear things from them.
Sustained everything, just know the answer to the question.
Okay. Did you have any idea what your father was doing with service or what he was doing with other things that were going on around the divorce?
No.
You indicated that your mother, often when she would get mad, her statements would include, a lot of times she was going to kill him.
Yes.
So would it always?
A lot of times.
I mean, how would she say that? Would she say, he's making me so mad I could kill him, or would it all differ, or?
It would all differ, but it all referred to her not being able to go on like this, and if things kept going the way they were going, she was gonna have to kill him.
Okay. And I take it that would have been an expression she'd been using for a long time.
Yeah, she would tell all of us she was gonna kill us if we wouldn't do what she said. Like, take out the trash or I'm gonna kill you. But we didn't take it seriously, of course.
Did you ever, you indicated you saw the gun one time?
Yes, I've seen it a few times.
Okay. And when were the few times that you saw it?
Well, my dad had come to me and asked me if my mom had a gun, because he had heard that she did have one from my brothers. And he figured that I would know, if anyone, because I was the one that spent the most time in my mom's house. So he came to me and he asked me if I could find out if my mom had a gun or not. So I went to my mom's house. I asked my mom, everybody knows you have a gun, come on, I want to see it. And she said, wait here. She made me wait outside her bedroom. She went into her room and got it and came back out and showed it to me.
Now, there had been rumors started about her having a gun for a long period of time, had it not?
Yes, I had heard she had a gun from my brothers and from Linda and from other people besides her.
Okay, had you ever, no, I'm talking about even before this gun was bought. Had it been going on for years, people saying that she had a gun?
Yes.
Had you ever seen another gun?
No.
The morning that the morning of this incident, where your mother came over your house, I have a moment here?
Certainly.
What was funny, Giggles?
You indicated there was at least one occasion where your mother and father got into an argument and your father hit your mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in regards to the time when when your mother ran the car into the front door?
Yes.
Did you indicated that your father, there was a times where he's never actually physically struck you, is that correct?
Excuse me?
He's never physically struck you other than to spank you?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a time where you would make sure, where you knew that when your father was in a bad mood, where you would stay away from him?
Yes. If Linda came home from the office and told us that he had a bad day at the office, we would stay out of his way. And
Or you'd been around when your father would get mad at things and start destroying them, weren't you? Okay, and the kids would make sure that they stayed away from him during those times?
Yes.
Okay. And
Stupid StreamYard. Yeah, I don't think she said that. But I'm sure she said at one point or another, if you don't stop it, I'm going to kill you. I do that to the dogs all the time. I would never hurt my dogs. I don't think it was taking out the trash, though. But yeah, any kid, like, you know, if your parents come home from work in a bad mood, yeah, you're going to steer clear. Because if anybody in a bad mood, you don't know when they're going to snap. You could look at them the wrong way and they might be like, go to your room. You know? Like, kids are smart. They're going to steer clear if you're in a bad mood. If you've had a bad day at work, they don't want to get on your bad side when you've got a short fuse. That's every single household in America. That is not unique to the Broderick household.
Your Honor, there's some questions that they went into from the transcripts that I want to check the transcripts on against the tape. I wonder if this is an appropriate time to...
Yes, can I see both counsel sidebar off the record regarding scheduling before recess? I have to check and make sure we're still on the same schedule we thought we were on at last time we discussed scheduling. It would appear things are going, believe it or not, a little faster than we thought. It's anticipated the people's case will end the early part of next week. As you can see, we have a significant number of exhibits that we have to do rulings on or have discussions on outside your presence. Rather than wait until the people rest, which is when we normally would have those type of discussions at the end of their case, which would cause a break in the testimony, and to have us be able to go right from the people's case into the defense case, counsel have agreed that we'll do that tomorrow. So we'll do that outside your presence tomorrow. We'll be in session on this case tomorrow, but we won't need you for what we're going to be doing tomorrow. So you, in effect, get tomorrow off. So we'll see you folks Monday at 9 a.m.
Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. And again, an additional caution, please be extra careful not to watch anything on television that has to do with this case. Have a nice weekend. Miss Lee Broderick, if you would resume the stand, please. You're still under oath from last week, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Early.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Had all weekend early.
During the week or 2 weeks before the death of your father, did you have any conversations with, involved in any conversations with Kim about Arizona and Greece?
Yes, I did.
What was Kim's attitude and demeanor during that time?
And Dad wasn't well, she wanted to get an apartment in Arizona, and my dad told her that it was too expensive and to keep looking for a cheaper place. And she cried to my mom and told my mom that she really wanted this apartment, and my mom agreed to give her money.
How did Greece come into it?
Well, my mom and I didn't know that my dad was paying for his friends to go to Greece. We found out through my sister that he was paying for the whole trip for everyone to go.
And how was Kim when she would go over your mother's house? What would Kim's demeanor be? Would you ever see her upset?
Excuse me, objection, Vegas to time.
Sustained.
During the time after the split between your mother and father, did your mother ever come over and talk? Did Kim ever come over and talk to your mother about problems she was having at your father's house?
Yes, she did. She would often come over, very upset, and tell my mom about her problems with my father.
Okay. Now, was this something where your mother had to pry it out of her, or she'd come over and tell her?
No, she'd just come over in tears and explain why she was upset.
When you were living with your father, and this is after the time they separated, would your father drink at home?
Either wine or gin and tonic. He'd usually do that and sit down and read.
Now, when your father, would your father usually eat dinner at home?
Yes, he would eat dinner at home Monday through Friday.
And would he stay home then after he had dinner, or would he leave sometimes?
So it varied. Sometimes he had meetings scheduled that he had to talk in. Sometimes he would stay home. Sometimes he would go to movies. It all depends.
Would this be something he would usually do after the maid left?
Yes.
Now, father wasn't going out of town. Would he go out Friday and Saturday?
Yes, he would go out with his.
And who? Was there times that your father would pick you up places after he had been drinking?
Yes, he would pick me up at my friend's house in La Jolla, and before I had a driver's license, and I would sometimes drive the car.
Okay. And would he always, what would be his condition?
Well, if him and Linda had been drinking and they had to come someplace to pick me up, he would ask me if I would drive the car because I had a permit to drive with a person 25 or older in the car. So he would ask me to drive.
Would his condition, would he always be, would there sometimes he'd be very drunk? And how would his state of intoxication vary on those occasions?
Well, it appeared to me that he had been drinking and he didn't want to be pulled over for another drinking and driving violation, so he would try and have me drive if he had consumed alcohol that night.
And how would the condition, can you describe, were there extremes? I mean, sometimes drinking a little, some a lot, or
Sometimes he'd drink a lot, sometimes he'd just have a couple drinks. It all depends on where he was and what he was doing.
Do you, when you testified about sometimes your father's demeanor, did he ever do anything with the dog? Did he get mad?
Yes, he didn't like the dogs. He would call them names and kick them.
Now, during the time, how would you describe, did you have people that came at the house? Were they there just babysitters? Was there a lot, a little of them? From the time that your mother and father separated?
We had many babysitters from the time they separated. There's different ones. A lot of them didn't work out. We tried some and they were fired. Others we just didn't like.
Did Linda David, was she there?
Yes, she was a babysitter at one time.
You saw her on the witness stand? Yes. Saw her on the witness stand?
Yes.
Did she look when she was babysitting there like she did on the witness stand?
No, she looked a lot different. She used to wear an earring in her nose, and she looked a lot different than she does now.
Okay, and did she have, after when your father wasn't around, did she have people visiting her?
Yes, her boyfriend would come over at night if my father was not coming home.
Okay. And what did he look like?
Sustained.
Okay. Did your mother complain about his looks and being over there?
She didn't like the way Linda David looked. She thought she looked like trashy, and she didn't want my sister and I to dress like that. And she thought it was a bad example for Linda David and her motorcycle boyfriend to come to the house while my dad wasn't there.
Were there other problems that your, at least mother got involved with sometimes, some of the babysitters or people bringing boyfriends over?
Yes, she also had a problem with Robin, our other babysitter. She didn't like the way, she thought Robin was rude. She didn't like the way Robin yelled for us whenever she called. And Robin's boyfriend would also spend some time at the house.
Was there a time where your father was out of the country and your mother was called about bringing food and medicine over?
Yes, when my father went to Europe, I called my mom and asked her if she could bring some food and some medicine over because we were sick and had the cold. And I believe we spent the money that my dad left on miniature golf and pizza and things like that the first couple days he was gone. So for the rest of the week we didn't have any money to buy things because we had spent it already.
Okay. Do you know whether your mother got fined for coming over the house during that time?
Well,
Action calls for speculation.
Overall, do you know or don't you? Yes or no?
Yes, she did.
Was there a problem sometime with food at the house where your mother was talked to about that?
Yes. At the beginning, the babysitter, my dad would give the babysitters money to go to the store and get food, and they would buy dinner food, steak and chicken and things like that. And so we always had a freezer full of food. But when we came home from school, there wouldn't be things for us to eat. So we had to talk to my dad about it, and then he finally did talk to Robin about it, and then she would go buy us chips and things that we could eat after school.
Was at a time before your father finally did it, was there some arguments between your mother and father about that?
Yes, there was.
You had was there a car that was available for your and Kim's use at your father's house?
Yes, we were to share the MG midget.
Okay. Now, when you say you were to share that, was that at a time before Kim went away to Arizona to college?
Yes.
And
There's some sudden rule over the weekend that they're not allowed to show Lee? Because either that or this cameraman needs to be fired. Because they've... I don't know what's going on.
Was there a problem with the MG?
Yes. We didn't know what the problem was. It would just stall and wouldn't start again.
Did both of you talk to your mother about that?
Yes, we talked to our mother and our father about it.
And what was did your father buy a car at that time for anybody?
No, he thought that we were making it up to try and get a new car.
And
We talked to our mom about it, and she finally did buy me and my sister a car.
You know, there's something weird about cars when you're a teenager. It can do all kinds of weird stuff on you, and then your dad drives it, and it's perfect. I don't know why that happened, but it does. I can't tell you how many times that happened when I was a teenager.
When you moved out of the rental house, when your mother took you over to your father's house, what was she like at that time?
She was upset. I didn't know if she was upset with me or upset. She was just very upset. She told me to pack my stuff, and I was going to my dad's house.
Okay. Did she talk about whether the rent was up on the rental?
Yes, she said that if they couldn't. The Blues were the family that were coming back to their house. They stay there in the summer, and they were planning on coming back.
When your mother moved into the home at Cali de Cielo, did she have any furniture at that home?
When she first moved in there, no, she didn't have any furniture.
Was there any arguments that she had in terms of trying to get some furniture that your father had for the home?
Yes, I believe so.
Whose furniture was in the home at, what furniture were you using at Coral Reef?
When we first moved there, the furniture was left at the rental house. So we had no furniture at the Coral Reef house either.
And when the rental was up, did the furniture get moved over to Coral Reef?
Yes.
And showing you what has been marked as defense over identification. Have you seen these pictures before?
Yes, I have.
Was your mother trying to get that furniture?
Yes, she would ask me if I would go ask my father for the 2 dark wood tables and the dresser.
And were you able to get him to agree to give her that furniture?
No, he said that he was using them for his files and she couldn't have them.
Were you aware in 1989, after the divorce decree, of a problem involving the wedding china?
Yes, I was.
And did you talk to your father and Linda about the wedding china?
Yes, my mom had asked me if I could ask my father to give her the wedding china. And I would ask him, and he would say no.
And did you ask Linda about the wedding china?
Well, I kept bothering my dad about it, and he finally said yes, I could take the china if she would just shut up about it. And Linda told me that she had replaced a few chipped pieces in the set, and it cost her a few $100s that she had put into the set to restore it, and she didn't win it in court, and she wasn't going to get it, and she was hiding it, and it wasn't in the house. So she came to look for it, not to look around because it wasn't there, and she'd never find it.
Did your mother ever go to the house to ask about it?
Yes, she did.
See, now that's wrong. That is 100% wrong. Wedding china is the bride's. I don't care who pays for it. I don't care who gifts it. It does not matter. The wedding china belongs to the bride. Linda had no right whatsoever to do anything with that china. Replace it. If she wanted to replace it, that's on her. Because that china belonged to Betty. And Dan had no right to keep it from her. And I will die on that hill.
Okay, when she went, what was her demeanor?
She was very upset. She noticed that my dad and Linda had new wedding china, and she didn't realize why they were keeping hers from her.
In 19 was there some time in just before sometime just before your father died, that you were told to leave your father's house, you and Kim?
Yes, my dad told us, well, he told me and he told my sister the same night, but at separate times. We were called into his office and he told us that I would be 18 next month and I was going to be an adult. It was time to find a job and take public transportation and live on my own, get an apartment and start my life as an adult. And he later told my sister the same thing.
Was she upset about that?
Yes, she was very upset.
And at a time, was there a time when Kim was off in college that you were living in your father's home?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you, at the time when she was off to college, where were you living in the home?
Well, when she was off in college, I would stay in her room. But the day she came back from college, I was kicked down to the poolside dressing room area.
Okay, and that's a little room that's next to a pool where where just people go in to change their clothes?
Yes.
And did it have bathroom facilities?
It had a sink, a bar type sink and a mini refrigerator, but it didn't have a bathroom, no.
Okay. And if at night, if no one was home in the main house, could you get into it?
No. I would knock, and if no one was there, I could always sneak around and break in through a window that I knew about. But if nobody was home, I couldn't get in without breaking in.
Okay. Did you ever use canyons for the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, and would there be problems when when your father would have friends over and you were in the pool room?
Yes, he asked me if I could keep all my things in a little dressing room stall so that it wouldn't look like anyone was living there. Because all it was a couch and a wet bar, and he wanted to keep it as a pool room. He didn't want it to look like some living couch there. I would pick up my stuff and throw it in the little dressing room area.
When your mother would come over the house, would she sometimes bring the boys over to bring them back to the house and go into the house?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And was there, if the doors were locked, were there ways that people would get in the house through windows?
Yes, there's ways to break into my father's house.
Sometimes you could push the French doors and they would open?
Yes.
Okay. Would Linda ever call your mother names in front of you?
She wouldn't use profanity, but she would call her fat and stuff like that, crazy, things like that, but she wouldn't use bad language.
Do you remember testifying as to something about the crazy bitch? Do you remember that at all?
Vaguely. I don't remember her saying that exactly. She might have said something like that.
Would she say that about your mother in front of the boys?
Well, if we were sitting at the dinner table and Linda started to talk about my mom, my dad would tell her to stop because it made my brothers very upset. If Linda sat there and called her fat and crazy and things, my brothers would get upset. So my dad would ask Linda not to talk about my mom at the dinner table or in front of my brothers.
Okay. Did you ever hear your brothers asking your mother if she was crazy?
Yes.
Now, were you, the machines, the answering machine, there was an answering machine in the house at Cypress?
Yes.
Okay. And would you ever see Linda get involved in the answering machine and making tapes?
Yes, she would. If there was a message with obscene language from my mom, she would take the tape out of the machine and copy it on a different tape from my dad.
Okay. Was there ever a time where you would watch Linda listen to your mother call and then turn the ringers off and wait to see if she called back and left bad messages?
There was a time when the ringers were already off and the volume was low and the red light was on and you could tell that somebody was talking. So she turned up the volume and it was my mom talking and she told me, don't pick up the phone.
Okay. Now, what would her attitude be like when she got the tapes?
She'd be happy if she could get a tape with bad language. She would be doing my father a favor.
Okay. During the time that, was there ever a time when Linda was first in the house and your mother and father first split up, was there times where she would wear what to the children or your mother wear inappropriate clothes around the house?
She would wear a nightgown around the house, yes.
Okay, now are we talking about, are we talking about the kind of nightgown where someone has got the woolly cotton one? What kind of nightgown are we talking about?
Well, she would wear kind of silky lace, she would wear things that we didn't think she should be walking around the house in.
Okay. Was there any conversations did you know whether your mother was talked to about that?
Yes. We did tell my mom that she would walk around the house in her nightgown.
Did Kim complain about that to your mother?
Yes.
The times that your mother would call up, was there any time of the year or anything that was going on that would make it difficult for her when she couldn't get a hold of the kids in the house?
Sustained.
Well, would there be times where you would notice, where it would be, you would notice from knowing your mother that there was something going on that would make it certain times of the year, certain dates of the year, where it was obvious that she was more upset not being able to talk to them, to the children?
She'd be very upset if she couldn't talk to them on holidays and on their birthday and things like that. If she couldn't get in touch with them on holidays, she would try and call all day until she could get one of them on the phone.
Was there something that was going on at Christmas time and Thanksgiving as far as the ringers and birthdays?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes they were turned off and sometimes they were turned on. But if she couldn't get through on a special occasion, she would be very upset.
And who'd you usually spend Thanksgiving and Christmas with?
Our father.
Okay. And would you ask him about going over to visit your mother on Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Yes.
And what was his answer?
Well, every year was different. Some years one year he let us take a cab over after Thanksgiving dinner. Another year he said that we could spend Thanksgiving with my mom a week later. And sometimes he would let us go over later that night on Christmas. Sometimes we wouldn't be able to see her till the next weekend of the Christmas vacation. It all depended on what year and when.
If you weren't able to visit with her on like Christmas or Thanksgiving, did you have problems in did he say no the next weekend when you would have the Thanksgiving dinner with your mother or the weekend? In other words, were you able to have it but a week late?
Yes, we would have Thanksgiving dinner, but my mom would make it a week after the real Thanksgiving.
Okay. Now, as the time went on, 86, 87, 88, did you notice a change in your mother as far as whether she was happy, sadder,
Yes.
weight, anything?
I noticed a huge change in my mother when my parents got separated. She was always upset. She got fat. She used to be really thin before they were married. She started using foul language. She never did that before. A lot of real noticeable changes happened to my mom after my parents got separated.
And as the years went on, did your mother seem to get more depressed or crying, less?
Yeah, it just seemed like she was getting worse.
Okay. And the weight changed from year to year, seemed to get heavier?
Yeah, I was always worried that she was going to hurt herself or something.
Did she change the way she was, even her habits of how she would walk to the beach and the exercise she'd get?
Yes, she used to walk to the beach and walk along the shores. And then as she got fatter, she would drive to get coffee and then park right there in the parking lot and then walk along the beach. She used to just walk from the house.
Okay. Did you ever see her just sitting on benches?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She spent a lot of time at the beach in the morning, early morning.
You were home at a time when your mother came over and drove her car into your father's front door, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when your mother first came over there, was your father home?
No.
And what did your mother tell you what she wanted at that time?
She said she wanted to talk to my dad. And she was going to wait there until he came home to talk to her.
Okay. Did your dad come home?
Yes, my sister called him.
Okay. And when your dad came home, what did your mother tell him?
She said, I want to talk to you about what went on with the house in court today.
Okay. And what did your father tell her?
Talk to your lawyer.
Did he talk to her about it, or what did he say?
He said, talk to your lawyer.
Did he eventually talk to her, or did he just tell her to leave?
He just told her to talk to her lawyer and to get off his property.
Okay. Now, did your mother came back, you were there, is that correct? With the car? When
Yes,
your mother hit
she
the car?
came back with the car, yes.
Okay, and so you were there when you heard the car hit the front door?
Yes.
What happened? Did your father go out to the front where your mother was?
Yes.
And did you go out there?
Yes.
And what was was there an altercation between your mother and father?
Yes.
And what happened?
Came out and stood in the doorway and was waving for her not to. He said, I think, Jesus, Bets, what are you doing? And he stood there and kind of waved her, and she came crashing into the house, and he jumped out of the way. And then she got out of the car and came at both of us.
Okay. And was there a physical altercation between them?
Yes. She grabbed him and he grabbed her, and I was in the middle.
Okay. Did she ever hit him?
Yes.
Okay. And did he hit her?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she hit him?
She was hitting him with the keys in her hand. She had a key ring in her hand, and she was whacking him on the head with me. I was in the middle between them, and she was reaching around me and slapping him on the head with her key ring.
And how did he hit her?
he finally pulled me out of the way and punched her right in the chest, and she fell down.
And did, at that time, did she have any weapons on her or in her vehicle?
I believe there was a knife found under the seat later on that day, but she didn't bring it out of the car.
Okay.
The police found it when they came.
Did you talk to the police about that at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell the police that your mother said she was going to kill herself with it?
I may have. I don't remember. I don't recall if that's what I told the police or not. That sounds. I might have said that.
Did your mother say that?
I don't remember right now.
If you would have told the police, would that have been because your mother told you that?
Yes.
During 1989, was there a time when you were staying sometimes at your mother's house?
Yes.
Did you know someone by the name of Tom?
Yes, it was my sister's boyfriend.
Was there any calls coming to your mother's house from Tom late at night?
Objection, unless it calls for personal knowledge.
Stan, just rephrase it.
Do you know whether Tom was calling there late at night?
I would not be on the phone when he called, but yes, I knew that he was calling at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, waking people up.
Okay. Did Kim say anything to you about Tom calling?
Yes.
Well, that actually can stand.
Okay, and what did Kim tell you?
Objection.
Sustain.
For impeachment, Your Honor, Kim testified there was no such conversation.
Well, you've already established a phone call at 3 or 4 in the morning, the nature of the conversation, I don't see the relevance of that.
Was there any problems between Kim and her mother in regards to clothes?
Yes.
And what were those problems?
Objection, Your Honor.
Just put a time frame, Mr. Early. Sustain.
During the time between 1985 and 1989, was there any problems between Kim and your mother with clothes where she went over to look for those, where she had to go over finally and look for them?
Kim would borrow clothes from my mother, and then she would not bring them back when my mom asked for them. So my mom she came to the house a few times looking for her stuff in Kim's room.
Were you aware of a trip that your mother had planned for Hawaii where the children were going to go?
Yes. I believe she was just going to take my sister and I to Hawaii with her.
Was there at the last minute, was there a cancellation of that plan?
My dad wouldn't let us go.
And how did visiting work at the house? If you were going to visit your mom, how would that, was there some kind of schedule? How would that be arranged?
If we wanted to visit at our mom's house, we would have to make plans in advance. So we would ask my dad at the beginning of the week if we could go over and spend time with my mom for the weekend.
When would you find out whether you would be able to?
Well, he told us that he couldn't make his decision without speaking to the psychiatrist first, our psychiatrist. So he would usually talk to whoever he needed to talk to and give us an answer on Friday.
Did Linda have a knack for being able to imitate people?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
she have the ability to, or did she do things that would be what she considered funny imitations of Betty, your mother?
Not that I recall.
Were you present at your father's home around the time of the wedding when something happened with the wedding list?
Yes.
Okay. Did your mother come over to your father's house?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And do you know why she was over there?
Nope.
Okay. Was she with any of the boys? Do you know?
I don't remember. I think so, but I can't be sure.
Okay. And was there a wedding list in the house?
Yes, it was by the front door because somebody was coming to pick it up to write the invitations in calligraphy. And there's a calligrapher coming to the door and we were supposed to hand her the vanilla envelope.
After your mother was there, did the wedding list disappear from the front door?
I didn't see her take it, but the vanilla envelope was gone from the front door.
Did your father dress well most of the time? Or?
Yes.
Overruled answer consent.
And normally, how would he be with the children? Was he someone who was a strict person, an affectionate person?
He was pretty strict. We had a certain set of rules that we had to live by. If we weren't home for a curfew, we'd get put on restriction.
I have no further questions.
Well,
Ms. Broderick, I wanted to ask you a few questions going back to the morning of November the 5th when your mother came over to your house after shooting your dad and Linda. You indicated that she had asked you to get a key from the locked closet at her house in Calle de Cielo.
Yes.
Now, did she tell you exactly where that key was?
Yes, she said it was in a pewter cup on the mantle.
It was that some? Did you know that key was there before? Or
no.
Just because she told you that story.
Yeah.
Did she tell you what it was that she wanted out of this locked closet?
She didn't. She just wanted the key. She didn't want anything from the closet. She just wanted the phone book and the key.
So she didn't want you to get the key and go into the closet and bring her something. She just wanted you to bring her the key.
Exactly.
And what was it that she kept in this locked closet?
She kept her valuables, her jewelry, some crystal vases, silver trays, bottles of wine.
Anything that was particularly valuable she kept in there?
She had a fire safe box that she kept all of her really important stuff in there. The jewelry in there, the papers, just stuff that she felt was really valuable was inside the room, inside a fire safe box.
Okay, so there was a fire safe box inside this also locked closet in the garage?
Right.
Okay. She also told you that she wanted you to get a phone book for her.
Yes.
Was this a particular phone book that she described?
I don't believe that she described it to me because I knew what it looked like already.
We're not talking about like the phone book that the county puts out.
She had a big burgundy phone book that had her initials on the front, and she would use that.
So it was her
phone.
personal phone?
Yes.
And you indicated that when you went over to her house that morning, you were stopped by police officers.
Yes.
And at that time, you lied to them. They asked you if you'd seen your mother.
Yes.
And you said no.
Yes.
And that you wanted to protect your mother at the time.
Yes. Well, I was more worried about protecting myself. I didn't want to get in trouble because she was over at my apartment.
Later in the day, you gave a full statement to Detective Allen about what she knew about that day.
Yes.
And at that time, you also still lied about...
Yes, I lied about who we were with. I had told him that my mom's friends had come to my apartment, honked, and she had come out to the car. That's a lie. That did not happen. We took her to pick up the friends and then to go to the police station. I didn't want to get the two people involved, so I just told the detective that I didn't know who they were.
And you didn't tell him where you had left your mother? You told him that
Yes.
the last time you had seen her at your apartment?
Yes, I just said that some of her friends picked her up, they honked, and she left, and I didn't see her.
Now, the list of things that you said she wrote out for you that morning.
Yes.
Where was it that she wrote that list?
She was writing that list in the car when we were in front of the police station.
And what was she writing the list on?
A picture that she had found on the floor of Jason's car.
And it was like a Xerox sheet of paper picture?
Yeah, it was a headshot of Jason for modeling, and it was just a big picture of his face on a piece of paper that size.
And you indicated she put several things down, the combination of her storage garage and the name of her accountant and several other things.
Yes.
Correct? And she gave you that list?
Yes.
What happened to the list? Do you know where it is?
Yes.
What happened to it?
She gave it to me. I had it at my house for a while, and the investigator asked if I could look around for it, and I couldn't find it, but I'm moving, and I found it just yesterday.
Do you have it?
I don't have it with me, but it is at my house, yes.
Now, you also indicated that she wrote you a will, or what purported to be a will.
Yes.
Where was she when she did that?
I believe she was in the car, because Diane and Ronnie signed it. She wrote them at the same time.
And what did she write that on?
A piece of yellow notebook paper.
And do you know where the piece of notebook paper came from?
No.
What happened to that will?
It's probably at my house somewhere. I wouldn't have thrown it away. It's probably in the piles of junk that I have at home.
Now, she also wrote you a check for $10,000 that day, right?
Yes.
Your automatic marked as People's Exhibit 55.
56.
56, thank you. A single sheet of Xerox paper purporting to show two sides of a check.
So marked. No, 55 was a cassette tape from this witness's answering machine the morning of the homicides. So this is 56.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize that check?
Yes, I do.
Is that the check that your mother wrote to you that morning?
Yes.
And she made it out to you, Kathy Lee Broderick?
Yes.
Now, it's dated November the 4th, which, and that morning was November the 5th.
Right.
Can you explain that if you can?
I think she just made a mistake on the date.
Where was it that she wrote the check?
She wrote this check. I didn't see her write it, but she gave it to me before we left my apartment.
Okay, so you were still at your apartment. You hadn't gotten in the car and driven
Right.
off anywhere.
Right.
And did you see where she got the checkbook or how she went about doing it?
I just recall talking about how much she should write it for, but I don't actually remember her taking out her checkbook and writing it. I remember us discussing that she had just received her $16,000 check from my father, and she had paid some bills out of it, so we agreed on $10,000 amount to split between the four of us.
So she acknowledged to you that morning that she had just recently received her alimony check of $16,000.
Well, not that morning, but she said that she had $16,000 in her account, but she had paid some bills out of it, and she wanted to give me as much as she could.
Now, do you recall when you testified back at the preliminary hearing, which was a while ago, do you recall testifying that when your mother sent you to the condo, that she sent you over there specifically to get her diaries, her book, I believe another phone book, and some index cards?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that it's leading, this is redirect on this area, and it's improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony at the preliminary
Yes.
hearing? If I could approach the witness, Your Honor, and ask
Certainly.
counsel to page 116 of the preliminary hearing transcript.
Lines.
Lines 16 through 22.
Thank you.
If you could go ahead and just read that to yourself. Does that help refresh your recollection about what it was that she wanted you to get at the condo?
A little bit. It wasn't another phone book, it was the phone book. We never found it at the house. At the first place we looked, we didn't find it. So it was the same phone book that we were looking for. And I don't remember if she had told me that she wanted those things, or if I had got the box and looked at them and then figured out what they were. I just remember her telling me she wanted the whole box underneath the desk in the garage where your feet would be if you pulled a chair in. That's what she told me. And once I got the box, I opened it and looked through it. So that's how I knew that there were books and diaries and index cards and things like that. So I looked through the box before the police told us to get in their car.
She's the one that specifically directed you to this box and where it was?
Yes.
And do you recall testifying before that when you went to the condo to get these things, that you didn't get into the condo, that the police stopped you before you got in?
Your Honor, objection is still an improper impeachment.
Sustained. We'll just read that to herself, that's in there. See if it refreshes your recollection first.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to an interview that you gave to an investigator from the DA's office, pages 2 and 3. And if you would read,
Date of the interview and the name of the person writing the report.
the investigator is Bill Green, Your Honor, and the date is, I can find it, February 23rd, 1990.
Thank you.
The last paragraph on this page through line 17 on the next page.
Okay.
Page 1.
Page 2 and 3.
Well, I say that she didn't give us a key, so we couldn't get in. We broke in. We climbed up on the roof and broke out the bedroom window of her condo to get into the.
Well, okay, so when you indicated that when you got to the condo, the police were there and took you with them.
Right. That's not correct.
Okay.
We went with the police on our way out of the condo.
And what did you do with the box of stuff?
Left it in Jason's front seat of his car. And then later on, I gave it to Diane Black the next day.
Now, other than that list of things that she gave you that morning from jail, she also wrote you several letters in the first couple of weeks after she got there.
Yes.
And also made some requests to have you do certain things. Is that
Yes.
correct? Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 57? A 4-page document which purports to be a copy of a letter to Kathy Lee Broderick.
So marked.
Again, Ms. Broderick, if you could just take a
Your
look
Honor,
at
may I see that? I didn't bring all the letters that are.
All right.
Can you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that as a letter that your mother sent to you from jail?
Should I read this to you?
Is that part of the letter that your mother sent to you from jail?
Yes, I believe it is.
And the letter is dated November the 16th, is that correct?
Yes.
And in this letter, she requests that you do several things. She entitles it Lee Loose Ends and gives you a list of things to do and puts a check mark on the other side where it says check here when done.
Yes.
And some of those things were, for example, to remove certain things from the house and take them over to the condominium.
Yes.
And she wanted you to
Your
meet-
Honor, I have an objection as to leading.
Sustained.
Did she ask you to meet with the decorator and do certain things with the decorator for the condominium? Would it help
she
refresh your
could've.
recollection to take a look at it?
Yes, let me see here.
Go ahead and stop there. I think everybody's getting bored. So we will pick up on Monday. And I'm going to try to find us a new live trial. I don't know. Because a lot of what we had planned for the latter part of the year, they pled out. So, I don't know. I just don't know what we're going to do. It's almost fall. It's almost fall. And then it's going to be the holidays. So we're going to end up having slim pickings on trials. I guess we could court hop. I don't like court hopping though. I don't. So, if you guys see anything you want to watch, have any suggestions, let me know. So, okay guys, that's it for today. Everybody have a great weekend, and I will see you Monday morning, and we will continue with Lee Broderick's redirect. So, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye guys, have a great weekend. I will see you Monday morning.